voice. It works. I swear I can talk. Right, Kevin? Ugh. Hang on. Run this one back. Alright, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, Messi, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much. The hi, howdy, hello. Danny, Guava Chips, Messi. Loading screen. Superman, Kara, Mick, Chaotix denied. Anyone else who might be lurking about. Hey, welcome back. Alright, what's this cat doing? Yeah. What the cat doing? What the cat doing? Hey, Ashley, how are you? He's a very good boy. Uh-oh. Danny, thank you for the 7 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
What the hell did you just say about Quag, you casual? I'll have you know Quag has over 4,000 hours in Baldur's Gate, has soloed honor mode blindfolded, and is ranked top 0.01% on every leaderboard that doesn't exist yet.
True.
He's been streaming since early access.
Not true.
And he's had his mind blown by every mind flayer that's ever been rendered.
True. Not just my mind.
He's trained in every subclass combo, fluent in every dialogue tree.
No.
And he once got Raft to last more than 3 pumps.
Also no.
Get Gud, scrubs.
God?
She's just a girl
Okay.
and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag bad.
There's 2 kinds of subscriber here at twitch.tv/tbj_quag. We have the copy pastas praising the non-existent greatness of the streamer. And then we have the honest chatters. Thank you for the 7 months, Danny, and thank you for the 57 months trade. Thank you both. I really appreciate it. There are 2 wolves inside of you. Are they kissing? Yeah, they are both gay. Alright. So, Arcane Archer. Let's finish it. I have no idea how much of the game I even, like, intend to do in terms of what's left. We have already done most of Act 3. Gotta get in there. Y'all ever put off watching Conclave for months and you do it in the 6 hours later? Oh, so it's your fault, Rox. I see. I see. It was this one, right? Yeah. The Pope died? Yeah. Clearly JD's fault. That's what I was thinking, but like, you brought up Conclave, and I don't know, now I got ideas, Rox. The subscription length implies a timeline of Quack stuff. There's certainly been eras to it, yeah. About Hexblade Ghosts. Yeah, that's, Hexblade Summoner would probably be a real interesting, sphere of stuff to mess around with. Alright, let's check my journal. I've been juggling way too many runs, and I need to get better about, differentiating those. Oh yeah, Iron Throne, I guess. Steel Watch Foundry. Nah, I don't feel like doing that stuff, to be honest. We already fought the big stupid dragon, right? Did I do that? I don't remember if I did that. I feel like I did that. I probably didn't do that, though. I got the sword. There's a quest for it, right? Maybe I didn't do that. I thought about doing it. I guess I didn't. Yeah, I guess I didn't. The reaction can crit. Why? Can all reactions crit? No. Can uncanny dodge crit? That's not an attack. That's what makes me go, why? Oh yeah, we got House of Hope. Right, we could totally do a House of Hope. Is there any gear I wanted for that? Oh, Marco Ash gear for that? Meh. Get Roland's mage armor, I guess. Meh. Reinspose. Hit the mirror. Hey, dude, blue color. Hey, soy sauce. Honor Minotaur to spawn primordial ones. Problem is they don't move. So they are stationary to where the corpse happened? What you're saying? Like, even within the combat? Or after the combat? Or just both? Can fall asleep until past 4 AM, not thinking about class. Do what you gotta do to keep on keeping on, babe. My brain's gonna reboot eventually, and then we'll, like, actually play the game. But, yeah, let's go to hell or whatever. Only move if you trigger the reaction, but you can fast travel them like other summons. And do some return to camp repositioning. Okay, so yeah, you can get them around basically anywhere then. Well, not anywhere. Actually, yes, anywhere. Because dolly porting. So, I imagine... Are there any large creatures in red areas? Because if you make one there, then you could dolly port out with the ghost. Take it somewhere. I guess your gear is technically one of those, but like that's super late Act 3. Who cares? Worth thought. Gambling Mound is thinking for Act 2. Ooh, that makes sense. Requires us not cliffing it though. Boo. Mystic Line. At the start of this run, Archive, so you picked up Strength Elixir from Camp Chest 4 fight outside the Grove. And so you pick it up anywhere. What did I miss? Deluxe Edition. Deluxe Edition of the game, you start with access to some Divinity Original Sin 2 inspired items. Then also some camp supplies, a Flight Potion, Animal Speaking Potion, a Mind Reading Potion, and a Strength Potion. So the Deluxe Edition DLC. Megan Gloric. Pokor is large too? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess the ogres are an option. Like, technically speaking, if you somehow set up the long rest event where the ogres show up to ask for payment and then you kill them in your camp, instead of actually paying them, you would have corpses, large-sized corpses in your camp you could use. Maybe that's worth looking into. Come to your camp if you don't pay? If you use them, and they live, and they ask for payment, and you don't pay up, or like you keep saying, I'll pay you next time, I'll pay you next time, I'll pay you next time, they will eventually track you down in a long rest event. That can even happen. That's my start streaming alarm. That can even happen in Act 2, if I'm not mistaken. Because you can't actually call them in Act 2, but they can chase you there.
Can't keep me out. To be nothing. To be gone for good.
How long do you have access to the ogres? You can call them in Act 1, but they can chase you to Act 2. More Booming Blade bullshit. Triggers Ring of Arcane Synergy. Yeah, it makes sense. It's cantrip. So, Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Easy access to damage and ring slot. Alright, so I need all dusk boots, ring of free action. Guess instead of wave mothers, I go with cloak of protection. AC's looking a little not high right now. I don't have Drake Throw Glaive right now. Alright, let's go get that. I want to at least throw all the remainder of my weapons so they're prepared for actually fighting in here. What kind of throat do I use? Cold? Do snowburst ring stuff? Snowburst acuity? That sounds funny. Wouldn't have crit immunity on if I did that, but... Do I even care? I care for the Cambions. I don't care about the others, though. I could do adamantine shield. Acuity stacking. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think I need Crimson Mischief in my offhand at the moment. I think $1 Amaris makes sense. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, long arm of the Gur. The effect doesn't work, to my knowledge. It's always been bugged. But it's a +2 heavy crossbow. So, technically still very good for Arcane Archer. Keep my Konia shield on me. Hey, so black. Who has Drake Throw? Karlak does. I guess I should, like, bring Helldusk armor. In all honesty, I should be using Mutilated Carapace rather than Ballast armor. But I'm playing aggressively. What elixir do I even have on right now? Bloodlust? I can switch. Temporarily, at least. I'll switch to Colossus, but I'll make sure I actually have access to that right now. Sell that. Haven't picked up Marco yet. Do I care? Not really. It's real good, but I don't plan on using it here. What do I not need? I could use Nirolna for some movement speed right now. Really not a big deal, though. Makeshift bow. And then an offhand melee weapon makes a lot of sense. Give that some real thought. Boots of Psionic Movement I don't need right now. I don't really need Staff of Interruption, though I could equip it for access to Counterspell, but meh. Fowler Aloof Shriek makes sense. You know, I should do offhand Spear of Evening, actually. Hey, Narclos. How's a mini packer? Oh, Heart of the Storm Alien Fusion supposed to make sense. There's enough Thunder cantrip spell. Elemental Infusion with the Weapon Throated. Sounds like it would work. Yeah, this is why I don't like having only 18 strength. Do Cloud Giant just so I can carry stuff. I really don't have the mats to craft myself, a little Cloud Giant. Or not Cloud Giant, Colossus Elixir. I've been making a lot of them. I have mats for one. I have mats for one! Alright, this should give us more than enough stuff to go through the house. We even have another one of these. It's easy. It's free real estate. Cool. Hey, Ansel. What's cooking? About to do House of Hope. Just getting all the stuff together. But yeah, for now, I think it's main hand Rhapsody, offhand Spear of Evening. After I've dealt with the spectators and such, it'll be Snowburst Ring, Adamantine Shield with Acuity Hat. I have arrows of many targets. I don't. Let's go steal the ones over here. Patch 8 broke my game. Act 2 is unplayable and current save crashes consistently when I open my inventory. I don't know when I'll be playing again. Ugh. That's really weird. Any luck with like a reinstall or anything? I know that's a stupid question. I'm sure you've thought of that. Need all files reinstalled twice. That's so weird. Why does this game have, like, personal versions? Like, there seems to be some individual spaghetti for each challenge runner. In terms of, hey, this is the way my game doesn't work. Lauren's disappointing so far. Heard like Mizora talks to him throughout the playthrough. The moment she's appeared one extra time compared to when you don't play him. Yeah, it's like twice. Yeah, whoever told you Mizora appears throughout the playthrough. Was exaggerating a little bit. It's like 2 extra times total, I think. Not very much. Mentally done with the game? Nah, I feel that. I'm sorry it got you to that point. That's really shit. Hopefully, something eventually sparks that, you know, desire to come back, but it's better to not force it. How's Cyberpunk stuff going? I'll have to restack Rhapsody here. That's fine. I need to throw those and this. May as well do this one too. Back on Big Lady? Yeah. How you doing, Kurt Cobain? Okay, I do already have fire in those actually. Let's go cold on that.
Better not be cursed.
Should be all I need it for, unless I decide I want to throw a heavy crossbow, but like I can wait. No rush there. Alright, so we send that out to Karlak. Let's get Rhapsody equipped again. Spirit of Evening.
A keyword. This will help us get what we need from the archive.
Run the game completely with Vito, like shit bugs me so much that it's broken. Your thing didn't trigger to me, then again I killed all Dwargar before freeing him. Wait a minute. I killed all the Dwargar before freeing Nier, and he was immediately hostile as soon as he ran out. Like, no cutscene, just instant aggro. It was just him, because I'd killed everyone else, but like, what if I'd wanted to do the double tadpole thing? But it's okay. And instead of prioritizing bug fixes, it was just a 2-month trial run for slop creators to use Booming Blade incorrectly. Yeah, I'm never gonna shut the fuck up about that one.
Raphael has reserved this pedestal for the prize of his collection. It currently holds the
I don't have as many coatings as I'd like, but it's fine. Just for now.
There it is. A magical field surrounds the item. This piece of humble your blood.
Yeah, let's do it.
just rang Raphael's dinner bell.
Oh, I forgot Big Lady's clothes, didn't I? I sent them away for carry weight. Well,
But that'll fit in my pack.
yo, Raphael has a necklace? No way. For gore? I
Come on,
did.
Prison, bring the hammer. Can't risk being in open view. What do we have here?
Okay, back up to 2 stacks of remittance already. We have bone spike gloves on, so ignore piercing wrist. See, my brain's on. It's totally functional. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to land.
I'll strike you down.
Back up to 4 remittance.
Don't want to draw any attention.
With haste.
She get distracted. By the teeth that
Quag dude talking emo. Quag podcasting.
time for some bloody work.
Wait, that just goes at neutrals? Oh no. Curving shot will actually go at neutrals. That's funny. Well, good to find out this way. Hopefully Hope's dexterity isn't drained when we run into her later.
Light on my feet.
That's so funny.
Just across the hall, if you don't mind. Better be cautious. Fall by my hand.
Need to find a way forward. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I could have more damage right now. Let's just do this for the moment.
I guess, I hope I'm right. My prison is just on the right.
All right then.
Meatball. There we go. Angled. I have elemental slaying. speed this up mildly. I'm gonna need to leave some of the house for me to clear so I can get my remittance back after I free hope.
Almost there. I'm so excited.
For meatballs now, I'll be specific. No, we call the Hellfire Orbs meatballs. This is IKEA after all. Cloak of protection, so I maintain bonuses. Back to help us close, I suppose. Let's go makeshift bow here. And I have crawler mucus.
I don't need any attention. Careful. It's time to fight. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Breathe quiet. Move. Out of sight. Out of mind. This calls for careful footwork.
Hey, Strabia. Want to play Swarmkeeper? Do you like it? I haven't touched it yet. Hey, Rod, let's check. How are you?
Softer than a whisper.
Hey, Paradox. Thank you for the 44 months. Making this look easy. We'll run this next. It's just business as usual fighter archer stuff at the moment. Nothing special. Yeah, we went for an Arrow of Aberration Slaying there. As you can see, the Spectator had to roll twice to save against the Crawler Mucus, and it did fail one of them. Oh, I guess I could have put the hammer in my offhand. I forgot I have dual wielder. Meh. Just shoot hard, easy.
Don't hold back.
Hideous. I just picked hideous because it's a shorter conversation. I don't hate Mystic Scoundrel here. But I'll still go a different direction for now. What bow are you using? Makeshift bow. Yeah, the one from the skeleton. Turn the arena to an ice skate rink? Yes, that is the plan.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. What do I have to lose? Alright, time to skulk about.
Gotta be a chill fight. See what you did there? I like it.
Just out of view. Don't mind if I do.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Curved shot is an action refresh.
One day I'll catch a break.
We'll take a bath. Oil sharpness here, I suppose.
Here goes nothing.
More protection from evil and good. Old Cloud Giant. Initiative plus 12. I go Universal Res. I don't need to worry about not having Fire Res. Colossus. Like how the boar is just chilling. Mm-hmm. Other preparations I want to make here. Go fire shield, then I don't necessarily have to worry about burning universal res for a bit. Kind of like that idea. Fire shield show proc snowburst ring? Don't know. That's not why I'm using it though. I'm using it specifically for the fire resistance.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Times
I will not.
Can't stop me.
Their skulls will make
Let's
If you have
finish.
any last word, no.
Away, you're here. I hope had good initiative. Nice. You can also go away.
Another fight. Let's go.
Hell has its laws. Hell.
The-
Effect and the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause.
We'll go for piercing arrow stuff on him.
Down here come the claws.
Now. There we go, he's broke.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught. No more deals, it's over.
I don't worry about those two
The
right now.
final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
Grab 10 stacks of acuity. Light potion for you? Yeah.
Time to push my luck again.
To get closer. No? It's okay. put Perilous Stakes on that Cambion. Now vulnerable to all damage. Cancel my concentration. Still vulnerable to all damage. I think I could land a grasping. Unlikely. I won't bother.
Survival is all that matters.
I want to see if that would give me certain resources back. Didn't, but that's okay.
I can't even catch my breath.
You should never have come.
No gape. Sad. Landed Shattered Psyche. I actually landed the grasp. Nice. DC 28 on that and he had disadvantage. Doing great, Raph. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just completely dissociating. You know, obviously I won already. Fight or whatever.
Sal, pinch yourself and check we're not dreaming the last.
You are wide awake. And Raphael,
It is not right that she died.
for the first time since you heard her voice.
And I.
Okay. It was 4 turns. Nice. Good first round, I guess. Fair and balanced. Yeah, if I'd gone in with Band of the Mystic Scoundrel, I think I could have done it in 2, but meh. It was fun to do snowburst stuff. What's the DC on the ice surface? 28. Like to miss the fight? Yeah. I'm kind of into doing some Steel Watch Foundry or Iron Throne stuff on second thought. It sounds fun. I want hope stuff. No. Don't really care.
Here we go.
Read a Reddit thread where they said
Into the devil's
Hexblade's bad too.
mind, limb, and
Crazy.
and destroyed the contract that bound you.
Hey, Loney.
The
Got here, don't
contract
understand anything about what happened. Do you want me to explain my strat for the whole fight, or?
But did you also see that we must not fall into? It is
Quick question, does piercing arrow apply bossy oil? It does not. But I heard Arcane Archer was bad. How do you get this bow? You take it from a skeleton summon. From enemy dead. No more deals is Jover. Hey Vanity, how are you?
I'm exhausted.
Came across a post glazing Blade Singer, and so when I decided it's enough, Reddit. I mean, we live in a world where Redditors will unironically go Blade Singer good, Hexblade bad. Like,
Bet I can crack that open.
it's just a space that's not worth engaging with. Just roll the Blade Singer, and I hope you have fun with it. Arguably mess so far. It's not arguable. I can't really think of any non-meme cases where I would take Hexblade over other wizard subclasses or other casters that have martial abilities. But that's okay. Not everything needs to be like hyper-optimized or anything. Like, fun is a thing. If you think it's fun, then you're absolutely correct to choose it.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Maybe I do want Legacy of the Masters for accuracy for makeshift bow. One second thought, no, it's not gonna matter. Seriously, does anyone remember if I fought Answer? I feel like I didn't. But it's so forgettable. Extra attack means wizard do melee now. Yeah, it was literally illegal to melee on a wizard before. Larian would actually just airdrop through your roof and take you away if you did. But fortunately now it's legal. Now that wizard finally has its very first bad subclass.
Something's on my mind.
Need something for defense? Or maybe offense? Either way, I've got what you need.
Don't remember you doing answer, but who knows? Yeah, Chris, it's that. I guess I'll go check, huh? Like you would have the sword and the helm somewhere if you'd done it. I get the sword and the helm without doing the fight. You can just take the helm, like with no preparations, you could just take the helm and leave. The sword you can get without the fight if you make sure you pick up the sword while you're already in combat with something else. And that's how I got that. Am I wearing the helm? Yes. Hey JT Stunner. Is it me or the gaping hole inside due to the lack of Dade? Dade's around somewhere. She was in here earlier. She's got class and stuff. And catching up on rest. quickly forget my own fights with a big stupid dragon. Yeah. It's not memorable. In the ether. Alright, stomach, settle down. Mentioning gaping hole is a dangerous game here. Blade singing feels like a poor man's Valor Bard. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. That's really funny, actually. I was thinking about what I would do for blade singing, and again, like, all roads lead back to you just play what is effectively no subclass wizard that has extra attack. That's it. That's all.
Seen any gazetteers around? Need to see if the new edition's out.
Guess I do this. I'm not gonna bother saving Gondians, I don't think. I don't really give a shit about them. John Wizard who can attack again. Hey, Micro. The Baldur's Jade. To do some gear testing, couldn't find anything that fixes the glaring issue with it. Like, no crit immunity until Act 3 if you want to use your subclass features outside of extra attack and the proficiencies. But, like, you could also just play something that already gets good gear proficiencies, like a half-elf, for example. Or even a human. And then you're good. It's not good. Potentially some jank methods. I have to see if they actually work. Value of blade singing depends entirely on the way the force damage applies. Even if I was as charitable as possible to the value of blade song climax, even if I ignore things like the amount of time it takes to build up, even if I ignore all that, even when I admit that the idea of it being functionally a jump that does that is really cool, and you can do a bunch of jump effects, jump build, like, that's all cool. Long rest gated. You have 2 blade song uses at when you get your subclass per long rest, I believe. 2.
If you'd come inside, yeah.
Wear Elven Chain. Well, like, why would you? Because, like, at that point, you effectively have to lean into the, unarmored approach, I would think. If you are maintaining your blade song access. Araj, why are you... I came inside.
And now that you're here...
Alright, well, I'm gonna drink it down here. I was thinking maybe a 1-level Barbarian dip, so you get, Barbarian unarmored defense, and then you just wear Amulet of Greater Health.
my friend. This is incredible. All it needs is a spark. I'll only... You really are a fine collaborator.
They need Wall of Fire. There you go, Arash. It's on basically shitty rage for wizards. Like, in Act 3, once you get Amulet of Greater Health, Helldusk Helmet, you could potentially be running around at the unhittable AC threshold during your Blade Song, because Blade Song's 4 AC at that point. You can be at 29 in an unarmored setup before Blade Song pretty easily, so 33. And then if you do Roland's Mage Armor Shield of Faith, you could hit that 37 AC region during your Blade Song, where you're just kind of chilling. But that's committing basically every slot to armor class that is going a Barbarian, Dip, Amulet of Greater Health. That is with a lot of finicky buffs, like, and also it's just armor class. Who gives a fuck? Remember, on No Looting, I was pure class Abjuration Wizard with like 14 AC fighting Dame Aelin. Because why care about armor class when I could just make it so they can't hurt me? What's the purpose of Blade Song? Let me put it this way. Blade Singer is the life cleric of Wizard. It's the life domain of Wizard. That kind of explains everything. People ascribe value to it because they like the flavor, they like the concept, and its value that isn't actually there. I'm trying to force myself to get rid of some carry weight too, that's why I'm sitting in this menu. Like, surely there's something I can offload. I know I have a ton of money in camp, but I'm forcing myself to not dip into that. May still use Stillmaker's hold person at some point. Including dual wielder with Gold Snapper Defender fill on the offhand. Yeah, like that's +1 AC over a regular shield, and it's AC neutral with wearing Viconia's shield or the Iron Banded shield that's sitting on the ground next to Lantar. So that's not even an AC advantage.
Until
Two recommendations: solo monk slaps are on about, of course, it's by the open hand. I mean, yeah, well, all monks are strong in honor mode. Monk as a whole. Monk, even if you just didn't pick a subclass, would be insanely powerful. Open hand is regular monk, but you get better action economy and you get a little bit extra damage. Get some more weapon options in terms of maintaining your ability to punch. It's good. People not knowing about 4 elements doesn't mean that open hand is bad. Rather just lean into Bone Spike, things takes less commitment. Even if you were playing a Blade Singer, I agree with you, So Black. You would just do Bone Spike, but then you would wear gear that is much more practical and covers more use cases. Yeah, you would impede your Blade Song, but like you keep your extra attack, and you just Bone Spike Brutal Leap at people, which is also a jump. And you use your spell save DC. It's just one of those things like, Hey, Pris. True, I've just never seen anyone playing either 4 elements or Shadow. It's a self-sustaining feedback loop of sorts. Open hand is the one people see, so then they parrot, hey, open hand, best monk, because it's the only one they've seen. And then people take that at face value and then parrot that, and that's how that spreads. Also, you have the pretend tabletop knowledge squad running around saying 4 elements bad because 4 elements bad in tabletop. One, I guarantee they're overstating its issues in tabletop, and two, it's always been stronger than the other ones in this game. But you know, we've had that rant. Started out avoiding open hand because of the downplay of other classes. Now open hand's my favorite. Yeah, you did some really cool stuff the last time you did an open hand playthrough on stream. Grouping up enemies and doing key resonation explosions, even doing freeze for forceful and for key resonation explosions. It's cool stuff. Open hand's definitely good. All the monk subclasses are. Just as soon as you hear people saying things like, oh, open hand does the most damage, like, how much time you got? Sometimes. But like, have you heard of Fangs of the Fire Snake or Shadow Strike? Spoken to Gortash? No. Guess I go speak with Gortash. He classes Halcyon into 4 elements for the vibes. Excited to see how it goes. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Yeah, permaprone with water whip plant growth is a pretty cool application. The ice cubes you can make do have weight, and they can be used as full cover, so shaping up the ice is useful. If you're doing like a non-tadpole power run, 4 elements does get access to flight. You can concentrate on at higher levels. Yeah, let me actually get my clothes. Oh, but then there's also Fangs of the Fire Snake being the haha, you die now funny button. I almost want to do Giant Form to boost Piercing Shot for the memes, but it would just be worse at than me using other gear. Oh yeah, I wanted Staff of Cherished Necromancy so I could do Eye Bite stuff on Answer. Yeah, we'll still do that, I think. I'm member. Really enjoying my gay swashbuckler. Let's go, Fries. Good job swashing the buckles. Where are my clothes? Oh, they're there. Found them. For me, Wholeness of Body is basically action search for 3 turns. Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good ability.
Aggressive action.
Oh yes, we've much to discuss.
Gathered guests.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
True. Have you come to behold the new dawn? And be in awe, truest soul.
For a brief, the prism.
As I said, Baldur's Gate will ascend.
I could skip Iron Throne if I just kill Raven Guard here.
Grand city.
Don't wanna. Congrats, Quag and Chaz. Some sleep deprived, you get even less filtered dated. Nice. Open hand and 4 elements. Never have to rest if you aren't region locked. Allow region refresh in your rule set. Shadow or either, as long as you don't care about usage of your key points. Because remember, Shadow Monk, Shadow Step is no key point cost. So if you want Shadow for that, and bonus action Hide, and Minor Illusion, you still have those things. So Monk is just incredibly sustainable.
We will hand me the nether stones, and we're not here for games.
No. Okay, bye.
I can't really glaze that pizza. He wasn't even hurt.
I must have first talked to Mazora over here. Yeah. Gortash looks like he lives behind a library.
You see,
You're not wrong. Oh, I do want to try out a piece of gear from Dantelin's shop. This barely needs testing, but... How you doing, Nunu?
What? By the mort. Clear out then. I don't care much for your timing, but I like your gold well enough.
Let's get Gauntlets of the War Master. Do I want Cloak of Displacement? Not really. Horn's not relevant to this build. Blightbringer, cool, but there's just not many gnomes or dwarves that I would care to use this on. If you could get this like before Grimforge, it'd be crazy for that purpose. But the other effect, Prey Decelerator, if you're playing particularly an assassin, this is something that's always bothered me. I've never seen assassin builds like actually mention this item. Even the people who really love playing stealth archer assassin stuff, like when this weapon lands a critical hit, it also slows the target creature. That's really strong. Also, this is one of the most desirable bows you can use on the brain. The dollar bow is better for damage. Is this bait? Are you being intellectually dishonest with me, Irish? Or are you satirizing them? Because obviously Vicious Shortbow is damage. Its role is damage. But, you know, if you slow someone to stop them from being able to take their turn, for example, or if you hasten someone, then force slow on them so they go lethargic, so they're fully stunned, That's a pathway to doing more overall damage. Is it best for brain? Because if you slow the brain, it can't do anything to you. Can't react. And I didn't say best. If you're doing a strategy where you were allowing the brain to get more than one turn, Blightbringer forcing a crit can be quite impactful. You could even slap this on someone who is not an archer normally, have them burn their luck at the far realms, slow down the brain, make it easier to manage for everyone else. It's just useful. It's just a good item. I don't buy it as frequently as I would like to, but doesn't mean it's not a good item. Do I have any arcane interference? Yeah, I got a couple. You gonna buy it for this playthrough? No. Not enough content left.
Hello again, sir. Everything alchemical from potions to poisons. Just do make sure you read the label before quaffing.
I was supposed to buy something else, and I'm completely blanking on what it was. Maybe it was from the gnomes. Forget you get Gaunter Mail in Act 3. A lot of people forget you get Gaunter Mail in Act 3. Cool item. Remember, there are no bad bows in this game. Again, even Long Arm of the Gur, which is bugged, so its effect doesn't actually even work, is still good because it's a +2 heavy crossbow.
You'll be getting a mouth only if you're quick.
Be getting a mouthful only if you're quick. Or me with a good time, sir. I have more money, right? Somewhere. Wish it wasn't an Act 3 bow, I'd like to get more use out of it, you know? It's true for a handful of Act 3 shit. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of gear that's like, hey, I would really like to build around this for the 100 hours I already spent in the game. I've been very spendy with my, money on this character for the last little bit. Another trader didn't know existed. Yep. This guy always sells remove curse scrolls, flash blinders, special arrows, bombs, and a couple of very nice pairs of gloves. Bit short. Let's see, what do I not actually need? Do I have remove curse scrolls already? Need that many. Don't need more of those. Am I doing on darkness? I don't need that many at all. don't need as many construct slaying as I'm grabbing, but it could be funny. Don't really need more fire or elemental ones as a whole at the moment. Sometimes you just have to script in items earlier into runs because the game wants to hide because it's so late. I did enjoy the run I did where I did reverse act order. So using certain... I was resetting to level 1 at the start of each map, but using certain Act 3 gear in earlier maps was very interesting. Like having an appropriately leveled character, but having access to the later gear. I thought it was fun, at least. Okay, there we go. Fly scrolls? What about them?
A rune pounder bomb? Oh, what the devil has he become?
Oh, I never got automaton gloves, although these are actually way less relevant in patch 8 because getting advantage is so easy with Shadow Blade and its contemporaries. Buy some arrows from Barkus. How many construct slaying am I up to now? More than enough. Yeah, I don't need more. Why am I buying dragon slaying when I should be buying undead slaying instead? I'm throwing away money for fun? Yeah. Yeah, that's the reason. 4 dragon slaying already. Humanoid. Don't really need more of those either. You want 3 eye bite scrolls, Barkus? There you go, buddy. Acrobat shoes? Yeah, they're cheap. Maybe useful. Figure you could sell them as another use. I like keeping flight scrolls for occasionally using them on other NPCs when I'm not concentrating on something, and also sometimes if I really want to do something with Boots of Psionic Movement. Remember, Boots of Psionic Movement only work with certain kinds of flight. That is flight from the Helldusk armor, flight from the boots themselves, flight from the scroll, flight from the spell, flight from the potion, flight from 4 Elements Monk. But notably it doesn't work with Illithid Flight and Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer Flight. Trey, did you ever test if Stars Druid Flight works with them? About Storm Sorcerer Flight, it does not work with Storm Sorcerer Flight. Didn't know Star Druid could fly. Dragon form at level 11.
I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
Word to the wise. Give that ill-mated temple a wide berth. Rude buggers. Certainly not bringing my trade there again.
Need a lightning res elixir, I guess. So, do I actually? I don't even think that I do. I do need to go piss girl, though. Let's see. Modern? That's techno? Do the twist, that's fun. Salsa dancing. These are some interesting choices. Alright, BRB. Man, I love when Big Lady. You know? Finally got used out of an Aberration Slayer, Aberration, I can speak, Slaying Arrow last night with a spectator in the Underdark. Felt good to examine it, read it as an Aberration, find exactly one in party inventory. Yeah, having one of those arrows at that point in the game is very lucrative. Very, the payoff for the resource investment is great. Not too many Aberrations in the game as a whole before, like, the end of Act 3. You got Marcus, you've got Spectator, the two of them, I guess. And then the Mind Flayers in the Colony. Intellect Devourers. Nothing you would actually use them on, really, other than the Mind Flayer and the Merkle fight Marcus Spectators. I was thinking about doing iBite stuff. To answer, if that's funny. There's a few things I need. Feywild Sparks. Yes, Shadowcloaked Ring. This would be main hand Rhapsody, offhand Staff of Cherished Necromancy. So I have to deal with Mystic Carrion now. How do I want to do that? Go kill Saravok, get his helmet, make it basically free. Yeah, I don't hate that plan. Detour to Saravok? That sounds good. Oh, I wanted to test Gauntlet of the War Master stuff too. I could test that there. Makeshift bow won't be as useful there. Hadn't really planned on doing snowburst acuity stuff. This makes sense. .24 AC. I'd have 25 with Wave Mothers instead. I don't really need AC for what I'm doing though. I do only have one Arcane Arrow.
Not as bad as it could have.
How many rest potions do I have? 5 long, 4 short. On hit effects, and use Piercing Arrow to Act 1. Make Shriek, Caustic Band. You got Shriek, you got Caustic Band. You could use Enlarge, any source of it. Bow of the Banshee works. You could have lightning charges to apply damage as well. Bonkin. You can apply Oil of Combustion with something else, and then as long as you have bonus fire damage on your bow from, say, dipping it in fire, you could then detonate with Piercing Arrow. Broodmother's Revenge is in Act 1, and it's actually quite good for Piercing Arrow. Weird Mystic Carrion fight. Was hoping to get a surprise round. Random Fist wandered and started combat. Died in a single Bussy Chain. Probably cost me a turn. Yeah, I was trying to Minor Illusion last time I fought Carrion, and the Fist outside went in and started fighting. It was a whole thing. Do I do this in a way where I get the quest? Substantial lass. A girthy gal. Shad's line about imagining Karlach throwing her over her shoulder comes to mind. It's so wholesome that those two ended up roommates.
These boots have seen everything.
Oh yeah, I still have this fight.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins? He's sick and likely to die. Please, sir. Oh, please.
Girthy gal. Poisoner's Gloves, Derivation Cloak, found as a viable build, Piercing Arrow, Broodmothers. I liked Derivation Cloak with Marco Poison on an Eldritch Blast build I did a while ago. But yeah, I actually really do like the idea of Derivation Cloak, Poisoner's Gloves, Broodmothers. My issue with that, I guess, is that glove slot does add a lot, like Flawed Helldusk, and then later on Full Helldusk. I really do like for piercing, but you're onto something there. I need to mess around with heat with Piercing Arrow as well. I haven't done that. About to start a run with Arcane Archer. Viable as a non-caster, basically focusing only on arrows. She recommend. It doesn't have spellcasting, Lele Zero. You get just a cantrip. It's not a spellcaster at all. So, yes. Did you have disadvantage? No. Okay, no dice on Gauntlets of the War Master. That's what I wanted to test. Blue Helldusk Gloves. So it's also spell save DC. arrows work with Gloves of Painful Striking. So this isn't an attack roll, so anything that applies from an attack roll, no. If I had done another piercing arrow instead of rationing my resources or whatever, the fight would have already been over.
Gods, do they stink?
Prefer Arcane Archer over Gloomstalker? Yes. Because if you're playing Arcane Archer, you are pure classing it in a majority of scenarios. If you're playing Gloomstalker, you are almost never pure classing it in a majority of scenarios. So not only are they incomparable, but if you look at what each class provides, Gloomstalker gives a bunch of shit that I don't really care about except for bonus action hide.
Tell me, what did you make of it? They have a message. What?
I need a quick word.
What does Pure Class Gloom even do?
What else could you require?
Nothing.
Mr. Carrion, when
You
he
get
has so
Wisdom
much
saving
already?
throw proficiency at higher levels.
Return Thrumbo's body to me. 3.
Hide from Hunters and Gloom Assassin Champion. So, Arcane Archer is better. Here's the thing, Chief. That setup's popularity is not indicative of its power. There is a reason why that setup is popular among people who have done absolutely zero runs with anything else. Gloomstalker is the weakest ranger subclass. Assassin dipping in and out of combat is mechanically uninteresting after you've done it for a couple of hours. I would just rather do other things with my time. There's no situation where I would select that build again. And for what it's worth, that is what I used for my first ever Honor solo clear. It's just not something I have any interest in, especially after expansion of game knowledge.
Leave me be. This is my spot. You don't have to help. We ran to help. Since Talus died. I'm not stupid.
Can't agree more. Played it once, felt so boring, fleeing every fight like 100 times. Yeah, like why even do that when you could play a class where you don't need to flee and can end the combat on the first turn anyway? Like, War Cleric dip seems good. 11 Arcane Archer. Heard it changes the Arcane Arrows to use Wisdom BC if you take Cleric after a fight or two. Oh, that'd be interesting. Burned in Effigy. I know Stars Druid handles the Radiant form, bonus action arrow, and Archer form. I know that will change to what your character spellcasting modifier is if yours changes to something other than Wisdom. I wasn't under the impression that Arcane Shots would do that, so I want to test and verify, but that is cool if so. I'm still not a fan of War Cleric because, like, you're not really getting any value out of War Domain specifically. I know the perception of, hey, you can shoot with your bonus action sounds good, but, like, you can already shoot with your bonus action. But then also, the War Cleric one is long rest gated, heavily long rest gated. It's just, it's not actually a good one level dip. Remember, you already have things you can do with your bonus action. I'm doing hand crossbows, I can just always shoot with my bonus action. Even if I'm not doing hand crossbows, well, I got curving shot here. Even if I'm not doing that, I'm awakened. My tadpole powers are on bonus action. Even if I'm not doing that, I can jump, I can misty step. I can shove someone. I can drink a speed pot. I can offhand stab something. I get Stalker's Flurry, level 11, so once per turn if you miss a weapon attack, you can make another. Might be worth depending on build or run you're doing. Yeah, that could be interesting with, like special arrows. Like you intentionally miss an arrow of fire or something, you still get some value, but then you get to make another attack. It could be funny. Always go Light Cleric for Warding Flare instead. I don't really like Light Cleric for that, because Warding Flare can reroll an attack into a crit that will bypass your crit immunity. Like, it's a matter of the opportunity cost is there. I know the impulse to multiclass is very strong, but think about what you're losing out. You're losing a feat to get some stuff that doesn't really meaningfully help. There are 1-level dips that I could get on board with, like a 1-level Hexblade dip is obviously stupid because Hexblade's Curse is a massively overtuned, and it's just a little bit unfunny in how broken it is. I could maybe see Death Domain being interesting if you wanted to, like, Twin Corpse Explosion for some memes, because you could get that with 1 level. But my stance on multiclassing is I'm in my personal experience, I'm much more predisposed towards peer classing because I get the idea of wanting to customize your character by diversifying their classes, be like, oh, I want a little bit from over here, a little bit from over there, but a lot of the time you can achieve that goal by remaining peer classed. That's just my take. I thought I had a peg scroll. Did I sell the Cerebral Citadel armor? Wait, no, I'm not supposed to be doing this right now. I'm supposed to be going to kill Saravok. Let me do that first. Multiclassing is just fun, so I probably do more than necessary. How dare you have fun? Boo! Level Hexblade gives 3 damage instance. 4. 4. No one asked, I'm gonna tell you anyway. Okay. I have hideous laughter scrolls. I bite. Fear will work fine, actually. Don't really need some mischief for this. There's that time I got reincarnated as a slime anime mod that allows you to be some of the anime characters' classes. It's funny. Playing Oath of the Crown Paladin right now is considering level 1 dip in Hexblade for a packed weapon and shields. Yeah, I mean, the more you multi-class out of Paladin, the stronger Paladin gets, in general. With Oath of the Crown, if you're going to level 9 for Spirit Guardians, that does leave you 3 levels to play around with. So, I like the idea. What do you generally do to protect against Hold Person? Have immunity. I do not ever allow Hold Person to happen unless whoever's attacking me has a single-digit percentage chance of hitting me. That is the only time I allow it to happen. What did I sell a boss ago? Let's check on that first. Don't need anything he has to offer. I become immune. Didn't even know there was an option. In Grimforged, the oozes there, when you kill them, they drop a crafting material that lets you make elixirs of guileful movement. Now, elixirs of guileful movement and the associated materials are in alchemy vendors at level 6, but you can get the mats to craft the elixir, enough for 1 craft. 2 if you have a transmutation wizard, I suppose, at any level. So you could do that. Bards, clerics, druids learn the freedom of movement spell at level 7. And then also you have the option of going forward to get the ring of free action and then go back and fight Ethel once you have it. Also, if you are wild-shaped, you are not a humanoid, so you are not a target for Hold Person. If you bring in summons that are not humanoids, same thing for them. They're immune. You do have the option of just managing her copies. She won't cast Hold Person if she has no copies up. Let's get my resources back. If I'm doing gifts, I don't really need Ballast, but I'll wear it anyway. We'll use a Universal Res for this fight. Let's actually do Strange Conduit. Strange Conduit Haste makes some sense. Blur.
Just out of view. Should get started.
That's still not hostile. That's so funny. That one was a crit. No. Well, I did manage to drain his strength a lot already. That's fun. Should have been throwing them directly at him. I've never seen him no-sell so many. I'm committed to the bid at this point. There we go. No, that's why I'm short damage. So Sendai's gonna go for slow. It should have Psionic Dominance available for. Yeah. Melison's gonna cure some conditions on him, whatever, don't care. Yeah, Hold Person doesn't protect against Helm of Baldurin. Or, Helm Baldurin doesn't protect against Hold Person. My brain works today. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. Just basically watching a one-shot Saravok. No, I kind of messed up a little bit. And also, he saved on 9 Karabasan's gifts. Very, likely. He did it. He's dead. So, a Melisson is willing to cloud kill. There's some gear changes I want to make here. That's why I buffed up your protect against Stunning Gaze. Don't let them do it, or have good saving throws. That's why we popped Universal Rest. The cantrips also make Ethel spawn copies? Yes. Shooting animation's so weird. It's so extra. Kind of love it. Alright, hard fight. Yeah, like Rox mentioned, if you have Blade Ward, it overrides Aura of Murder. So, Reviving Hands, Helm of Baldurin, good combo. Reviving Hands, Ring of Regen. Extended spell Blade Ward before the fight starts. Armor Persistence. Any of those will do it. Keep forgetting Reviving Hands is like real now. What do you mean real now? Was it not before? What would I miss? The enemy can't do anything to you when they hit you, and losing turns to stun is just gonna inconvenience. Yeah, like Abdurak did stick a Hold Person on me on this run back in Act 1, but he didn't hit me. He had like 4 turns of attacking me. He couldn't hit me, so it was fine. I'm not talking about the gloves, the broken gloves. Yeah, what about the Reviving Hands? They have always worked. You have watched me use them many times. I don't know what you're talking about. Thought they didn't do the auto heal thing before. I don't think you read the item. Yeah, you seem to be confusing it with an entirely different item.
I should speak up.
The penitent looks at you silently. There's the
Yeah, Reviving Hands are great. The reason why reviving hands aren't more popular is because, for some reason, a lot of the player base has been convinced that Blade Ward isn't a good effect, and it's like, but, what? Zevlors do the same thing? No, they do not. Baneblade. Zevlors do not work on yourself. Reviving hands do. Zevlors stipulate others. Reviving hands do not. Learning, yeah.
Something over there. Don't give me trouble now.
Come on, big lady, can you roll good, please? Thank you. Hey, Nianti. My brain can't handle complex names right now. Welcome in. Reading is cheese. It's both secretly good and cheese. I decided to do that without using any of my arcane arrows. I use my action surge, but that'll come back when I reach and travel. Is Cheese secretly reading? She's cooking. It's a little burnt, but she's cooking.
Always room for more? A gruesome sight. A necromantic ritual, perhaps? Let's see. A jar that grants immortality, hidden inside a zombie. It's almost poetic. This jar feels like death itself. A sure sign of necromancy at work.
Because Bodhi DLC would be thick if DLCs are a thing. For characters that have been dead for since the previous game? Like, what do you mean? We already saw their stories play out. Did it really die though? Yes.
You came back. Please, tell me you found a way.
And you know, another thing that dies if we continue to rehash the same stories instead of telling new ones is creativity. Wrote a message in a Souls game once. Haven't walked the same since. Did you try?
Are they going to arrest us?
See, the joke is try finger but hole. Yeah. The classic. Uh-huh. Miss Sour Beast. But Kermit gave. Could this be a dog? Fortnite. Such a stupid system. It's so funny. I love it. It's so dumb. I'm so dumb for loving it. Yeah, it's brain rot. It's absolute brain rot. Oh, I also forgot to destroy those. Whoops. Hey, don't kill me or whatever. That's funny. I have died to that before. If you want to know why special arrows are good, they do that to enemies. So, see? See how many instances I took? Because I dealt that many instances, and then they dealt instances to each other that was attributed to me. If I had swapped off greater health like I considered, I would be dead. This. Yeah, looks good. From my own ghouls who killed me to shooting jars almost killed me. I heard that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting jars. Yeah, any truth to that?
Carry strange.
Get the oil. Light the oil.
On my way.
Yeah, I could really use a wish right now. After roll this check. Karen's the biggest cheater. Yeah, as of patch 7, throwing him prone to stop his reaction doesn't work because they broke throwing to make people go prone at the start of combat, and sometimes you need to damage someone after you've thrown them for them to actually go prone. It's annoying. But that's a patch 7 thing that they didn't fix in patch 8. See, he's prone now. Why you're throwing him? Yeah, I was trying to make it stick. Verify if it still works that way, and it does. Just unfortunate, but not unexpected. No point in me doing that.
No time for mercy.
Juicy. Hey, Carrion. Not damage? Yeah. Toasty. I heard it. myself go lethargic. Hey, Chris. That can happen on this build. I haven't tuned in yet. Yeah. Applying oil of combustion to a group with regular arrows or many targets or whatever, and then following up with piercing arrow. Bonus fire on my weapon to detonate. Do, that. Legitimately don't understand how to deal with Carrion and Trials of Tav, such a bullshit enemy with all its buffs, so we have almost no resources. I feel like if you get him on a map where there's a chasm, you just go for the chasm. He's not immune to that. Unless they make him immune to that in Trials of Tav. Playing Warhammer 3 and had 399% chance assassinations fail. Oof. Oof.
Mr. Carrion is truly banished. He will not trouble this plane again.
So what exactly did you see? It's up to no good. Lurching this way or that. Walking funny isn't a crime.
You did? Yes. I think I'll pick up where Carrion left off. A city like this needs a medium.
Right. That's been 2 hours already. Veil of the Morning, no real use for it. Staff of Cherish Necromancy, we wanted this for answer. So, with this equipped, creatures have disadvantage in saving throws against my necromancy spells. Eye Bite is a necromancy spell. So we're going to burn through Answer's legendary resists until he doesn't have any, and then we're going to put him to sleep with Eye Bite. Then we're going to wake him up by critting him with an offhand crossbow shot. Then we're going to put him to sleep with Eye Bite. And that's going to be the whole fight. Let's see. Spell save DC is 8 plus proficiency plus spellcasting modifier. So my int is 14, my proficiency is 4, so DC 14, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22. So instead of this, I do this. So I have DC 30 when I have full acuity. Yeah. Yeah, we go with that. Never picked up the mats to make a lightning res elixir. Gonna have to do something about that. Performance issue since patch 8? A lot of crashing. Had a lot of crashing. Hey Keikos, how are you? This modded vanilla, this is completely vanilla right now. I don't have even cosmetic mods are not on right now.
Take your pick.
I tend to use cosmetic mods, but for the first run of patch 8, I decided not to, just to make sure everything would work. Black cat oil. How many sharpness do I have? It's by 2. It's by 2 lightning res. It's by 6 sharpness, actually. When interfering with traders versus charisma, I feel like charisma impacts prices more. The answer is do both. Because unlike the other mental stats, charisma has a tangible benefit on all playthroughs. If you're playing as a solo, you are your party face.
What are you having?
So that's your vendor prices, that's your dialogue checks. Hey Sage, how goes the run? It's going. We dealt with Raphael, Mysticarian, Saravok so far today.
Ready to do some business? Give me that. As for what that is, well, I knew you'd understand. Everyone's owned by somebody. Might as well sign up to be on the winning team.
Also, an Arcane Archer, really good, really strong. Very big fan.
Better prices here than tops. Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
Big stupid dragon, yes sir. Big stupid dragon. I have rotten food. Alright, I have a haste spore grenade. I have the ability to summon Scratch. Do I have a vigilance elixir for Scratch? Yes, I do. What elixir am I on currently? Colossus. I will need to manage my carry weight in light of that. Oh yeah, Spore Keeper's interesting here. Spell save DC. Necrotic. I mean, Necrotic's not going to do anything on this, but maybe Spore Keeper's not a bad Arcane Archer armor. Kind of. Kind of. Remittance fully stacked. Yes, it is. We have 7 arcane arrows right now. I don't really need more. Lightning jabber. I'll need to region travel with... Actually, I don't need Peg. I'll be okay. Then Arcane Arrows, for sure, S is honestly decent. It's very, very good. Also might be okay for Death Domain, but as always, lull or enclose. Class field, level 12 pure, do you consider any dips? I'd consider a 1-level dip. I would also consider, if I was doing a Archer-focused Cleric, taking an Arcane Archer dip is something that I would be open to. Hey Babalaga, how are you? That's the class, Battlemaster meme level or Eldritch level. So, like, there is no real reason to play Battlemaster unless you just like the vibes anymore. It was 3rd of 3, now it's 5th of 4. Like, if you were ever doing archery-focused Battlemaster, like, already, why? But, like, this does that better in every possible way. Even as far as a melee build goes, like, you could just Piercing Arrow and treat it like it's a melee AoE, because it's not an attack. You just shit out a huge piercing damage cone that people can't resist. Yeah, like, this class is really, really strong. And unlike Battlemaster, it does not have resource sustain issues. Use Piercing Arrow with an arrow of many targets? No. It's separate things. So, like, this is Piercing Arrow. It's... Think of it as... You shit out a lightning bolt with your attack. An extra attack works on this. So, I could Bloodlust, Haste, Terrazul, or I wouldn't even need both of those, but I could, at level 11, with my improved extra attack and action surge, I could shit out 6 Piercing Arrows back to back, Bloodlust for a 7th, Mind Sanctuary for an 8th, Haste Spores for a 9th, Terrazul for a 10th. I could resource dump all 10 of my Arcane Arrows in one turn, and nothing in the game is living that. They're not. Unlike Battlemaster, it doesn't have what? Resource sustain issues. Battlemaster cannot keep up with the number of attacks that Fighter gets at level 5. Whereas Arcane Archer has double Battlemaster's resources, and the maneuvers are actually good. And then you also have passive value outside of your active clicks. You have Curving Shot, you have automatically making all of your bow attacks magical, so you could use a non-magical weapon and not be penalized for anything except your accuracy. You get a cantrip of your choice between Guidance, Light, and True Strike. Get a mod where you actually shit them out. That'd be great. Which arrows do you find it the most useful? Hey, Kieta, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Which arrows am I finding the most useful? The Banished and Blind stood out to me just looking at the wiki. So, funny enough, the Banished and the Blind are the 2 that I didn't take, Burned in Effigy. You get enough to take all but 2 by the time you're done leveling. Piercing is by far what I would consider to be the strongest one, because the way this works is, I'm trying to come up with a point of comparison. So, you know the 3rd level ranger spell that nobody knows about, Conjure Barrage, where you use your weapon to determine an AoE on a dex save that you do. You can apply certain weapon bonuses to it. It's not an attack, but it is an AoE that uses your weapon for, doing damage without having to make an attack roll. That's a 3rd level spell that ranger gets. This is that, except it uses your attack, your extra attack feature. So I can click that, and then with my extra attack, click it again, then with my improved extra attack, click it again, and it only costs me 1 action. This is not an attack, it's a dex save, but the save is only for that extra 6 damage you see at the bottom. I'm turning off Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter doesn't actually apply here. See that extra 1d6 piercing? That is what the save is for. So if they succeed, congrats, they reduce the damage by up to 6. Up to 12 if you're doing Vault, but not very much. They're still taking the rest of that. Evasion does not work on it. So, you just click this. Nobody in the game can prevent you from doing damage with this. Absolutely no one. That's so OP, it's pretty insane, it's crazy. So I've been running around with ballist armor, doubling up the piercing damage here. And you know the cultist chanting in Orin's fight that have Sanctuary? I one-shot all of them on the first turn. You know the ones in the bank that go invisible and have Sanctuary? I one-shot all of them on the first turn. Like, you can spam it to delete things? You absolutely can't. That's what I've been doing. You just click this and that's it. You don't have to worry about your accuracy. You don't have to even look at people's armor class. You just click piercing arrow and you win. So that's just the first one. But grasping arrow is really good because you get the additional 2d6 poison damage, which is very good. Then if they fail the save, they get a condition placed on them for 10 turns. This is not concentration, and they do not get subsequent saves. So if they fail once, they just have this for 10 turns, where the first time they move on each of their turns, they take 2d6 slashing damage, but also for that duration, they have a penalty of 3 meters of movement speed. So think of how good Crusher's Ring. You were putting a reverse Crusher's Ring on someone for 10 turns, and they're also taking a little bit of damage every one of those turns. This costs 1 Arcane Arrow. It's a shot that does extra damage up front. A Bursting Arrow is an attack roll that has this force damage AoE. There's no saving throw for it, nothing. It's just you hit someone, the AoE happens. That's that. So guaranteed AoE damage as long as your attack hits. Enfeebling can apply the effect of the Ray of Enfeeblement spell, which is half damage from weapon attacks. You can cut someone's damage in half if you hit them with this. And Beguiling. Something I did with Beguiling Arrow earlier in the act was I shot a Flaming Fist with it, and they got charmed. Well, it's bonus psychic damage, so Resonant Stone makes this thing really go burr, and they have disadvantage on the save. But if they fail, they're charmed for 2 turns. You drink a short rest potion in their face and go to sleep. They can't do anything about it. They're charmed. They can't do anything to you. So you just charm someone and take a nap in their face. If they survive the shot, which they often don't. So, yeah. Run a game on DirectX 11 or Vulkan. I use DX 11. So, yeah. Looks like I didn't do this fight. Very encumbered. Karlak, hold that. And that, I guess. And also those. You want to hold that too? Hold that for me. Also hold that. And that. Hold that. You could have that too. And that one. Okay, there we go. Penny see Quag play DOS 2. I tried to get into it after doing a few playthroughs of BG3, and it's just meh. If I'd played it in the other order, I'm sure I would have loved it. I'll give it another chance eventually. Alright, Helldusk. Oh, Ring of Protection. Why am I using that? I don't need that. Should be using Shadow Cloaked Ring, probably. We'll do Crushers to start.
Something good here, I hope.
I am Answer, facing Answer. It's the I've had you, and now you let this time.
Yep, sure. Okay, anyway, bye.
Out of sight, out of mind.
When the heck do we gotta fight a bone dragon? How did I miss this? This is part of Will's storyline in Act 3. You can go there without having Will and still do the stuff. But, yeah. Game has a lot of content. I do find that certain kinds of takes, like, oh, well, I don't like the combat system, or, oh, I wish there was more content, or wish there was more to do here, more to do there, I do find comes from just not having actually engaged with the game. This is not an attack or anything, but I find the same takes coming from the same sources where it's like, hey, you know, if you played the game more. And yes, I know you didn't say you don't like the combat system, but again, I want to make sure that I point out that that wasn't at you. Yeah, it's amusing to me. Excuse me. Do I have any leftover elemental slaying? I don't think I do. No? Sad. I could use arcane arrows on this. That so I can move forward. Yeah, like I said, you can come here without that. And his quest can, in fact, continue even if Duke Ravengard is killed. There's a chunk of the game you just didn't play. You could move forward, you just didn't.
Alright, time to skulk about.
This is the second playthrough's for? Yeah. Definitely. No one gets it all on their first time. Hell, no one gets it all ever. There's always more stuff. One of the many things I love about this game. Alright, so the Myrmidons are done. That was a misclick. That's okay. What I was trying to do is this. Good. I wanted him to use his legendary resistance. I have a Misty Step roll by any chance? No, it's okay. second one. Didn't have the opportunity that time. Wasn't close enough for the actual auto crit. Again, that's okay. Want him to use his last legendary rest. He just doesn't want to. I got time. Missing something with having Lae'zel show up dead on the beach versus the cage and blown up by not-allied tanks, killed by the commander both times she's in the cage. She needs to be dead versus downed. Yeah, she needs to be fully dead. Not downed, dead. This is not me trying to actually beat the fight. I'm trying to get him to not have that legendary resistance anymore. It's just being stubborn. There it goes. Only have one more short rest potion. Oh, let's use a long rest. That's all three burned? Yeah. But now, I'm gonna go piss again before we do the actual fight. BRB. Alright. And add jail for another minute. Gives me time to make my preparations. Actually, do this first. Just in case.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Let's do something like that. Alright, we're back. Kara, thank you for gifting us up from Narclos. Very kind. Thank you very much.
just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I have a flight potion for Scratch. I do.
Keeping my head down. Better be cautious.
With the steam cloud here. Same with Scratch. Fine.
Well, so much for peace.
$85. It's because I have 5 stacks of acuity. I need more acuity. Here. Seven acuity. Brings me up to 90%. Yeepy. Save because I'm now actually set up. Hi Mark Smith, how are you? Spell save DC work with the arrows? Yes. The arena proxies can be steeped in bliss. It's annoying. Nope. So it wasn't close enough. Sleep. Also, are you obscured? No, you're not. I can change this ring out for something else. Strange conduit. Sure. Are you actually in melee range? I hate the stupid hitboxes on this big stupid dragon. There we go. So, force a crit there. I could do this with Vicious Shortbow, honestly. Let's switch to doing that.
Don't waste a step.
Actually, these would need to be in the other. Yes. I can still make that work. Yeah, that still works. Alright, let's see. Vote you first. See how fucked your hitboxes are. I can speak. Dragon Sling. Flavor. Back to sleep. Should really put stuff on my bar, but as you can tell, I don't really take this guy seriously enough to prepare. Oh, wasn't close enough for the force crit. Dragon hitboxes. 3 attacks and sleeping. With a reaction breath, yes. I lose acuity if I take hits, meaning I won't be able to consistently put him to sleep again. Close enough? Let's see. Yeah, that'll do it. Irving shot even triggers in that instance? That was interesting. Huh. Neat. The auto crit melee coming from? He's asleep. I made him eat me. I could have just tanked that, but it's funny to take no damage in this fight. I can. already took the swing, so. Hey, Bonehead, thank you for the 4 months. Remember his damage evade lightning reds? It's been fixed? There's no bug to fix, Baba Laga, you weren't reading. His damage does not ignore lightning rests. As soon as he starts doing Stormheart Nova, as soon as he adds that to what he's doing during the fight, it starts raining. You can look, you can see it's raining. You can check your conditions on your bar, you can see you're wet while you're in the room. So that means if you have lightning res and it's raining, you're back to neutral. If you don't have lightning res and it's raining, you're vulnerable. You can click attack to skip that combo. So that's new subclasses, any new story content in the patch. A little bit of dialogue stuff here and there. Alright, what do we think? Iron Throne next? We'll have to long rest first, but... What do I want to run for that? I don't think it's particularly dim there. I guess I do Callous Glow. Not rolled offhand. Yeah, I kind of like that. My new favorite subclass so far have been this one, because it's the one I've spent the most time with. But I'm really excited to start Stars Druid. Depending on how much I dilly-dally this run, we may start Stars Druid today. But we'll see. Got makeshift bow for Iron Throne. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Probably this loadout. Part of me wants to do Boots of Persistence. But I won't. Probably gonna start lapping me on stars. Sorry, I saw lapping, and then my brain was like, stars is a nickname for Astarion, so I thought you were being a degen for a second before I realized this was no like a normal combination of words. The brain rot. Swamp Ranger, Stars Druid. What is the Swamp Ranger? I don't know what that is. Anything else I need to do before long rest? I probably need to double rest, because I will have this shit. I never changed my elixir out for the answer fight either. Whoopsie. Oh, sorry, let me correct myself. I'm fully going to star lapping star on stars. I'll start making tamales jokes again. Don't make me. Been using makeshift bow for my stars root run. It's awesome. Switched to Titan for a bit. It's disappointed. And the makeshift bow just a white bow. What am I missing? Ah, Swarm Keeper. mean, you can make any combination work, I just don't know what you're getting out of it. Necessarily. Where you get that? Animate dead skeletons. They all have that, Waffle House. Just got a D10 of bonus necrotic. It's a regular old short bow, non-magical, but it has a D10 of necrotic damage. That's why we like it. That's why we wants it. Do I have Noble Stalk? The mushroom? I haven't been into the vaults yet. For Diva. Do I care? No, I'm not gonna save the Gondians. I'm gonna save the Gondians. Do I have Dimension Door Scrolls? 1. 5 more. Better than Titan? Or what? Against what? When using what? More damage? When? Mandatory of Shard in the party for the Night's Long fight, plan to keep her as a companion. There's not necessarily a fight there, but yes.
How can I help you?
If you do not bring Shadowheart with you to the Shadowfell to talk to Dame Aelin, then she will leave the party when you leave. Oh yeah, Roland doesn't have money. Right, I sold him all these Dimension Door Scrolls. Yeah, changed my mind, buddy. Thank you. Something giving vulnerability to necrotic or something? No. But you didn't answer the question, Waffle House. You asked, is it more damage? When? Is my question. Kiss and Roland? I could, but I don't have the mod on right now. I think the Swarm could proc on the Stars Root bonus action. Not sure if it works like that. Not a weapon attack. Thought the Swarm was on weapon and unarmed attacks. Do I want to go get Rapture? No. No, I don't care for that. Yeah, let's just rest. When you use a Strength Elixir and Titan String, be more damage than Makeshift? When? Like, so here's the point I'm making. You are 3 layers deep on not thinking about what's actually happening. You're operating from the default assumption that Titan String's always the most damage. It isn't. You're operating from the assumption that Strength Elixirs are even a good idea to do on builds all the time, and they're not necessarily. And you are continuing to fail to give me a situation. Give me an actual, like, against this target. It depends. For example, Titan String Bow is around 3rd place if you're doing a regular shot against a target, and you are not shooting a special arrow, you are not doing extensive special arrow shenanigans. It's around 3rd place for expected raw damage output when we are not adjusting for damage types. So whether you're imposing Piercing Vuln or not, whether you're imposing Force Vuln or not, Titan String, you can expect it to be around 3rd place. But also, that is with giving up your elixir slot, which makes your character overall weaker and less flexible. That's also not accounting for when you crit, and then Vicious Shortbow absolutely slaps the shit out of Titan String. That's also not accounting for things you can do with your bow that are not attack rolls, in which case Titan String's bonus doesn't apply, but bonuses of other bows do apply. Titan String bow is not even close to being relevant to the core kit of Arcane Archer as I've been using it. So, like, the reason why I kept asking you questions there is to try to get you to think about what each item does and how each situation in the game that you're going into with your build could call for different things, and how better or stronger or best is often not quantifiable without getting real fucking specific. So, it was an attempt to coach you into thinking.
Your contract will choose.
Yeah, stay in the back wall. The context, basically. And this conversation is one of the reasons why I think specifically, if they were to nerf any item, if they were to just gut an item, slam it into the ground to make sure that no one ever wants to touch it again, I wholeheartedly endorse them doing that to the Titan String bow. Because not only is it overtuned, but it's also made a huge chunk of the player base not even think. Including about the cases where Titan String is not the leader in its class. So I hate it for that.
But my father will live.
So learning, but I guess, for example, if you're gonna crit, you double that D10 necrotic, which is much better than the flat damage Titan String gives, sometimes. So you're right that you roll 2d10 necrotic instead of 1d10. But Titan String's damage, the way it applies, it depends on what you are clicking from Titan String. So for example, if you're doing a regular shot with absolutely nothing outside, no Greater Flesh Gloves, you're not doing special arrows. Assuming you are doing that Strength Elixir, Titan String will be applying 8 damage. 8 damage. So, 8. Whereas you get up to an additional 10 from Makeshift Bow. Titan String is a +1 weapon versus Makeshift Bow not being a +1 weapon. So you have a damage difference there. So they are almost functionally equal at that point. Almost functionally equal. But once you add in Crater Flesh Gloves, well, Titan Weapon applies to the instance of force damage from Crater's Wounds, so it would pull ahead there. Once you add in special arrows, like Fire Arrows or Arrows of Slaying, for example, well, Arrows of Slaying, the necrotic damage would happen again. So if you're doing an Arrow of Slaying, actually, Makeshift Bow would continue to pull ahead. If you're doing a Fire Arrow, well, you don't apply the necrotic damage to the Fire instance, but you do apply Titan String to the Fire instance. So see how the same exact weapons in the same exact scenario, if I change what button you're clicking, the value of the weapons changes? You got an extra D10 versus D6? Not quite, Nico. When you crit, you double all damage die rolled. Makeshift Bow has the piercing and the necrotic, so those both get doubled up. Titan String has the piercing, just the piercing, and that gets doubled up. Without testing, you have no idea? Yeah. Which is why you'll hear me go on these extended tangents and rants about how better, best, strongest, even comparing things in certain cases is not really worth your time unless you're getting real specific about the situation. Like, I'll give you an example of a situation where we can quantify where some bows might be more desirable than others. In that fight where I was fighting Answer in the way that I was, where I was only shooting when I had a forced crit lined up, Vicious Shortbow would beat out both of the other options, if built around. But if we compare Titan String and Makeshift Bow there, well, Titan String adds its damage into the piercing portion, which helps me get past Answer's 4 damage reduction that he has, because I need big combined numbers. my necrotic damage likely wouldn't get through the damage reduction at all on some of the shots. So that wouldn't be as good. On the Banshee bow, super nice in honor mode, so hard to pass up choosing bow. The Banshee's amazing, Squishmaster Flex. It's a good choice. It's very good. Particularly here on Arcane Archer. It is another item that is comfortably better than the Titan String bow. Because that piercing shot that I was talking about a while ago, the one that isn't an attack roll, Banshee works on that.
We should hurry to this mission. This prison's in the lower city. Let's move.
I don't feel like talking to Halcyon or Minthara right now. Oh, we got Karlach Romance thing. Not everyone needs to learn damage optimization. Understanding why you're making gear choices you are making is important. Yeah, well said. It's things don't just kind of happen for no reason. If you're selecting a piece of gear, you need to understand, okay, what am I trying to do? And what items help me achieve that? You don't have to know what every item in the game does, but when choosing between the things you have to look at them and be like, alright, this is a factor in this fight. Do I need this or do I need this more? It's just like choosing... Think about before you go into a fight. Do I need to worry about being knocked off a cliff? If yes, okay, then let me consider the pieces of gear I have that can prevent that. Do I need to worry about paralysis? Okay, let me consider the pieces of gear that can prevent that. What types of damage are good against the enemy I'm about to fight? If they resist cold, well then I won't necessarily gravitate towards doing something like Drake Throat Glaive for cold damage. If they are immune to fire, Oil of Combustion's not going to be relevant. If they resist piercing, I might consider using their Misser instead of using my piercing bows. Are the Arcane Archer shots all saves to hit? No. Using Herald with Arcane Archer to lower saves? Good call. I like that. Learn to use the right tool for the right job for each fight. And not even necessarily that. That's a good endpoint to shoot for, Mick, but I would say just learn to consider your tools. Sometimes you'll consider your tools and be like, hey, you know, this would be better, but this would be funny. And then decide accordingly. It's just like, even the process of thinking about what's available, I would much prefer people did that rather than be like, hey, I have heard the name of this thing a lot on the internet, so therefore it's the best at everything. Like, you're not playing the game at that point. You're letting a YouTube comments section you flick through for 5 seconds have your playthrough for you. Value your time more than that. Value yourself more than that. Like,
please say yes. Yes. Give me a beat to run ahead.
big ladies. Like going for the whimsy 8 out of 10 times. How dare you play games for fun? You degenerate. Please tell me more.
You made it. You look nice.
Nuances between combined damage and separate instances of damage, something I need to learn more about. Gotta read that combat log. It's something that matters, particularly when you're messing around with vulnerability effects. It matters when you're messing around with things that have damage reduction. For example, Ketheric and Merkel have 2 damage reduction, right? So each individual instance of damage that hits them gets reduced by 2. So you'll see a lot of people have trouble dealing damage because instead of knowing how to get their big hits to happen, they're chipping away with a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. For example, you'll see someone with a full party and everyone in the party is doing like single-digit damage per round, per attack, I should say. So in that situation, shaving 2 off of each of those is massively detrimental. But if you see someone going and it's like, okay, I only get to make 1 attack per round, but I'm hitting you for like 30, 40, 50 damage, that's a lot more impactful because 2 is a much smaller percentage of 50 than it is of 10. So accounting for things like that when dealing your damage is helpful.
Thank you.
What if I value my tools but not myself? What then? What if I value you? Got you. Absolutely shit upon.
No, thank you.
Dunketh. Back from Blurk, why are we yelling at someone to value their time more? No, just encouraging thought with things like gear choices, Dave.
Just what I had in mind.
Brother does that. He looked up tier lists and best classes best when he first started playing. It's hard to play co-op with him. All he wants to play is the meta builds to speedrun, skip cutscenes. Well, here's the thing about that. Like, something that I have noticed in my time being a turbo nerd with theory crafting and build crafting and optimization in games, and challenge running, you know, all that turbo nerd shit, like I said. Anyone who claims that something is meta is confusing popularity for effectiveness, because that's not even what it means. If you're talking like actual quote unquote meta, well, that's going to be hyper specific builds for each individual scenario, and you are going to have that precision in, okay, for this fight, this allows you to end the fight in this number of actions in this number of turns. You know, like you're gonna have that be very clearly defined. But you'll have people run around saying meta builds is like Bard Paladin, and then you could put a thumbnail of just the House of Hope on screen, and then their entire brain breaks and they don't know what to tell you anymore, because like, are you gonna go and Divine Smite Raphael? There's better ways of handling that. And like, it especially falls apart when you could point out that something like, I don't know, a level 1 monk with pre-dashing can kill Raphael faster than that build can, by picking him up, throwing him over a railing. Like, it's very much a desire to flex without having to engage with the actual piece of media that gamers do. They'll look up the quote-unquote best, quote-unquote strongest, quote-unquote meta, and then copy-paste someone else's work, whether it's accurate or not, whether it's good or not, and then attempt to claim some sort of superiority over other players. It's not actually for the love of the game, because they ain't playing the game. They're not thinking. Pretty sure most players would still call Battlemaster meta fighter to this day. And yeah, something I said earlier today is Battlemaster went from, on patch 7, third of 3, and on patch 8, the gap is so vast I would consider it 5th of 3. It is not even remotely competitive with the other fighter subclasses in any area that matters. Yet, again, we get that confusion of popularity with desirability. Like, Battlemaster really worse than Champion? Yes. Yes. Because here's the thing. Name me a feature that Battlemaster has when you have no superiority die. Name me one. One thing. And then tell me how many superiority die you have. Drives me nuts when people think meta means best. That, and also when people think popularity means meta, and therefore means best. That whole pipeline is... ugh. Hey Gage, how you doing? Ping me later. You can't run out a -1 crit for champion. Yeah, well said, Candyman. That's a really good way of putting it. YouTube build guides can fight one mob fast, and then they have to long rest, and those YouTube build guides often are not even doing the most efficient ways of ending that fight in one turn. Well, just woke up. Nice. Glad you got some rest. So, like, let's go over that Battlemaster champion comparison. Battlemaster gets absolutely no features outside of superiority die, and because I keep getting the number wrong, between 5 or 6, let me actually look up Battlemaster and see how many die you can have at max level. So let's check that. Right, you have 5. If you take a feat, you can have 6. So let's assume 5. Hank looks so done. Yeah, he's gonna have to wait on this. 5. For reference, Arcane Archer gets 10, literally double. And Champion doesn't have to worry about that at all, because Champion's value is entirely passive. You get improved crit chance, you get extra jump distance, you get better skill checks, you get additional fighting style. That's all passive value that you never run out of. So anytime you are clicking something that is not a Battle Master maneuver, Battle Master is automatically the worst at it because it has no passive value. Champion has the higher crit rate. Eldritch Knight is forcibly imposing disadvantage on everyone they hit from level 10. Arcane Archer has Curve Shot to turn a miss on one target into a hit on another, and also they innately make all of their arrows magical if they're using a non-magical weapon. It's passive value versus nothing. Hey, Grim Preacher, how goes the run? Goes well. And then, keep in mind, if you are using Battle Master maneuvers, almost all of them, you have more desirable clicks you can do that the other fighters also have access to. I know Tripping Attack, the idea of it is good, but an Eldritch Knight with Ice Arrow knocks people prone more consistently while doing more damage without any sort of resource commitment, because you can have as many Ice Arrows as you want from the very beginning of the game. Curve Shot and auto hit, or another attack roll. It's like many target logic rocks, so a crit miss becomes a crit hit on whoever it's redirected to. Finally trying Eldritch Knight's been so fun, wish I would use it earlier. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Milk Enjoyer. Or like Eldritch Knight Enjoyer, got him.
And 2 glasses of beer.
That's technically better than the Gloomstalker 11 feature? Yes. And you can even use it on special arrows. So, for example, you could intentionally crit miss an arrow of fire with Marco Heschker and Oil of Combustion, still apply the oil, still do a massive amount of AoE damage, but then also spend a bonus action to redirect it to someone else, forcibly crit them, detonating the Oil of Combustion you just applied, and doing 2 more big AoEs.
This is our first date, remember? Tonight, you're a mystery to me.
My tired to leave DMV about something? Absolutely, JD. Feel free.
It's all I can do to keep my hands to myself anyway. We're terrible at this.
Can you force a crit miss? You can go in with, I guess force is not the right word there. You can maximize your chances of a crit miss by going and attacking with disadvantage. That's for another Arcane Archer run I want to do. I want to run around poisoned or some such for disadvantage, so that I still have high accuracy, so anything at 2 or higher I can hit with, but I have that increased chance of the crit miss, which I can then force to be crit hits. So doing something with like high critical hit threshold, high accuracy, but then intentional disadvantage. So you have that tech more consistent. That's what I'm thinking.
No. Yes.
Nice to see Karlach alive in a run. It is.
We came to have a nice date, and that's what we're going to do. Go on. Date me. I dare you.
Maybe even low accuracy with high critical threshold. Or as a class doesn't have heavy armor proficiency, then go full Arcane Archer. Yeah, that makes sense. You could rotten food as well to impose the disadvantage on demand, I suppose. You could just shoot from outside your effective range, though you'd probably want to be closer. Just shoot while threatened without crossbow expert. You know, you got a lot of ways of doing it.
Oh, that's easy. During year 2 of my fabulous adventure in celibacy in Avernus, I once got so
Empty blicky.
Pent up, I burnt down my field tent. Blamed it on an imp and never told a soul the truth. Beat that. We'll have to make some new secrets between us then. Oh, hey. Here comes our food.
If I remember correctly, everyone other than Tav has origin-specific dialogue there. Do that run in December called the Merry Critmas Run. I like it.
Hey, Hank. I think we ordered the worst guy I ever met. May we live every day like it's our last.
Wholesome. Big ladies, large women.
Because you never know when your last will come.
About her shooting her shot at the tiefling party for the first time. I can't run. Felt so bad for turning her down. Oh no. She's a good sport about it, at least.
The food and the company.
Big gay women? Hell yeah, Mick.
Whatever do you mean? We're just two normal people living normal lives. Very, very normally. I know I can't stay forever. Here. With you. In fact, I feel like I don't have long left at all.
Roblox currently my wife. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't say it right. My wife.
And the worst is yet to come.
That reference is too old.
Reason to feel terrified, hopeless, giving up. But to be here with you in the city I love, in this world that I love so much, it's all I could really ask for. You hear me? You're all I could ever ask for. I love you. And I know that whatever else this city will throw at us, we can handle it. Come on. There's something I want to show you upstairs.
Is it your model train collection?
The whole night. Hope.
Oh, no, it's your butthole. Okay. This is just like college.
I'm free from him. But you saved me back there.
Yeah, good job, Astari. Oh, I guess I should bring Gale to talk to Mishra or whatever. Don't let me forget to do that. These two don't actually have anything significant to say, so... At least Larry didn't add more. I think we should break up dialogues in there. There's still some bad dialogue in there, though, Nico.
Your company.
Dreamless sleep. Just told Lazel to go down the ladder. She jumped off the roof instead. Yep.
Did not go down well.
Right, yeah. Big lady has the shits. Some bad protein powder. It happens. These things happen. Rest again. Yeah, I don't really care about this instant hero. Who wants to talk to me? It's just those two, right? Maybe it's Gale. No? No? Okay, it actually just is those two. Put your shirt on.
I have no more secret. Your distrust of me, I studied you. You saw straight to the core. Sometimes, I felt almost like we were free. Did you like it? But since you are mine, and you would do well to
Yeah, I wanted to call him a freak this time, so I didn't turn him down respectfully. I turned him down forcefully. Alright, I do need mats for a spore grenade. Regore that. In doubt, quick attack of the Emperor.
Skeleton looks at you silently.
I run around too freely in this map, no, actually, Cordula won't show up. Because I kept Will in the pack. Yeah, never mind. Hey, Spores Jail, we're back. We're so back. Or is it so Jover? I lose track. You know what, actually? Bear with me 1 second. Oh look, Dareth sold me 5 haste spore grenades. That's crazy. Now I don't have to spam partial rest. Cloud Giant for this. I don't think I'm gonna Martial Exertion for Iron Throne. I think I do want a Bloodlust. I don't make good on that special discount she's lying about giving you. Listen, she gave me the special discount. It's just, it was a private arrangement. By that I mean we were arranging each other's privates. Private arrangement. I was like, how did I succeed hiding for a minute there? Wait, the Call of the Week extended that far? That's so funny, actually. So Arcane Archer can just yeet Call of the Week farther. Alright, see that bonus necrotic damage applying? This is why we're using makeshift bow here. I wanted to kill these wargs for the... Well, I have to go through here anyway, but I wanted to kill them right now for the mats for Elixir of Bloodlust. That's what we'll be using for Iron Throne. Yeah, I've never killed this guy and then talked to the Umberly people. Wonder how that works.
You spot a curious metal.
No, I just got turned around. I get confused sometimes. It's Elven Elegance. He got turned around too, ended up in the water. Oh, it's crazy how these things happen. Completely out of anyone's control.
Leave its master. A bloat. You, supplicant. What tribute do you bring? Your tribute is well received. A rusting pollutant that bleeds. Find the master of this.
Beastmaster's been dealt with. You're welcome.
May the sea.
You don't get a reward if you do it that way. That's funny. You don't get the cloak. Or not the cloak, the robe. So, live science. Not even the XP. Today I learned.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay, so Iron Throne. I guess I'll Connor stack. Why not?
That took the edge off.
It's also good to confirm that these things still work on new patches as they happen.
Softer than a whisper.
This medicatrix.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
This medicatrix.
Careful footwork.
This medicatrix.
An Iron Throne's full party is annoying. Don't want to think about it solo. Oh, I really enjoy it solo. I've done it on a single turn solo. Everyone saved all Gondians, Amelum, and Raven Guard. Not really going for that this time, but I do just like the novelty of zooming around. A docudrama entitled Piercing Shot and Other Common Arcane Archer W's. Hell yeah.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
This medicatrix.
Can't risk being in open view.
This medicatrix.
So what I'm doing here is I have the Haste Helm equipped. The Haste Helm gives you momentum at the start of combat. I'm using Connor to start a new combat, which gives me more momentum. The actual movement speed cap of momentum is 20 stacks, but the duration can keep going up past that if you keep stacking it past that. To my knowledge, Haste Helm is the only momentum item that bypasses the cap like this. The other ones just don't do this. Normally it's an actual cap of 5 stacks, but the benefit does work up to 20. Just did Hunter Thief to shoot 4 times around there, Misser. Put it in Arcane Archer, better way to shoot with a longbow 3 times.
It's been a long day.
Cat.
I need to rest soon.
This medicatrix. This medicatrix.
to. Cool. For Marina, that's I'm sure that's how Marina would want her husband to be used. Well, Marina isn't in a position to have opinions about anything right now. Tragically, Auntie Ethel got away with her after we took the deal to save her and get the hag hair. Auntie Ethel got away, and I somehow stumbled into an extra 21 XP. I don't know what happened.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Big lady going, it's been a long day. We haven't done anything yet. Alright, so after this, I summon Scratch. I could summon Scratch now, to be honest.
Blood comes easy these days. Best be on my way.
Did I forget to make enough flight potions?
Got a long road ahead.
Did. I'll have to use a flight scroll on Scratch. That's fine. I'm okay with that. See, they come in handy sometimes. This is all correct, gear-wise. We'll give him a jump potion, though. I could give Scratch Elven Elegance, that'd be really funny. Waste, but funny.
Let's get going.
Ace Wars. Terzul. Let's do this. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Me doing events in this order, I've already locked in my lines with Gortash, so we should hear Bay Knight go, "Intruders!" instead of Gortash. That's how we know that we're still on the right track.
You must act with haste. Duke Raven, be back.
Currently I have 220 meters of movement speed. Scratch dash. Scratch do some drugs. And he's gonna pop the haste spore grenade. Now Scratch gonna fly. What the dog doing? Flying. Russian, thank you.
Get me out of here! The leader! Free the others.
Pixel. I shouldn't chance an attack roll here, but I'm gonna. Or missed you step out because we kept Will in the pack. Mazor is here to help. Think I know how Iron Throne to be scored for rank run? Ooh, tell me more. Do I have all those boots on still? I think I do. Oh, I don't. No, I have boots of speed. Cool. Riven Guard Dimension Door me there. The fucking Gondians. Can you use these? You shouldn't need them, but I'm not gonna use them either, so. See 9 HP, nice.
Never a dull moment. Here we go again.
Accident.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
That's why I healed him. Action Surge, fighter position the haste on top. so that I can use it at the very start.
As much as I can, but hurry. We have little time.
Golem can act now. Really wish I had flight potions. Want him to come over here and Dimension Door Santoria.
No choice but to keep going.
So here's how I achieve that. There's a tadpole here if you ever care. I care, just not on this run.
Try me.
I have way more movement than Omelum does, so we'll use my movement to move him. Save Santoria. Fight where one object interaction rule does hurt a bit. Oh, are you including like levers for that? Yeah. I guess distance spell magic missile is cool for that kind of restriction. Hey, Cryptic. Romelum. Remember to take your squid for walkies regularly. It's important. Yeah, if I had a flight potion on Omelum, then I could get him into some situations where he could dimension door more people up, but not to bother with that right now. You'll be fine on your own, probably, but I'll move you anyway. Because since you're the only one in this section at this point, I can bring you here and then close the door. Now we have those, this section. Right, they're dead. You're free. You're free. Still my bonus action. Good jump. I haven't popped a Terrazol on my character yet either. I could potentially do that and start helping people along further, but I don't think I'm interested in that right now. I used my only Misty Step. I'm out of movement. That was the first turn. Scratch. Don't need anything else from you right now. Raven Guard. Stay safe. Melum already used Teleport to Submersible. Stay safe. Alright, that was turn 1. Rat basement, yeah, you can run in and out of that. Basically, anywhere where there's enemies right next to an area transition and you can win initiative, just walk into the area, it starts combat, walk out, and do it that way. The rats in the elf song are great for that. If you make, like, I don't know, the Death Knights permanently hostile, kill 2 of them, and kite one of them to the entrance to the Murder Tribunal and leave him there. You could maybe use that. Use one of the shards from the House of Grief. You know, you got options. So when you use the ladder to go up, your summons are teleported to you. That's another reason I put the haste spores there. So that allows me to get Scratch into the haste spores from where he was in Omelum's room. Spectator work? Yeah, if you set up the spectator somewhere. Exile? Yeah, it's a good call. I gotta go piss girl. I'll be right back. I've been hydrating today. I'm back. Alright, turn 2. Turn 2. We close the door over there, so those 3 are barricaded in. Don't have to worry about that wing. Make sure he had enough movement.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Can confirm they show up in Act 2. Thankfully, I took payment from travel chest funds. Nice. Did you have an option to, like, fight them in the camp, Chaotix? Want to verify for later testing purposes. Better not check. Kind of panic? No, that's okay. Big update almost wraps, possibly today. Tons of back-end and balance work. I got your back-end and balance work right here, Kermit Gabe. But most excited for the boss changes. Terra boss got a mild facelift, new ones. Mytholithic, true mid-end game. Both drop gear now too, so you know bring snacks in the plan. Looking forward to your brutally honest thoughts once, if, when throw down with them. Sounds great. Looking forward to it. Okay, bonus action dash there. I have the Boots of Speed equipped.
Think you can take me on?
Wasn't gonna guess a dip into rogues. I actually listen sometimes. No, that's a good question. Yeah, unfortunately the extension isn't working. That's the kind of thing that normally I'd be like, hey, the extension's great for stuff like this. And I hate that it's not working because it's so convenient. But yeah, feel free to ask. This will probably be something like a 3-turn. I've not gone particularly hard on my preparations. But as you can see, I resolved all the threats on the first turn. New subclasses which you enjoying the most? There's many that I haven't spent any time with, but I really love Arcane Archer a lot. I have to say. It's been very, very cool. I'm looking forward to Stars Druid. I have messed around with it a little bit in the stress test. Looking forward to playing that out further. Giant Barb is like... I think I like it. I'm enjoying the playthrough with it, but I still feel weird about extremely long rest limited, resource limited classes, and then also Elemental Cleaver is just kind of fucked up. Like, it feels way too strong. Kick's fun though. Hexblade's got a lot of cool tech. Unfortunately, Bladesinger appears to be mostly shit. I don't have much interest in Glamour Bard or Drunk Monk, but I'll play those. Oath of the Crown is comfortably stronger than the other Paladin subclasses, but unfortunately it is still a Paladin, so it's still the weakest class in the game. Death Cleric's awesome. Yeah, that's my current thoughts. For me, Giant Barb feels like Berserker, but a little better. It's Berserker, but better. It does have the kick and extra carry weight and Thaumaturgy for out of rage value. So there's that at least. But inside of rage, it is a massively stronger Berserker.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. I won't give in.
Brash will go lethargic next turn. That's fine. Make sure I don't block the ladder here. Second try my honor mode, died accidentally pissing off nearest posse, just did the same thing again, came in on top this time. Let's go, King of Adventure. That's progress. Figured out how to do early Hell Dusk like you did, doing a duo honor with Karlach, Drunk Monk, Giant Barb. That's awesome, Superior. Like, sounds fun. It was fun watching Arcane Archer. I'm glad, Lark. Bards, new Bardic Inspiration thing is really cool. Procs put on my tanks and hide while DPS do their trick. DPS for tanks, tanks, DPS. Yeah, the support focus thing is like Bards can already support well, and it's already a waste of their actions with all the cool stuff they can do, in my view. So, like, I'm meh on it, but that is just me. Alright, 256 meters of movement. Mantle Disappointment. After you said that, I was looking at it a bit, and Mantle is interesting because it allows you to use Command as not a spell. So you could, for example, spam your Mantle on Ethel or around things that have counterspell. That seems like an interesting use case for it.
Your soul is in good hands.
I contend the stronger Berserker. If you're saying Berserker is stronger, Cryptic, no. No, no, no. No, no. No, no. No, 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 no. 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 Not saying stronger, saying it's a better Berserker. Yeah, Giant Barb does literally everything Berserker could want to do better. Everything.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Completely different class? It's not. They're both subclasses of Barbarian that have features focused around getting bonuses to your ability to crowd control things and your throw damage while in rage. They're both behind the likes of Wild Heart and Wild Magic Barb in terms of outside of rage resources and subclass features. So they are directly comparable to each other, and Berserker is worse at the role. They are in the same niche. So like Berserker is Mindless Rage. Yeah, Panda, you're bringing up a good point of Mindless Rage. Immunity to fear while enraged. I usually go about getting that other ways, but if you aren't getting that other ways, then yeah, Mindless Rage is probably unironically the most desirable Berserker class feature. That's a good point to make. I agree with you there. Canceling once again in the target area? Yes. They're a little confused by the altitude here. Thoughts on taking Paladin to 11 for infinite smites? Effectively level up spell slots. Once you get the same amount of level 4 smites as, say, 10 bard, 2 Paladin. Paladin to 11 for infinite smites is not a thing at all, K-Man. I think you are misunderstanding how spell slot progression works. Paladin's a half caster. Paladins and Rangers get half the spell progression of full casters, which means they cap out at getting 3rd level spell casting. They never get 4th level spell slots. And Paladin has no way of recovering spell slots at all. If you add 2 levels of Sorcerer, that is how you get infinite spell slots. But that's not 11 levels of Paladin, and that is... 11, you always get 1d8 on every hit. That's not Divine Smite. And it's you get 1d8 radiant damage on your melee attacks. That's not only a shit bonus, but it's also something you can't opt out of that actively screws you over in Act 3. I know the name of the feature is quote-unquote Improved Divine Smite, but that's not a smite. It also has absolutely no interaction with your spell slots whatsoever. Spell slots were brought up, so I'm pointing out that they're different things. But yeah, that's bonus damage you can't turn off. That again only goes on your melee attacks. 1d8 bonus damage. For reference, rogues get sneak attack at level 1 and it matches weapon type, so you can make that up to 24 damage. But again, if you melee anything in the House of Hope, once you're level 11 pure class paladin, you're gonna have a bad time. If you melee Viconia, you're gonna have a bad time. If you melee 3 of the 4 guards upstairs in the House of Grief, you're gonna have a bad time. That is a feature that makes your character weaker. There's necklaces allow you to recover spell slots once per long rest. Yeah, there's one sold by Omelum, recovers up to a 3rd level spell slot. One held by the Warden recovers any spell slot of your choice once per long rest. Let's die on clerics, improve attack skill, divine strike, D8. Sneak attack need more levels in rogue to scale at all. Odd number rogue levels scale up your sneak attack. Ashen. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Each one will add an extra D6. Capping out at 6 D6 at level 11. And remember, it's dice, so if you crit, doubles up. Remember, it's a damage type, so you can apply vulnerability. That means sneak attack level 11 rogue can be up to 144 damage before accounting for whatever your weapon did. Maths I do very often. I kind of glaze rogue a lot. Vulnerability separate from crits? Yes. Played any full caster builds for solo honor? I've soloed the game as every class, Waffle House. Not every subclass yet, but yes. Playing a paladin for character roleplay reasons. Wouldn't do it again, even with multi-classing. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Chris. It's just... It's so restrictive in gameplay mechanics and roleplay mechanics that it just feels like there's huge chunks of the game you are not allowed to have favorable interaction with as the class. That's part of why I hate it. Like, you have no range support at all, you have no action economy support, you have almost no mobility options, you have almost no AoE options, you're locked out of most dialogue options, you're locked out of a lot of cool XP tricks and efficient pass-through quests, and your radiant damage actively fucks you over in the late game. It's like... And you're long resting all the time. Just, where's the upsides? Alright, everybody's safe. Raven Guard and Melon are up there. Saved everyone. Thanks, Insight. Back to Theorycraft, and it is. Hey, that's the process. Sorry to shoot it down for you, Caveman. Ladies thinking of multi-classing Barb and Drunken Monk for RP reasons, Drunken Brawl and Sea Captain, any advice for build order leveling? That's like I think of starting 4 Monk to get Tavern Brawler abuse. I think it'd be pretty cool to start Barbarian for the first level, then take your Monk level, and then go back to leveling as Barbarian until you get Tavern Brawler, and then extra attack, and then you start assessing. That means you get your extra attack, your kick at level 5, but it means you have your martial arts die and your martial arts bonus action attack the entire game from level 2. So she'll always have the option to punch and then bonus action kick, even before she gets extra attack, which will still be good even before you get Tavern Brawler. And then that means Tavern Brawler at character level 5. That means extra attack at character level 6. And then you got Best of Both Worlds from there.
Duke Ravengard approaches you.
I hit hard, spell slots simply don't keep up with the longer fights. Yeah, that's the thing, Chris. You're hitting hard because of the preparations you made on your character outside of Paladin. Smite itself, actually not even, especially when you compare it to other things in terms of damage increases in the game, not even relevant, not even noteworthy. Like, you are underselling whatever you did and overselling whatever the class did.
You no less than our undying gratitude.
I love how there's an attack button here.
Gods, we made it. We actually made it.
You'll be free in a blink.
Curse of Strahd in 30 minutes. Ooh, have fun, Cryptic. Join the RP of Goody Two Shoes Paladin, Lathander Cleric. Current plans go 11 Paladin, 1 Cleric. Hey, if you're RPing, do it.
They have no reason to have gone.
Or test the attack button there? I haven't. I gotta do it one day. I have not tested it there. Heck, you know you wanna? I do wanna Optimist Deception. I really do. One playthrough I'll do it. It won't be this one, though. Hey, maybe, I want to do another Evil Will run at some point and, like, actually finish it this time. Maybe I'd save Raven Guard just so I can take him out myself on that run.
Can't slow down. No time to rest.
The bay is tainted with black blood. Did you do this? So, but with the...
Oh, I get the robe and the XP now. Interesting. Not part of the quest. Cool. Elderly people only spawn if you went to the funeral before coming here. I think they always show up. But I don't actually remember. Don't remember the last time I didn't go and talk to them. I did it in a different order this time, so I got the rope just now instead of earlier. But, yeah. Let's go Wave Mother's here. Walking Fortress there. This feels like a Helldusk use case. That's me and I'm cucumbered. Should maybe consider Saravok's Helm. Actually, that is a better play. Saravok's Helm, Adamantine. So they can't cast Phantasmal Killer on me. Helldusk, so I can't be moved. A free action. Will Patricide run. Hey, Mustard. Hey, Roxy. Yeah, she only shows up to actually speak to them. Thank you for confirming. Thought someone was planning a click attack the worst possible time run. Don't remember who it was. I was considering the idea. I was trying to level as Pure Paladin in my run. I'm at level 11, and Tav runs that seems longer Act 3 fights, so I'm trying 6 Paladin and 6 Cleric. Might give 9 Paladin, 3 Fighter a try. So, like, the thing with Paladin heavy builds is you are getting very few spell slots to actually fuel your smites. You're getting very few features. And your power curve is like super delayed in general. This is part of why the Swords Bard Paladin setup is so popular, because it does minimize those issues. You are effectively playing as a bard who slightly nerfed themselves to take smites. If you went Paladin and then into Swords Bard, well, you are a Swords Bard that has picked up extra gear proficiencies. And you could argue that that ends up making your character stronger overall. You're giving up your level 11 spell picks, and you're giving up your final feat in exchange for heavy armor proficiency, martial weapon proficiency, shield proficiency, all that stuff. You could make a pretty good argument for that being overall a much better version of Paladin because you minimize Paladin. But that tends to be the vibe, right? You take 2 levels of Paladin to pick up your smites, and then you spend your other 10 levels actually building your character. Any investment other than that, you're either looking for a very specific Paladin tech, or you are doing it just for the sake of doing it, whether that's RP or just wanting to be more pure class. As of patch 8, Oath of the Crown has Spirit Guardians at level 9, which is very good. Now, it's still the least effective way of getting Spirit Guardians because clerics get it at 5, lore bards can get it at 6, and all bards can get it at 10. But if you are going to play a pure class paladin, I would say that Oath of the Crown is going to be the most desirable way to do that most of the time. Yeah, you were going Crown for Spirit Guardians. Mm-hmm. All bards can get it, it's true. Hey, Revan. Debating between doing 2 stars for a 10 cleric or 10 sorcerer. I feel like Unbreakable Spirit Guardians has to be near the top of the list of cool stuff. Also makes me like 10 lore bard. Sorcerer just makes me think a lot of goofy stuff you can do plus con proficiency. Yeah, so con proficiency will matter a lot less with dragon form if you're going dragon form. I like the idea of lore bard because you get a pretty crazy spell list. You could pick up Hex, you could pick up Spirit Guardians, you could pick up Hunger of Hadar, all sorts of wonky stuff that having Unbreakable concentration on could be quite cool. Oath of the Crown is nice for Righteous Clarity feature level 1. Yeah, the channel Oath features of Oath of the Crown are unironically good. Like, unlike with many of the other subclasses, the channel Oath stuff is legitimately good on Oath of the Crown. The problem with that lies in that it's so easy to break Crown. Like, they somehow made an Oath more fragile than Ancients and Devotion. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. Especially in Act 3, yeah. Hey, V. Ridley, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Very kind. Hope you continue to enjoy all the perks and stuff.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Spending a feat on Warcaster might be better than Sorcerer levels. I don't recommend that ever, really, Rando. Because feat, the opportunity cost of a feat, Warcaster is not worth that. If you're after con save advantage, remember there is a ton of pieces of gear that give you that. Just in the first 2 acts alone, you have Minthara's light armor, then you have 3 different chest armors, 2 sold by Tally, 1 just sitting there in the Gauntlet of Shar, another potential chest armor if Dame Aelin is killed, and then in Act 3, there's also Amulet of Greater Health to shore up your constitution, and then you have 2 different helmets that give con save advantage. I cannot really recommend Warcaster for anything other than picking up Shock and Grasp on Opportunity Attack on Storm Sorcerer. It's not very efficient. But then also, gotta keep in mind, if the build is going Stars Druid using Dragon Form to effectively give yourself reliable talent on concentration saves, you don't need to have anything else to protect your concentration, much less spending a feat. In Disabled news, I got a CPAP paid for by my insurance, which is exciting. That's extremely exciting. That's awesome news, JD. I do Giant Barb, I'm thinking 6 Barb, 3 4 Elements Monk, 3 Thief, Fangs, and Elemental Cleaver, Punch and Kick bonus. Ugh. That's gross. Do it. I like it. Cooking as usual. That's fair. Mostly just a Sorcerer hater. Understandable. What do you say about protecting concentration? So, a feature that Circle of Stars Druid gets as part of their dragon form. So they have an alternate use for wild shape charges. They can turn into either chalice form, dragon form, or archer form. Dragon form, just as a part of what it does, is you roll a minimum of 10 on concentration. Just minimum. That's it. It's just a feature you have. So, concentration saves are either DC 10, or if you take too much damage on the hit, it can be slightly higher than that. But you would have to, like, nearly die from a hit to roll a number that you wouldn't be able to clear with decent saving throw bonuses, plus having dragon form. So, like, you actually don't need to have anything else to support your concentration except for, like, maybe not having negative constitution. You take over 20 damage to even be threatened, right? And that is over 20 damage, assuming you have no other bonuses at all. If you're wearing Cloak of Protection, well, there you go, that's +1. If you're wearing Ring of Protection, it's another +1. Double Baldurin, it's +1. I'm debating how I want to handle this. I think I will Drake Throat here. Who did I send that to? Oh, I can't pull it from companion inventories right now. Stupid Iron Throne bug. Is mod or no? No mods. Starsword Wild Shape a free action or bonus? Bonus. Ethel's task is +2. Yeah, if you're not wearing any armor, that'll be +2. Mm-hmm. How many spells or situation will become staples in Dragon Form? Grant Flight, Expeditious Retreat, Haste. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking I'll be doing Retaliation build. I'll be concentrating on Hex, and I won't lose it from people hitting me. Haste in particular is super interesting because the main downside of the haste spell is what happens if your concentration ends. But that's no longer an issue with Starry Form Dragon. You just haste on yourself and, like, what are they gonna do? Robe of Supreme Defense is incredible. Yep. And remember, Amulet of Greater Health sets your con to a +6 modifier. And it also increases your HP so much that the DC is still going to be quite low, even if you do take meaningful damage. Get Paladin through level 6 for Aura of Protection. I'm not worried about making saving throws, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the thing with Aura of Protection is your Charisma, let's say you have 16 Charisma. That's a +3 bonus. That's not nothing, but it's in a tiny radius, and also I consider that very negligible compared to a lot of other things you could be doing. If you're prioritizing saving throws, there are worse options to go about it, and if you're for some reason going super duper all in on Charisma, like let's say you have 22 or something, then it can start to be an impactful amount. Starform also counts for Armor of Landfall. Confirmed or speculated? Because if it definitely counts for Armor of Landfall, that's really cool. I know it counts for Mutilated Carapace. I did test it for that. I didn't test Armor of Landfall. I started the tank and Wall of Fire BS. Come hit me, it'll be fine. That's cool. According to the wiki, I would still maybe want to confirm that, but that's cool. Yeah. Is prioritizing in for Arcane Archer worth it or not needed? Not needed. I have 14. You can go 8 and be perfectly fine, especially if you're doing piercing shot spam. Look at this. No, not done. Okay, now we're good. Plan on getting it online before level 12? What do you mean? Rush? The Pivotal Stars Druid features come online at level 2. That was just a fun resource dump. Not how I plan on actually doing fights, but I just want to do that. Oh, talking about using 10 Evo? Yeah, you just use other things until that point. This armor just healed. How does it give temp HP? So, Armor of Landfall gives you temp HP when you wild shape, and while you have that temp HP, you have some extra damage reduction.
I need to rest soon.
That's what I'm asking about. Right. I understand now. Apologies. Yeah, Armor of Moon Basking. Right. No, we confuse it the same way, Revan. Yeah. Landfall is the plant growth one. Moon Basking is the wild shape one. And then Spore Keeper is the one the Mysticarian has. Any recommendations? Heavy armor, it's not Helldusk, so this is variations with my go-to. Armor Persistence, Emblazoned Plate of the Marshal, that's Duke Ravenguard's armor, so you do have to kill him for it, but it's an option. Just Adamantine Splint is always good. Kethric's armor, Reaper's Embrace, is good as long as you mitigate the dex save disadvantage. Those are my go-tos usually. Dude's not a ballist, but yeah, the dude in the sewers, Undercity Ruins. What if I actually just say, I don't care about fear stuff? Do Spirit Beef thing. Kind of interested in that idea. Have anything attractive for Mystic Scoundrel use on Bay Knights? Not particularly. Do have Peg Scrolls. What does level 5 starter look like in my head? In my head? For what I'm gonna do? Probably 4 Druid, 1 Warlock at that point.
Alright. Time to skulk about. Wonder what's past this.
Why is Makeshift Bow so much stronger than other ranged weapons? Because the effect of the Makeshift Bow is that it has that built-in necrotic damage. don't have the strength to move them manually anymore, but that's okay. Got this. Hop over here.
That was close. Phew. Another one down.
Let him live a turn. Arcane Archer. So remember when I wasn't shutting up about piercing shot? This piercing shot, baby. Booming Blade is great synergy with retaliation. I like the idea. Average fighter turn. Casting Cloud Kill, losing concentration on it, being able to relocate the cloud any way intended. I'm not a dev, I couldn't tell you, but it's a very useful attribute of Cloud Kill.
Moving in. I'll take that.
And I want to point out that the resources I spent, I used my Action Surge, and I used 3 of my 10 Arcane Arrows. I still have 7 more piercing shots in the tank before I have to short rest. Rush on short rest? Yes. Short rest. Another advantage on con item. Such a shame there's Cloud Guild, no protection from poison. There is protection from poison. Elixir of Poison Resistance. You drink this, you are immune to Cloud Kill. Or you could be a level 10 monk, pure class. Or you could be a... What level did the land druids get theirs? Is that 7 or 10? Land druids get it too. 10? Yeah. 10 monk or land druid. Or hero's feast. Or poison resist elixir. So monks, clerics, druids. Or anyone with a little bit of extra disposable. Much obliged, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about the Watcher crossbow. Do I maybe use that this run? It's not much to use it on at this point, but it's an intriguing idea. Not a big fan of long rest dependent classes, can be fun, also mostly annoying if long resting doesn't really cost you anything, save for supplies, easy to find those. Yeah, it's just, even if you are not playing in a way where you're prioritizing buffs, even if you don't actually mind the process of long resting, it's just very frequent just breaks in the momentum. Like, imagine you're going through a quest chain like this, and you're trying to like roleplay, play it organically, where you would, logically speaking, if you do the Iron Throne, you're going to the Steelwatch Foundry right after, and then you could make the narrative argument that, okay, well, Gortash is pissed, so we got to deal with him now too. You are not going to be able to deal with the Iron Throne, the Steelwatch Foundry, and Gortash, the entirety of Worm's Rock. You're not going to be able to do that without taking long rests on some classes, unless you are doing things like chugging long rest potions, stopping, just making a quick stop in hell to use the bathwater. I just don't like that. It's not for me. For some players, it's fine. For me, it's not. I don't like long resting. Right, +2, heavy crossbow. We do get a cast of Lightning Arrow once per long rest, which is a very, very strong spell. Reposition Malefactor, I don't see myself using, but it could be funny. With Aura of Murder, this could come out to more damage. Yeah, let's use it. Just because the style. I mean, everyone takes a quick pit stop in hell every now and again. You know, fair point. What do you think Raphael sells his bathwater for? Not enough. That shit is potent. So potent you could call it Wargaz water. I'm almost wondering if I Reviving Hands instead. Play defensively for this one. I do still have Universal Res, though. I'll just pre-pop a Universal Res, then it'll be fine. Valor Loose Shriek is an interesting idea for this over Spear of Evening, actually. I kind of like that. Yeah, that's a cool idea. The Raphael's bathwater technically hosts bathwater? Ooh, that's a good question. What are the ethics of bathwater ownership? If Raphael's technically a squatter, I think it would be Hope's bathwater. That rhymed. Mess around with respecking an old save in Act 3. Notice for a Necromancer, there are no bodies to resurrect. Kill all the guards before they disappear. There's infinite refugees. Squishmaster Flex. You can keep killing unnamed refugees. Also, there's a couple spots where you can still keep those fist spawns going. And corpses are repaired by region traveling. So, like, if you animate dead from a corpse, region travel, then region travel back, the corpse is intact again. Law students enter the chat. Didn't get to see the early game of this build. You just use Titan String early game. I effectively never use Titan String. Shack Attack. We're in an ad break right now, so I'll go over Piercing Shot in 50 seconds. Which ranger multi-class for 5 levels do you think has the most impact? Depends on what you're doing, but Hunter. Dishonest bow. Like, there is no best, but like, it's Hunter. But there's no best, but it's Hunter. Um, 10 seconds. Apologies for the ads. I do run the minimum. Ad blockers are perfectly ethical if you're ever on the fence about that. Wink, wink. Better hunting styles for Hunter. Haven't tried Hordebreaker. I'm a huge fan of Hordebreaker. Think of it this way. With Hordebreaker, you attack someone, and then everyone in an AoE has a tag on them. That means that you can then use a follow-up attack for free. So instead of 2 attacks, you attacked 1. You can't send them at the same person. But, for example, if you initiated a fight with Elixir of Bloodlust on, and you Hordebreaker to start, and you killed someone, and then the ones around that turn and aggro immediately. Well, you're still going into the fight with your full actions, because you got one back before the combat started with Bloodlust. but you already Hordebreaker tagged. So then you could do the Hordebreaker follow-up that you have banged from the previous like round. And then you still have your extra attack on that action. But then you still have Hordebreaker for this round. So you could Hordebreaker again. Then you could Hordebreaker follow-up. And if any of those shots killed someone, you got another action for another shot. Hordebreaker action economy is crazy. It's so good. I've heard you mention retaliation builds a few times. Discuss some of what you've done to make retaliation build. Sure. Can we put a pin in that for 2 minutes while I go over the Arcane Archer stuff? Remind me, like 2 minutes, blue collar, if you wouldn't mind. But yeah, for Shack Attack's benefit, I didn't use Titan String much on this run. I have it, but as you can see, I'm not even keeping it on my character, because the way the damage works on this shot here, the one that I was spamming in that fight, Piercing Arrow, it's not an attack. It's a... think of it more like a spell, but it's an AoE that I'm doing that uses my weapon's card damage stuff. So there's certain kinds of bonuses that don't apply. For example, Gloves of Archery. That damage bonus does not apply. It's not factored in on the card. It doesn't apply. Titan String Bow's damage bonus does not apply. Strange Conduit Ring does not apply. So it depends on what the bonus is, but certain things apply, certain things don't. So I'm more looking for weapons that have effects that do apply, or damage die that end up being favorable. Heavy Crossbows are a D10 for their damage die, so they have a bit more. Also, this one in particular is a +2, so it's got that raw damage on it as well. The makeshift bow that I was using in that previous fight, this has that built-in extra D10 of necrotic, so that is going to apply on the piercing arrow. So I get all that necrotic damage on these AoEs, right? My Helldust gloves are applying, so that's where the fire damage comes from. So the kinds of weapons you want to use when doing Piercing Arrow are different from the kinds of weapons you'd want to use when you're focusing on attack roll-based things. Also, we're glazing, currently fall in love with Arcane Trickster, having Invis Hand always threaten for your sneak attacks. Just beginning why that subclass feels so nice. Yeah, it's a really useful trick. Kind of addicted to Rangers, so many different styles of play to have with it, especially Beastmasters. Yeah, Squishmaster. Thanks for the info, didn't know that. Yeah, it's really cool. Happy to explain that. But back to Blue Collar Nerd's question, retaliation builds. So basically what you can do is you can make enemies do hundreds of damage to themselves by attacking you if you build for it. There's a bunch of retaliation effects in the game. Now, most of them are conditional upon being hit with a certain kind of attack, like Armor of Agathis, for example. Everyone knows about this one. Cold damage when someone hits you. Well, that's melee attacks. Fire Shield, same deal. But you can have a bunch of these active at once, and they're all individual instances of damage, and they all get their own damage formulas, and you can apply a lot of interesting effects to them. And when you run around with a bunch of those effects active at once, like let's say you have an upcast of Armor of Agathis, so it does 30 cold damage when someone hits you. Well, if you throw a water bottle at someone, then force an opportunity attack to make them hit you, they're taking 60 cold damage before other bonuses. They're just hitting themselves for 60 by trying to hit you. You spent no actions for that, you just spent a little bit of movement, sometimes, to force them to opportunity attack. So it's very action economy efficient, very good, and you can take it way, way farther than that. You could do Armor of Agathis, Fire Shield, Flesh Melter Cloak, Iron Vine Shield, Bone Spike Garb. You can have all 5 of those active at once in a variety of different retaliation builds, and each individual one would benefit from something like Callous Glow, so 5 times. Lightning Charges, 5 times. Boots of Psionic Movement, 5 times. Hex, 5 times. So it's a lot of, hey, I'm going to grab a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. I'm going to ensure that I can survive enemies hitting me and that I don't lose my temp HP for Armor of Agathis too quickly, but I want them to still successfully do some damage. I'm going to ensure that I have enough movement to actually go around and provoke these opportunity attacks, and I'm going to ensure that my armor class is as low as possible so that enemies will consistently hit me with those opportunity attacks. My next run is going to be a retaliation build, so you'll be able to see some of that live. If I stop dragging my feet and yapping, we start that today. It's only been 5 hours. I think I do want my action surge for this fight we're about to do. With 3 long rest potions left. No short rest. I'll use the long rest one. TM'd earlier, not urgent. Oh, I'll check now. Chat, yeah, but not even the halfway point. Alright, so the Gondians are rebelling down there. I'm not gonna be able to get a surprise round. Not particularly tanky right now. I do have Resonance Stone on me, so Phantasmal Killer's a concern, so we are going to Protection from Evil and Good, so they won't target me with that. I'm very tempted to go Oil of Combustion, but that's not really conducive to Gondians surviving, and I guess I'll try to save them or whatever. So we'll do Oil of Sharpness. Universal Res. Dash, dash, dash. Disengage. Freak. Dash. Disengage. Now we go.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Let's get this guy out of harm's way. There's 2 barrels here that I could use to my advantage. I'm going to. Move this one out of harm's way too. Black hole these 2 groups together. Arch.
Easy.
Stunned. There are no attacks of opportunity being made because I clicked disengage before the combat started. Action surge. Throw a haste spore grenade.
Activation sequence activated.
Good on Terra's old timer too. That one. Whoops, my bad, Gandhi and friend. Alright, that's everyone dealt with except for that Watcher, which probably fuck up Grindo here, but you know, that ain't my problem. Able to negate the disadvantage on mental saving throws with Resonance Stone? Yeah, if I have a source of advantage. For the high ground. Nice. Smart. Lightning bolt. Alright, I have 3 actions. Did I forget my flash blinders on Karlach? Totally did. Awkward. Big suck ball? Yeah. Black hole. Forgot to turn sharpshooter on for that one. Oopsie. That's okay. We landed it. Do I have my construct slaying arrows on me? You. Critical miss. Classic. I don't think this will work, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Nice. Done that sooner. You just need to not teleport in. Gondians. Hey, Viper. Curving shot will still trigger if you roll something that would miss, even if you're doing a forced crit. That's interesting. I gotta test to see how that interacts more. You ate at the end there. Terrazul. The drugs in Act 3. gives you a haste effect that works alongside other haste effects, but you're on a lethargic timer like you are with normal speed pots, except it's 2 turns instead of 3. So, I applied another one so that it would immediately make me lethargic, but then refresh the timer so that I wouldn't lose my next turn. You can do the same thing with speed pots, 4 speed pots, but looping both of them at the same time is very difficult. But I only need to loop 1.
The inscription reads, "Fresh supplies for the Steel Watch, courtesy of Necromancer Balthazar."
So the Archon goes well. We dealt with Raphael in 4 turns. Dealt with Answer. He never damaged us. What else did we do today, chat? Mysticarian. A bunch of stuff. Oh, I forgot to get Marco Heschker. I was supposed to. Whoopsie. Let's go Ring of Feywild Sparks here. Spear of Evening. Set icon on your toolbar between bonus action melee attack protection from even good scroll. Rays of Fire from the Helldust Gloves. Iron Throne. We did Iron Throne. Thanks, Chris. Alright, Scratch, buddy. I need your assistance. I could use a mage hand, but... Thanks, Scratch. Good boy. Alrighty, darkness arrows on my bar. Whoopsie. Stack acuity on these brain jars. Okay, bye.
Rossiter awaits your This will destroy the Foundry, wiping it from the face of...
What? I reduced its int to 0. Absorb intellect. So, things in this game die. If you... Well, they're supposed to. If you reduce any of their stats to 0. Steel Watchers have very low intelligence. I use the Tadpole power that reduces intelligence each turn. I used that on it. Waited 3 turns. It died. That question is Merkel able to be silenced? Wondering if I can lock him down Sard using Suso Dagger, disarming Swashbuckler. You can silence Merkel, but it doesn't do anything. Well, it might stop Finger of Death. I don't know if Finger of Death has a vocal component or not. Correct me on that, anyone who knows. But like his Scythe Swing is not a spell. His Gaze of the Dead is not a spell. His Call of the Damned is not a spell. So Silence Him doesn't achieve anything.
Enough, Walbrin.
Boss is a hidden pack in Merkle.
Enslaved us, forced us to build his steel watches, but no more. Take the city. Let the Iron Hands reign supreme.
I still want to believe you're better than that, Wolverine.
You know, like Side of Arcus or whatever.
The gun. It is. When we.
Okay, but hang on.
What's up for discussion?
You murdered someone in view of a
No, I
guard.
didn't.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, you're under arrest.
Also, Barkus can arrest you? That's adorable.
You're free to go.
Well, here we are. A most unexpected outcome. I don't.
I never spoke to Xander Tubin. So I guess maybe I don't have Gondian allies. Let's see. Oh. They're still there in the log. Okay. Cool. Also, I do still have combat music. Due to Barkus, I threw Wolbrin in the water in front of him. Scene or replacement scene still happening for Merc Wolbrin. You just don't get the conversation. You can still blow up the Foundry, you just need Tubin. Or information from Tubin. We got this. I need to test out this bow. See how some of the stuff on it applies. If it applies favorably, I should say. Oh yeah, I haven't brought you here at her house. Where can I do some tests? Wallace in the park? I don't think I fought them. Let's go do that.
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Baldur.
Over preparing for the fight? No, you're not over preparing for Merkle. Considering everything that he's capable of and trying to come up with counters ahead of time, that's preparing correctly. You're doing nothing wrong, Swishmaster.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Going into this with only 2 arcane arrows, but meh.
This figure's hiding. Might be true.
I prefer to open her here. Yeah, I think I just Mind Blast. Okay. Let's see. You would not live. You would. Let's go over here and try this. The Radiant does apply. It's only D4, but that's something. Doesn't appear that the chance of fear, or the chance of guiding bolt, rather, is applicable here. That's a shame, but not unexpected. I've noticed before, do you just do all content possible in your honor mode runs? Sometimes, not all the time. Depends on what I'm feeling like.
Never wanted the easy path.
Quick! Must be quick! This.
Isn't a piercing shot of normal attack targeting single enemy? Yes, piercing shot is not an attack, it can't miss. Can't crit, but it can't miss. See, 90% disadvantage. Whereas that just hits. Thanks, you're welcome. It's not an attack. Yeah. It says Dex save, action. See, this says strength save, attack roll. It says Dex save. It does not say attack roll. It's not an attack roll. That's why it's been so effective. They can't do anything about it. People looked at that and said bad class. Well, that's the thing, Soy Sauce. They didn't look at it at all. They just decided bad class off of, I don't know, vibes, random people on the internet saying bad class, not substantiating it at all. This class is fucked up. Oh hey, we hit level 13 XP. Nice. Alright, prepping for Gortash. Gortash a makeshift bow situation? I think he is. I do want to do some Hellfire Engine crossbow stuff though, so we'll do some of that. I suppose when in doubt, it's Alice Glow, Narolna, its movement speed, etc. I feel like Helldust, but I think Boots of Persistence for Longstrider make more sense right now. I'm gonna go buy a short rest potion for Lucretius. I think people saying Hexblade is a bad class. Yeah, it's just it's not having a connection to reality. It's not based off anything actually in the game. Made Gale and Arcane Archer just because, and it's fun. Ooh, that's fun flavor-wise. I like that, Alcatrix. That's cool. Wonder how anyone call any flavor fighter bad class, no subclass features, fighter still a house. Yeah, like even Battlemaster, the shit fighter subclass. At the end of the day, it's still a fighter. Still crazy. A fighter is just that good. As you can see, I still have the rune powder bomb. You don't actually use it when you use it, so yeah, you can just blow up the foundry with it and then sell it to someone.
Very well.
Your tum. Yes, I has lots of stuff just for you.
And Boris, put some sensuality into those lovely hip bones. I know you have it in you.
Pop review my bestie. My first honor run I completed, I threw the rune powder bomb at the brain and won. I imagine a lot of people have done that. Switching a little computer for the day. I'll still be lurking though. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks for fun discussion. Hey, thanks for hanging out, K-Man. Appreciate you. I should go get Raptor. I kept forgetting.
In it. Can't keep me out. Don't want to draw any attention.
If you're precise here. I don't think I got it.
What are you? Jara, what?
Your head.
Depending on where the sight cones are and how precise you are, you can trigger the cutscene and then hide, so that when the cutscene ends, you don't get immediately put into combat and you get a surprise round in the Mind Flayer.
Hells, but no tale did justice to its.
The woman's senses are heightened.
Detected horny woman. We can get the buff.
But perhaps there are. Close your eyes. You see, you have one word. You open up and you.
What if Rune Powder Bomb be effective with Orin? Not even a little bit. This is a good discussion topic here. Let me pull this up. So I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound crazy, but I'm gonna need you to let me cook. Rune Powder is bad. We'll pull it up on screen. Alright. Rune Powder Bomb. 10d8 plus 40. So that's a range of 50 to 120. DC 12, Dex saving throw to half. Orin is a rogue. Orin has evasion. So, if she saves, she takes 0. If she doesn't save, she takes half. So that means, at most, you are doing 60 damage. At most, to Orin. 60. Which is, for Act 3, not good for the amount of effort you're putting in to do that. There are many, many, many better ways to do damage. Also, remember, that is at most 60 damage. Rune Powder goes, I'm rich. Yeah, it's true. Hey, Mark. You're rolling a lot of different die here. So if you're rolling average, well, you are suddenly down in the territory of you could have clicked a cantrip for more damage. And not a cantrip build with investment, which can get into the hundreds of damage. I mean, just like any negligible cantrip you've never really thought about using on a caster, and you could do more. Yeah, Orin has 22 dex and evasion. Also, if you're trying to save whoever is there that she abducted, guess what? They're gonna die to the bomb. If you're trying to do the dirge duel, the blast radius of the bomb is going to be big enough that it's going to hit people outside of the duel and pull the entire temple into the fight. And will also lock you into subpar dialogue choices. Yeah, this is also assuming you've gotten through Unstoppable as well. Good point, Rando. So, like, what is this good against? You might think, but Quag, you could use it on other things in Act 3. So Steel Watchers have 20 dexterity and advantage on dex saves, and they have enough HP that even if they didn't, a max roll of the smoke powder, of the rune powder, still won't kill them. It still won't. Alright, how about Gortash? Well, he's got 20 dex, enough HP that still won't kill him. Transformed Gortash, after he invokes the Black Hand, is immune to force damage. Raphael, well, this does, at best, a sixth of his HP. Raphael, with the Pillars active, has, I believe, 27 dexterity. Rune Powder isn't good. It just isn't. It's narrative over gameplay impact. Hey, Kat, how you doing? You feeling better? You were ill. I hope you're on the mend. Noticing the big pattern, all bosses have, big bosses have 20 plus dex. A lot of them do. Either enough dex or enough HP that rune powder is not going to be relevant. No, unfortunately, still sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Something else out of my collection. You stuff barrels and backpacks. You can. Gay pirate swashbuckler died and now reincarnated as gay pirate Astarian swashbuckler. Yeah, from living gay pirate to dead gay pirate. I guess undead gay pirate. Either way, the gay pirate part continues. That's what's important. Probably use it for barrelmancy along with 15 other barrels. But if you're doing barrelmancy, like, you could just use the fireworks in the lower city that are cheap and light, and then sell the rune powder barrel to fund something actually relevant. Like, if you're going to do barrelmancy, may as well do it effectively. You know? The fireworks that the Slayer can spit, yeah. I left this door closed for once. Good job, past me.
Breathe deep and move.
Okay, hard fight.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Gotta be toxic with it sometimes.
Should mind my step. I don't need any attention right now.
lot of damage? Yeah. Archer builds. Very strong. This is without me using my subclass features, because I'm trying to save them for more significant fights. I guess I'll use a little bit of my subclass stuff here. Just as a treat. You are small. Have you done a no subclass run? No, I was thinking about it. Well, I mean, technically, I guess I have my level 1 monk. Monks don't get their subclass to level 3, so I guess that. But I was thinking about doing, like, with a mod to not have a subclass. That kind of run. Be mildly interesting. There's ways to achieve it, though. Just play a Battle Master and never use superiority die. That's how you do it for fighter. Depending on the class, the method's different, but... So I could bring Floric with me to fight Vanites. I don't really feel like it. Switch back to makeshift bow here. Helldusk won't really cut it. Though it is spell save DC. Going DJ Gauntlets. Band of the Mystic Scoundrel. Stick with Boots of Persistence. Kind of like Walking Fortress for this, but we'll do Dollar Mars. And I guess that means Vicious Shortbow, but Makeshift Bow for Piercing Shot. I can make a case for Shadow Cloak Ring. I'm careful here. Plus 12. That is not enough to guarantee I outspeed Gortash. So maybe I should actually start with Sentinel Shield. Oh, I don't have it on me. Oh well. Maybe he outspeeds me, maybe he doesn't. Got Moonrise, Act 2 Solo Honors, Axe Blade, went to the prison, Smiter's got me, thought I was dead, said I was captured, 1 HP left. Did that happen to anyone before? Yes, if you are taken down in the course of doing what the game considers to be committing a crime, and you're taken out by someone who has the ability to arrest you. So, so guards and a lot of other NPCs you wouldn't expect, then they'll put you in jail instead. This could even happen, in the House of Grief, for example. If you go in there, and they're not permanently hostile, they're just neutral, and you attack them, and you lose, sometimes they'll just put you in jail instead. It depends on what you're fighting. Now that can happen with, depending on what you do, the goblins in the goblin camp can arrest you like that. Most Flaming Fists can arrest you like that. But it's not a sure thing. Keep that in mind.
key. Can't risk being in open view.
Saved, which is fine. Still has this shell of resistance temporarily, but instead of throwing this, put it down here. Put one of these. What will we do with Crush at? Depends on the run. I genuinely consider it harder than a lot of Act 2, so often I'll do it later. Haven't used Luck of the Far Realms yet. Down to do that now. I just love that they individually say, and then the combat log populates like that. So fucking cool. So yeah, super Gort. Scary. Look at that. Dex save proficiency. 20 dex, only 19 because I've drained it. Bro's got 357 HP. Force, fire, thunder immunity. Oh, Mystic Scoundrel stopped me from actually doing what I want to do here. Awkward. That's okay. That gives me time. Rude bomb. Oh, there's the pixel. An action, I still action surge. I could take out both of them if I... Careful? I don't really feel like being careful. I'll do it anyway. Let's go about here. Which HP does non-transform Wrath have? 666. Critical miss. It's incredibly rude. Six counter will prevent using an action to cast relevant spells to proc its effect. Yes. Kind of like how War Priest charges are very disruptive. They changed... It's a cost conversion, so you can't do it the old way even if you wanted to. Saw a bonker strat yesterday of Gale telekinesing Gortash and Bell in the other room. Yeah, Kaylee developed that strat for her no-hit run. Very cool stuff. Slam him into the bell until he dies from fall damage. Without acuity. Turn off sharpshooter here. Make sure this hits. Turn it back on. Oh, ran out of humanoid slang. That's tragic. Beguiling it is. Guess I'll made her. Bye. Yeah, Mystic Scoundrel played absolutely no role other than making this fight a little bit harder for me. But oh well, it'd be like that sometimes. Turn off sharpshooter again. Make sure we hit. Don't have any Terrazul. Can't end it this turn because I forgot to get more Terrazul, but that's okay. We'll just zoom over here. I'm in no rush. Actually, break the Twitch integration? Yes. Gonna end your turn next to 2 bombs? That's a choice. Why did he not use a legendary action? Because he was paralyzed? I could be efficient, but I could also be funny. Yeah, I didn't get XP because I didn't get credit for that kill. Not like I need it, but... Good fight, I guess.
The Netherstone's the throne.
Beneath the city.
Notice he had a dagger. Huh. Never thought about it.
Have to keep going.
He has thrown that dagger at me before, so I guess that makes sense. We could use Fabricated Arbalest a bit. It has a bonus action shot that is, it's fixed damage, 1 to 4. You can force it higher with Rhapsody. Piercing Vault does work and stuff, but, like, it doesn't get a lot of bonuses and whatnot, but it is an attack you can do with your bonus action. Oh, it's something. He was wielding a dagger instead of being unarmed as usual. Wait, he wasn't unarmed in his Invoke the Black Hand form? I didn't pay attention to that. So, does he still punch? Because... Wait. That's a nerf to the difficulty. Because his punch hits really, really fucking hard. But if he just pokes with a dagger instead of punching... He still punches? Watched fight earlier? Good. Thank you. That's a relief. Oh yeah, I guess I should bring Karlach here. A trident come from? Jurassic Park. If you steal the ring that Akabi the Jinn in the circus has, and then you spin the wheel and then taunt him about it, he'll send you to the jungle. And there's 2 unique items in that area.
You and me. Let's imagine I get to live... You know what? I haven't the faintest idea what that is, but it sounds so delightfully elfy.
Bring Cortash to Karlach efficiency. You know, I should have maybe done that.
Then again, I'd follow
That's we don't let Karlach see the body. Nothing. You just never get the resolution there.
Damn it.
Everything still happens as normal.
I longer road ahead of me. I want to walk it with you.
Big stupid fucking bridge or whatever. Excuse me.
I'm not really tough enough to face any of this, you know. I'm scared shitless. But
Karlach should get a free rage on sight when she comes to the line of sight of Cortash. I agree.
we're going to save this city. Hey. So Gortash is nothing more than a pile of flesh? Same as the rest of us. Feel like I should love. Is that? Am I
Okay.
fucking
Yeah,
missing
the emotional damage. I don't need it right now.
It isn't fair. What the fuck am I supposed? You do it. Thanks.
Emotional damage. Alright. Killed all the bosses, right? Can't think of anything with a legendary action I haven't killed. Oh, let's take Gale to... No, Leroican. Leroican, and then we'll get Gale his book and stuff.
Old habits. I missed you too. You know, I probably would have I'm trying to stay here, now, alive while I can. But it's like my mind is whittled down to the black hole that should have been our future.
I'll think of you whenever I burn my hand on a hot stove.
In every blister, there I'll be. Oh, honey, I hope you miss me, but not too much. You have a gift in front of you. A whole... No? I can't. I think I... Thanks.
Yeah, I haven't decided if we're going to Avernus or not. We did do it last run. I wasn't even romancing her, but we went with her to Avernus. Oh yeah, guess we'll talk to Ravenguard. I'm worried I don't have enough damage for Wrath doing acuity, hold monster, and abolish Titan Strength, 27 strength. Wouldn't that be enough? Yes. Like, it's not like you're on a time frame either, Viper. If you're doing acuity, hold monster, like, it's not like he can fight back. Just stick the hold monster on him, shoot him while he's paralyzed, fly outside the room, close the door, rinse and repeat.
Everything I did for Baldur's Gate.
My duty is for this.
Yeah, we already did that.
Uncertainty fills the air. Will has reached a fork in his path. In which direction will he travel?
Will I for
a car?
Blade of Avernus. Yeah. Yeah, Leroican. Why fly out the room, close the door? So, how is anyone gonna be able to do anything to you if you're not in the same room? You don't need to worry about armor class, you don't need to worry about saving throws. Like, if you're not in the room, what are they gonna do? Kind of want to put on actual armor. Use Bloodthirst to apply piercing vuln for this, but I'll be okay. How many universal res do I have left? Do I have one at least? I have one. That's enough.
Well, if you...
What else there? Have?
The night song? Speak true now.
Dead, run through with a Sharon Spear. No, you don't get to do that. I don't want to risk my concentration breaking. A good fight.
What in the hell's happened here?
Yeah, he fell.
I thought it was the price I had to pay. Thankfully, I wouldn't have this, but...
One turn, yeah. One turn. I would also note that I didn't haste. Terrazul. Just kind of clicked the funnies. No surprise around either. What else was I here? Oh yeah, vaults. Step away from my computer. About 2 minutes, fight was over. Yeah, the fight was not lengthy. Confirming that Volo's Eye does work on patch 8. I am seeing a bunch of people just claim it's not, but it is. That's my only source of C invis.
Quite some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages. What's inside?
That was also the final boss before the brain. Unless... What if I did the top of the brain fight? For fun. Like fought the dragon and stuff. What do you guys think? It might mean less or no Stars Druid time today. We'll see how long everything takes. Because it has been 6 hours already.
That might be worth a look.
Let's start fresh tomorrow. One turn top of rain. I'm thinking we can. Like everything up there, the dragon, the emperor, dream guardian, mind flares, I'm thinking we can one turn the entire top of the brain. Some of it might get a little complicated, but I'm not sure how hard I'll try to actually one turn the dragon, but we'll see. How much feel like pressured you in the run ends and shit. I mean, it's either I win the fight and the run ends, or I lose the fight and the run ends. What do I care which? Remember, it'd be scary if his stab was ever fixed. Oh yeah. It's possible in Squid Hunter. Squid Hunter is oof. That's vile stuff. Still have. I never used the Nox scroll, did I? That I bought.
Let's see what this does.
For the rat fight, at what point do I control Hope? Get her the fuck out of the room. I don't understand the question, Viper. Like, you're asking when to free Hope from the prison, or... I don't understand.
A book on Nethery's magic. Gale may like to know.
Like, Hope being in the room during rat fight feels like it's quite bad. I've seen people run her way to safety. I mean, she rolls her turn like everyone else. So if you want her to be in front, give her an initiative elixir, you know, elixir of vigilance, and hope she rolls good. but you would give it to her ahead of time. More interested how to avoid the fight in the brain. You can have whoever your party's mind flayer is channel the cast on the crown, and then if you make a darkness cloud around them, the brain can't shoot them. Now, mind flayers will be willing to mind blast, and the dragon will be willing to do AoEs next to the darkness, depending on your positioning, but you can have them greater invis themselves before doing the cast. So as long as they succeed the stealth check to remain invisible, they remain invisible. Why am I going this way? And then that's that, you win. Any upside to initiating conversation with the Inquisitor and Crush before attacking? No. Well, I guess if you don't have immunity to surprise, sometimes trying to surprise him will surprise both sides, so everyone except for Wargaz will be surprised. So he'll get a turn, but, like, his help won't, but you also won't. It's weird, but... yeah, no, I attack him. Straight up.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, we did God Gale last time. Let's do a non-God Gale this time.
And this is no mere journal. If we can collect the crown setting and the 3 netherstones, and with the correct
Aren't you forgetting something? We have to hand the crown to Raphael.
Detailed in these notes, I think I could reforge it. What? I promise you, the gods will never grant us such. Mistra wanted the brain obliterated because of. Long road, like. Perhaps I got carried away with the thought this crown could.
I hear you've been browsing in.
What?
She bids you come to her.
It's obvious when you stop to think. What? This is a conversation that's long over. How can I help?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm underreacting. Oh no, mind flayers. Oh no.
We must discover where it is hidden before that happens.
Haven't seen all Mr. Spells? Yeah, he's very strong.
There she stands. Okay.
I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. Alas, recent events have rendered the majority of it moot, so I'm gonna have to improvise. Unless you have any.
Ooh, Mistra. Ooh, Mistra.
As I knew the orb was no ordinary, but it sounds like the door to redemption is open at last. There are.
Okay, bye, Gale.
Well, you have come far, I perceive.
How do you know how far I could come? I don't think that's any of your business. Even a wee lurk? Thanks, Gigi. So I have Invis Pots, I have Darkness Arrows. Do I have Greater Invis Scroll? Yes. Do I have Ring of Shadows? Yes. No, I'm not even doing that method. What am I talking about? So I'll need Bloodlust. 2 Universal Res. That's probably fine. I would be doing Ballast. I get freedom of movement thanks to Arabella, so I don't need to worry about that. Definitely doing Helldusk. Ring of Feywild Sparks might be a play. Riplord Ring for the summon, possibly, potentially, maybe. Like, if I'm gonna be running around doing FPS piercing arrow stuff, I need to have good damage mitigation. So that I don't immediately get flattened. So I think I will need some summons. We are going to bring Connor for momentum stacking for that first turn. I will lose that momentum very quickly, but we're going to need it. Acuity Snowburst is an option. Kind of like that. What's the kit? Rhapsody and Ambusher makes sense for that first turn, I suppose. Or Shriek makes sense too, though. Russian Eldritch Blast scaled by level, like I've been told. Nothing scales by level like that. Cantrips as a whole, offensive cantrips, increase at character levels 5 and 10. So like every other cantrip, it gets an increase. Now what Eldritch Blast gets is additional beams, whereas the other cantrips get additional damage die. Top of the Brain is not partially obscured, is it? Yeah, I guess Ambusher. We'll do Drake Throat Old. Snowburst benefit. Unless I want the damage. Battle Mage Gloves being broken again. Cool. I don't know what you mean by that, Haley. They never worked at all in any capacity until patch 8. So, and they completely changed the effect in patch 8, so. I guess I can avoid having to use Eversight Ring if I just use Shar Spear. Yeah, that makes sense. Interaction, throw anything at you. You get Arcane Acuity. Those Healing Pots and Alchemist Fires. So how's that different from Helmet of Arcane Acuity and attacking an item on the ground? Also, when you said broken, you didn't actually mean broken, you just meant something that's good? Because I interpreted broken as like, you know, the item that was literally broken to not function for almost 2 years. See the confusion there? Broken is a not function description. You youngsters and your slang. Yeah, how their words mean what they mean. Oh, I could do speedy light feet for top of the brain. That's an interesting idea. That's cool. Ultimately doesn't mean anything because, you know, that's still there. But that's cool. Yeah, we makeshift bow. Makeshift bow, Drake throat. Do I do fire for combustion? No. Just minor interaction found out right now to save the prisoners from Moonrise. It's interesting. Yeah. I do find it funny how they took the item from completely non-functional, changed it to a condition that's pretty reasonable, but it still doesn't actually work that way, necessarily. It's like, oh, okay. I guess the game is kind of bad at tracking what is a spell. Like, for example, Marco Heschker, that says it gives that bonus to spells. It means a few more things than that. Like, fire arrows are considered spells by that. Oil of combustion is considered a spell by that. It's very, weird. You find those weapons. Never seen the makeshift bow. You have. You've been chatting while I've been discussing it. Again, just not retaining, but from Anime Dead Skeleton. I know you already know that. How's my consumables looking? Don't have that many speed pots, but that's okay. We have an Elven Elegance for me and for Orpheus. Any flight pots for summons? Not really. We got enough invis. I do want more universal res. Shop with Skittle. Oil of combustion is considered a spell? No, but as far as Marco Heschker is concerned, it is a fire damage spell. As are arrows of fire, arrows of lightning, or lightning. Like, there's a bunch of stuff the game doesn't really know how to differentiate between spell and not for the purpose of some item effects.
Step up and let Skittle sort you out. Really?
Let's go to the sewers. Rich rat. Yeah, Skittle actually is in that cell for a shit coin. Just a pump and dump. That's where the money came from. Frickin' rat trader who speaks almost exclusively in puns and sells some very desirable gear you can't buy other places. Up and up? No, Dade, you should not call him.
Thirsty yet?
Alright, long rest, and we're gonna have the shits. We got the gift, embracing someone's done nothing but payoff so far. Nice, Chaotic, congrats. Okay, this is finally happening.
Here in a while.
The Emperor got in the way twice.
Perhaps people lost. I wanted to come here.
Hug it out, Shark. You're doing good. You're doing great. Oh hey, I don't have the shits. That's cool. I gather your allies' notification is Roland getting buffed.
Thirsty yet?
No, I forgot to save Floric. Do I care? Trying to figure out if I care. No. Let's go to the end of the game. I guess I should pick up Connor and Drake Throatblade first. Question, does stuff in Trader's inventory to a bag no longer give you everything in it? Correct. Guess I'll carry around Helldusk just in case. I don't think I'll use it. Oh yeah, I still have the Flask Spectator. Definitely not using that. Do I have multiple giant elixirs? Or Colossus elixirs? I don't. And I could use a Cloud Giant for now. I only have 2 of them though. We'll just poop walk our way for a bit. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, what am I using instead of Stowburst here? I guess Crusher's Ring for the moment. So, I already answered, and then... Yes, when you kill someone after putting their inventory in a backpack, it no longer drops all of the items. As a patch 8. To be clear, asking questions, always welcome. When I get annoyed is when you're obviously not listening. Listen, you could throw the Iron Flask at the dragon for funsies. I could, but it'd make the fight slower. It would... The Spectator has no chance of hurting me meaningfully. It also has no chance of hurting the other side meaningfully, so it's just there.
Beware. A solitary rat may be trivial, but a swarm is dangerous.
I have 1 glow, just in case. Got my haste helm. Can't think of anything I'm forgetting. Well, if there's anything I need to bring to the final boss that I don't have on me right now, I guess it wasn't important. Do I have the Orpha camera? Yeah, I never let that leave my inventory.
Priest silent.
Redeploy the bow applies slow. Entharl Danthilin and Danthilin Sancing Axe in the south span of Worm's Crossing, the map that has Rivington. And Necro. When using Get Gold to stack up zombies, if he doesn't want to cast Reanimate that first round, how can you fix it? So get him to like start trying to fight you, and then you need to flee combat while he is visible and like aggroed. So if he's not reanimating, then you want to stay in the combat until he breaks that invisibility, trying to do blindness or ray of sickness or whatever on you. Then once he does that fully combat before he gets another turn, and then he should be reset.
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating. Evolving.
We let that intellect devourer scurry off. Then we hide. You don't need to succeed this perception check. You're hiding, the fight doesn't even happen. Over here? Yeah. All the bosses are dead, so. I dragged my feet a lot today. I meant to be done with this like 4 hours ago, but I was having too much fun. We've been yapping? We have been yapping. Do be like that.
Use the stones. Don't listen to it. Focus on the crown.
Instructions unclear and crowning.
Again, dominate it.
Alright, check this out. Just roll good. Any questions? Really are just better.
It has become some. We want.
Yeah, this is kind of appropriate for the level of ease with which Big Lady has been stomping the game. Hey, did these chasm creepers respawn? They totally did. I guess this is technically a different map that's not actually completely different. Hey, why are you trying to walk that way? I definitely didn't tell you to walk that way. I want you to walk this way.
Might be useful.
Jade provides. In some ways, yeah. I think it fucked the game less than patch 7 did. It introduced a lot of new toys.
Yankees' power will see us through. One last time.
Those who don't get too caught cockier at my path off a cliff moment. Yeah, I think you're right. Hi. There's an attack button here. You game over if you, like, click that, because then you're fighting him, and it's like, alright, if you win, you game over. If you lose, you game over. So here's the question. Do I be the squid? Do I have him be the squid? My dexterity gets ruined if I do it. You do it. I did. I killed Voss. Right? Yeah, I killed Voss. Just making sure I'm not gonna get ambushed by Gith again. Hope Breed, not the cleanest. Spectator 5, not the worst. Nice.
Need to find a way through. All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Alright, Drake Throat. It's cold. Yeah. Alright, don't need that anymore. Drop it. Rhapsody, Spirit of Evening. An Elegance, Bloodlust, Orpheus gets Vigilance, Elven Elegance, Here, watch while I sell my bodily fluids. Plasma donation, super fun. Never given plasma. I'm not in great health in general, so my stuff isn't super desirable medically. But good on you giving stuff that people do desperately need.
We have lost much.
Shit, it's him! It's him! He's here! I wasn't sure he was gonna be. Chills every time. Can you see the goosebumps?
For Baldur's Gate is more than just a city.
Incredible.
It is more than a place of opportunity for those of mercantile spirit. More than a place of refuge
Absolute
for
cinema.
those who are lost. More than a home for friends.
I feel like I'm meeting royalty. I feel like I want royalty to meet me.
Baldur's Gate is a place where anyone can find what they need, if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's
You're
Gate
just in time. You did, evil Paprika.
Today, we fight for... You're late, friend.
Lord Zevlor is here even though I abandoned his post. Someone didn't listen to the dialogue.
Only kind and flowery things. Harper's honor. Yes, this is the one. And just in time.
Like meet you?
There's
Uh-huh.
a city to be saved.
The Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by a mind flare.
It's a New Yorker talking about New York. Holy shit, Macker, that's so accurate.
This one I know. Observe with whom it travelleth. Friends. This mind flare will fight with thee. It will save thy city and the
Fist.
Yeah, that's too funny. Yeah, it's conversation over. Yeah, sure.
They're expecting a speech.
Bold.
Bodies, bloods, this is the dream. Knew our smartster sneaks in. The skelly boy said I could stay if I sold your stuff. So hurry up. Buy, buy, buy.
Give me all this. Guess that too. I'm not really out of crawler mucus. And what can I sell that I'm absolutely not going to use? Disintegrate scrolls, no interest. Or by value. I'm not going to use that, or that. Or this. Also not that. About replacing Bjorn's speech, some Eric had his hysteria. Am I just gonna keep poop walking with Connor? Yeah.
Dragons, overhead.
Yeah, yeah.
Stay low.
Leave him be. We have to keep.
Cast the spell. What are you doing? Come on, big lady.
Looks like part of the nether brain. But we'll need to be higher up to climb it.
Let's not get caught off guard.
Alright, so. Do I get summons out here? Probably should. Yeah. If nothing else, to spawn the tentacles. Water elemental. Let's do air.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Anything else? No, don't think so. First aid. Save, it's been a minute. Air Elemental's Ice Map is my personal favorite. Yeah, they're very reliable. Very flexible in their usage. How many cantrips? Oh, this many. Murderize are available. I actually never picked up the Shovel Scroll this run. I forgot.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
How many vigilance do I have? Do I have enough for everybody? 7? Orpheus's Air Elemental I can't directly control from the side pane here. I have to click it on the map. It's gonna get a little annoying, but... We could have the Diva use Flame Blade instead of the maze.
Time to rest.
Way to get the Ballast Armor without submitting the ball. Getting the Ballast Armor has absolutely nothing to do with submitting the ball. I think you're confusing your plot threads.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. This medication. Where do I go from here? Goals for careful footwork. This medication. Can't even catch my breath.
Yeah, Ballast Armor's from becoming an Unholy Assassin, not from accepting Ball in the Dirge storyline. They're different things entirely.
Out of mind. This medication.
Dealer's choice for Big Lady? Sounds good, Danny. Here you go, JD. Courtesy of Danny. Danny, thank you for saving up 100,000 channel points.
Time to skulk about. This medication. Never a dull moment.
Just a girl and she's on fire.
This medication. Better be cautious. This medication.
I'm building my momentum here.
Friendly looking shadow. This medication.
I'd be doing something very stupid that might risk the run.
This medication.
I just think would be really funny.
I don't need any attention right now. This medication.
Thinks he can risk the run. I mean, you'll see. This is including inviting a hit that I'm not sure I'll be able to survive if I do the thing I'm gonna do. It'd be great. Ron's already been a win at this point. I think so too. What are they gonna do? Kill me? Alright, what do I want to concentrate on for this upcoming fight, actually? If I had an enlarged scroll, that would have been smart. I don't, though. Guess I just do peg. Maybe I do globe. We'll do peg. Okay. Can you chuck the mind flayers off the brain? No.
Time to push my luck again. Alright. Gotta change my gloves.
There it is. The place where the nether stones can enforce.
I might lose one of my stacks here. Yeah, I lost one of them. Oh no. Alright, I have 4 stacks.
Let's go.
Scratch. Knocked Emps prone. Nice.
No choice but to keep going.
Should wait until after the run's complete for that. No, it's all in good spirits, Alcatraz. It's all good. If that causes me to make a mistake, it wasn't their fault, it was mine.
Still on my feet.
Let's see something. It's okay, I guess. Do we think this can fork all the way up there? I don't, but let's find out. No? Sad.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Okay. Good fight. Seems okay? Yeah, it's fine. I actually do need to action search here to do that. Why do Challenger to skip endgame fights? Yeah, like this fight is nothing. Is multi-attack not on your bar? That's weird. Just like, am I crazy? No. Got mad, how's everything dead? I killed it. Oh, one more tentacle spawned. Annoying. Up a one turn by clicking one volley and several nebulous black holes. Yeah, nebulous black hole is the real easy mode version of that.
The brain is weakened. It's vulnerable. Its will is weakening.
We did get the nat 20 here.
This is it. Its will is weakening.
Overkill, but funny.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Well, so much for peace.
Don't know if the hitboxes allow. Let's find out. Owie. Mind broken. Oh no. Bye. Big lady. Close fight. Look, Jake says hi. Two hits, so embarrassing. Listen, sometimes it's a little bit harder for me to perform when people are watching. It's natural. Hey, Vanessa.
Is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of Orpheus's strength to
Hey, Chris, thank you for the 180 bits. Much appreciated. Yeah, it would be good ending. Okay, the cat tax. Great showcase of Arcane Archer throughout the run. Thanks, Nitloka. I am very satisfied with showing off a variety of things you can do with this subclass. There's still stuff I want to delve into with it that I did not do much of, like the setup that I hypothesized, running around with disadvantage, so that you can intentionally trigger curved shot as much as possible, and do some pretty crazy stuff with special arrows. That's something that I want to do at some point. I guess the cool thing about that is you could get away with less investments in Arcane Archer for that. You could do, like, maybe instead of going level 11 for improved extra attack and stuff, you could take that Thief Dip for an extra bonus action, so you could do Curve Shot and something else on your bonus action, maybe.
Silence.
Or you just crowbar and, like, Hexblade for more damage or some shit.
Thoughts are entirely your own. And then
yeah, Piercing Arrow, absolutely incredible, absolutely filthy, highly consistent, spammable AoE, good from level 3 to the end of the game. Beguiling with Resonance Stone, very fun, very funny. Enfeebling good if you're doing some tank stuff that I didn't end up doing because things didn't really live long enough. Snaring, really, really, really good. Applies a movement speed debuff for 10 turns. Applies some chip damage over time. Bursting, I didn't end up doing the bursting curve shot arrow refund stuff that I had initially looked at, and that's what kind of drew me to this subclass in the stress test. so that's another thing I didn't really delve into too much. No fights gave me trouble in this run. This class is just really, really strong. What were the feats you picked up and considered? Alert at level 4. Crossbow expert at level 6. Dual wielder at level 8. Sharpshooter at level 12. New ensnare is going to be good from early testing. Yeah, it's really, really nice. The Jake arrow is also very consistent. Yes, definitely.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
I mean, you do it to me all the time. He's a good boy. So yeah, I'm thinking, I mean, we're only 7 hours. It's the first half of the stream. Since I do have so many co-ops on the agenda, 4 different co-ops going right now. 4? Yeah. I think we will go ahead and start another solo today. Won't do that much, but we'll start the new run today, I think. The plan is Circle of Stars Druid, but playing as a retaliation build. So where my primary way of doing damage is making people hit me. Now in the early game, my options for that will be a little bit limited. It'll take some levels to come online, but I'm really looking forward to messing around with it, doing the starry forms and stuff. Loose plan so far is maybe 11 druid, 1 warlock. That's the loose plan, though I may experiment.
It was worth it. For this.
I got here making us look maidenless with all his collabs. Now I'm just trying to be the most ran through challenge runner in the directory. Look at this cat. He's very cat. Nice car, thank you.
I can't feel the
Certainly got an engine noise going.
It's gone. We're free.
We are free.
Look away for one moment, everything dies at the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, the entire, like, top of the brain plus inside of the brain, it was 2 turns. 1 turn for the top of the brain, 1 turn for inside the brain. That's it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
So in 12 seconds, the Red Dragon, the Emperor, all of the tentacles, the Dream Guardian, and the Nether Brain just got gunned down by Big Lady.
I never lost hope. I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people, to return to them triumphant. I was wrong. It seems I can only fulfill one
Big Lady with big guns?
destiny.
Hell yeah.
My people will be liberated, but I cannot return to them.
I miss Big Lady and her bigness. What if I told you that the next run is also gonna be a Big Lady?
Destroy myself. You must kill me.
I want to be you when I grow up. I'm 33. I'm 30.
Do it quickly. I cannot live in this skin.
On that Big Lady grind? I wish. Big Lady? Ooh, we could be a Big Lady. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, sure, die or whatever. Big NB. Okay, we're gonna spacebar through. We've seen the sending stuff. It is more cinematic with the camera angle changes they've made and stuff. Man, she's big.
What then? What would I do? Shall cure me of my affliction.
Very well. I honestly.
No, sorry, Astarion.
We will.
Quag big NB.
So, you can't.
Wait, I could just send Will with her and not go.
So, what do you say?
Alright, bye. I want to see what that dialogue's like. On my first run, I was crying here. Oh yeah, I was ugly crying here, Viper. My perilous stakes gives that much damage in the end, so it's not perilous stakes, it's fierce perilous stakes, Manfred. It's a different ability. Fierce perilous stakes is something full of lithids get. For each stack of it, the target will do 15 psychic damage on top of whatever they're doing. And an instance of damage.
My engine's calmed down.
And it's also -5 crit, and also you heal when you attack. But basically I stacked it up a bunch, so 15 damage per stack. I had Resonant Stone to inflict Balm. Did your first run uploaded anywhere? No, my very first playthrough was off stream.
Like clockwork.
My first few playthroughs were off stream.
There's just enough time. Thought I was done with these.
Ass cigarettes? Will? Get my big lady's ass cigarette away from your mouth. That's not for you.
But then
cigars, not cigarettes. My brain works. Sorry, me just realizing that I didn't eat and it's 5 p.m.
Don't let them tire you out. Just get rid of them.
Just planning dinner. Cigars.
You asked for this. Better let these fuckers know I'm back.
Why doesn't he ever use Fierce Perilous 6 all the time? Is he stupid? Yes. Virginia Thick has entered the chat. Ah, Virginia Thick. You even smoked the whole thing? She didn't. Also, no music there makes it substantially less cringe. Unpopular opinion.
Since you defeated the Netherbrain. And since then, you are greeted as a savior. You fail. But before you can write the next...
I was still mind broken. Oh, hey, Minsk gets his good ending by default now? I don't think I brought Minsk and Jahir at a 9 fingers. Maybe I did and I completely forgot. Hi, Karlak.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
So why does Karlak get the drippiest drip that ever dripped? And then whoever goes with her gets, like, that.
I've missed you, man. Like, I've really missed you. And you're so clean.
Part of the epilogue? Yeah.
No. Believe me, you shouldn't have. That place is fucking horrible. I wouldn't wish it on you. On anyone.
Universal Resistance Elixir cancel out vulnerability? Yes. Cancels out to neutral.
That there are people out there who really
I think my next retaliation build is going to be based around Drunk Monk. Ooh, I like it. Been mind broken for 30 plus years. Amen, sister.
Cambion dropped a map with directions and blueprints for Zariel's own private forge. A fucking forge! Our current plan is to get in, grab a smith, and force him to fix old Rusty. Or maybe give me a brand new model that can live outside of Ernest. You haven't seen the last of old Karlak yet, soldier. Couldn't have said it better myself. Keep a bottle of something good in the icebox for me, huh? Mama Kay's coming home before too long.
Actually, use Vengeance Paladin?
When I'm out.
Wow. Wow. You could break up with her here? Oh no. Oh no. The writer's okay. No, I'm not gonna do it, but you better, right? How you do myself?
Hey, that would be kind of fun, though. High stakes hide and seek. Honestly, I'd be curious to see if you
Post 6 months of being mind broken clarity.
Gods, is it good to see you again.
Inquisitor's Might's guaranteed days. Technically, it's good against the brain. Oh, that's pretty good.
Hard not to get used to it all over again.
Pretty good on Merkel,
This
too.
won't be the last time.
Yeah, that's nice.
I promise.
Talk about an evil run, yeah. Minthara doing her thing. Alison, I guess, exists. Gale's professor. Astarian's got his good ending.
You made it! Now the revelry can truly begin.
I still have the necromancy thing. Alright, Withers.
Thou art the savior. Enjoy the rest.
No, I don't want to return to the party yet. I clicked the wrong button. Where is Will? Wait, where is Will? Oh, there he is.
Fear I am becoming accustomed to the taste of sun-fed.
Yeah, let me actually talk to Will first. That's when it became a Harper. Love the interaction. That's cool.
My friend. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
Nature check. Oh yeah, I've been supposed. I didn't use any.
You take in every scent the night breeze carries. Sweet honeysuckle.
You're not doing what is that outfit? That's what I'm saying. Like Carla gets that, Will gets this.
You can't quite recognize.
Failed to smell. Listen, Danny, I have to take out my earbuds to smell properly. Like when I'm cooking. Really, I'm not kidding. It's like turning down the radio so you can see where you're supposed to turn.
Forest trees draped in moss. Bittersweet.
Old,
smoky, and that faintest hint of vanilla.
Long rest pod greeted at the table still gets me to this day.
Rancid Avernus heat that's been clogging my lungs. I swear, Karlach and I have felled enough cambions to
Shadow
build a fortress with their
Sorcerer's dog summon good.
Who'd have
Yes.
thought that just one of those fiends held the key to escaping Avernus for good? One of them sported a map and some blueprints. If you want all the gory details, Karlach can fill you in. If I had to do it all over, I'm not worried. Not when Karlach's got my back. I swear she could scare the eyes off a beholder. I've seen him more than a few He's leading the city. And the likes of Bane, he's still valor. May they all take it to... Well, all wasting it.
Yeah, Will's great. Like, I don't mind his endpoint here with the decisions I made. It's just, you know, the stuff between point A and point Z. Like, ugh. Is Bursting Cinder worth it over Acid Splash? I can't make that decision for you. They do different things. One does acid damage, one does piercing damage. One requires a corpse, the other one doesn't. They're also available to different kinds of spellcasters. It depends.
What in?
Raph keeps monstering himself. Yes, he has a feature called Inevitable Resolve. Most forms of crowd control, Raphael will just break out after one turn. Most. Not all, but most.
Hear me, thou heroes, wastrels, friends.
Can you actually get the long rest pot ingredients in game? Not since patch 1. In patch 1, they removed them. They still exist in the game, they're just not accessible, except for here in the Epilogue Camp, which was only added in patch 5.
Part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest.
I'm playing out the window. You can still hold monster, attack him.
For thou mayst
Remember when I said fly out the room, close the door? You do that, and then on the next turn you go back, hold monster again, attack him. You can do that.
And above all, problems
No 2 dryads? No.
solving.
Sorry for bothering. It's not a bother, Chernobyl. You cannot. Yeah, like Will Smack said, you can still hold him and wail on him for 1 turn for crazy damage.
To you.
I've seen the epilogue speak with the animals dialogue for the owlbear cub. If Damon dies, doesn't give him drugs to age him up. It's sad. But I don't want Damon to give my owlbear drugs.
There thou
For free, Withers? The Grippers?
the dead. Didst
Yeah,
true
okay,
thou
sure.
sought, didst the gods, the sap, the wimp, the death.
The suck, the wimp, the death. Oh, I'm suddenly more interested in what you're talking about, Withers. Free Withers Naturals. Withers Big Naturals. Call him. Did they fix the game crashing at 33% on the load screen if you try to start a new playthrough after you've had the game open for longer than a couple hours? Well, that sure looks like 33%. So, I'm gonna go with no. Successfully managed to tell my friend new to BG3 that Barkus is packing. Hell yeah, 2D dude. Spreading the most important lore so that Barkus can spread other things. Well done. Without the drugs, he says he runs away from the Kraken because he's scared, not strong enough. No! Alright, I hate it. I hate it. Alright, what do we call this incoming run? I need creative names. So I did Solo Water, Arcane Archer, clear title and everything. Do I just go Solo Water Stars through, just call it that? Yeah. Yeah, we'll just keep it clear. Circle of Stars. The idea, retaliation, tanking. So the usual, no companions in combat, respecs allowed. No barrelmancy, I can use the immediate environment. Yeah. Alright, we're playing half orc. Do I dirge for this? I don't think I want to mess with dirge stuff. Seeing stars, bless my stars. These emotes are working. Yes, I see the haunts. Class. We could either start as druid or start as a warlock. Starting as druid makes a little more sense. Because I can respec later once I have withers. 16 strength, 16 dex. Let's do 10 riz. 12 riz, save some money. 14 riz. Don't need more wisdom than this. I mean, maybe I want a little more accuracy for arrow, but not yet. Like I said, respec's allowed. We're taking Shillelagh and Guidance. Actually, we don't need Shillelagh yet. We're gonna take it later. We're taking Thorn Whip and Guidance. Thorn Whip is one of my favorite cantrips. And taking Guidance manually means we don't have to worry about the amulet. Background. I like Guild Artisan for Persuasion proficiency. I've been playing a lot of Guild Artisan. Noble? I could do some Noble. Noble's fun. It's another Persuasion proficiency one. Do I want Soldier, though? We pretend that Druids and Faerun are like shooting stars. I did make a similar joke earlier. While I was fighting Carrion. I don't remember what it was. Savage attacks and retaliation crits? Yes, sir! That's the sauce. Noble could work, getting Faith Warden title. That would be an access to that inspo. There's a couple ways of getting that. You could become Faith Warden, you could get a title from Glut or Spa. Mostly decide in between, do I want the Athletics and Intimidation proficiency from Soldier, or do I want the Persuasion from Noble Guild Artisan? I like having Insight proficiency from Guild Artisan as well. But I just played Guild Artisan, so I don't want to do that again. Could go Outlander for Athletics proficiency, but meh. Sage is always good. Charlatan's often good. Acolyte's Religion, that's nice, but ultimately I don't really care. Yeah, let's go with Noble. Guess let's take Perception... Religion? I don't really value Perception proficiency very highly, but... I guess Insight is nice later on. Though I hate having to... Yeah, Insight's more impactful than Perception. Yeah, we're doing that. Alright, let's see. This is vanilla except for Wither's Big Naturals. So, click until we like the vibe. The hair is fun. Stars gets guidance with the class. That's true, Stars does get guidance with the class. I should swap out guidance then. We'll start, I don't need Shillelagh until we get Ironvine. So we'll start with Resistance. I like the face. The hair needs work. There we go.
What? What was that? Health. It's opened.
I haven't used that one in a while.
Wonder what's back there.
Reduce Flame's not bad for this, in all honesty. The Resistance. Alright, I need a name. What are we thinking? Just Dancing with the Stars. E.T. No Home. Like to do Spores Druid with Torch, Shillelagh makes for a very powerful start. Yeah, it's not bad, Panzer. Rockstar. I like it, Soulraiser. Gertrude. Shine. Rita. Miss T Step. Hit Me. Big Lork T. Big NB. Stork. astrology buff. That's good, rando. Orcs, McGorks, Cosmo. I think she's Druish princess, especially if she took noble background. Debbie, Starburst Moonshine. I feel like if she was Starburst Moonshine, we need more pink happening. Orca Star Smasher. Cease and desist. Nice. Gladys Glork. Thornetta. The Darkest. Stop it, Narclos. Starstrike. Honestly, I love Debbie. Luna. Big Deborah. Princess Orchestein. Noobstar. Reverba. So, like, sometimes I just go with a name that's like, oh, this could be an adventure, but sometimes it's like, oh, it's Bob or Cynthia. And then sometimes it's fucking Big Lady or Virginia. Character creation's so fun. Orc Yankovic. Leslie. Death Star 3000. Constellation. I like that one. Creative Duda. Stella. Stella, I've seen a couple Stellas, I think. I think Stella makes sense, because then I could do the Stella! Yeah, we'll go with that. Uma Thurman. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, need a number. Orca Major. Oh shit, that's good. Need a number. Mr. Chad is too young for the Stella thing to make sense. You think? 15, 5, 7, 3, 8, 6, 3, 5, 17. Let's go with 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Didn't look. Didn't see. I had to rat fight. Run it back.
My head. Dead. Good.
Can't sleep. Not having enough wisdom for enhanced sleep and long strider is like a minor bummer, but ultimately, I don't really care.
I feel better.
Clear out all the Marigans anywhere near quick enough. How were there Marigans? You mean the Cambions? I would reassess your strategy. If you just went in with the idea of hold monster and nothing else, I think you forgot that there's a bunch of things in the room. So it sounds like you need a different core strategy. You can make the hold monster stuff work. It's just, you know, there's a lot.
Here goes nothing.
Images of goblins, their habits and histories flash into your mind.
Please. Remove us from this body.
Investigation. Just roll good.
You notice edema, a swelling
Medicine.
of the brain causing pressure.
Simply roll good.
Against the shell of
Hey, we didn't get us last run.
from the skull.
We must go to the helm.
So that's nice. I don't have enough damage to clear them out, evidently not. Nocte Virtute. Hey, who up Mocte and they Virtute?
Your head.
military.
Time for some bloody work. I wonder if this is worth the cost. Swift and lethal.
You guys got an error message from trying to boot up patch 8 saying failed to load the main menu from current mod. Trying to fix for about 5 hours, nothing seems to work. Do you have any mods enabled at all whatsoever?
Breathe deep and move. Let's have a look.
Flaming Druid staff kind of fire emoji, not gonna lie. It's certainly a look.
The ship won't be able to take another dragon attack.
Deleted all of them. And if you use the third-party mod manager, BG3 mod manager, did you make sure that your load order reflects that you deleted them? Chat's got you covered there.
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
Do I do a new Nautiloid? I didn't get the speed pot. I have enhanced sleep. Oh, let's do old strat. I can't be bothered.
Try me.
Or
Time to rest. How many are there?
So I'm not one of those people who tends to prioritize XP on the Nautiloid, and that might sound shocking considering it's me and I do a lot of weird unhinged shit for XP, but the level of impact for the amount of effort and inconsistency introduced is something that I don't really generally feel like doing when I'm starting a new run, so I just don't.
Eager for battle. The console hums to life.
My favorite mod, in-game modded manager is Emergency Exit. Lets you skip the entire Nautiloid tutorial. Yeah, there's a lot of games where I like using tutorial skips. I'm not quite at that point for this one yet, but maybe I get there eventually.
So then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you.
You're dangerous company. Let me come with you.
I'm Stella!
She...
Stella!
Never wanted the easy path.
Action, not reaction. Without delay.
Not a single act wasted.
Might be an unpopular take, model. It's kind of fun. I don't mind it.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Have to keep going. Another trick up my sleeve.
Because I thought it'd be funny, Raphael. I appreciate you for getting the reference. And jump off the ship with Lae'zel so that she's dead on the beach. It means I can revive her and recruit her right off the Nautiloid without having to save her from the Tieflings, Demaze, and Nymessa that don't exist in the game unless Lae'zel is alive at the end of the Nautiloid. So it's slightly XP negative to do it this way, but it lets me get Lae'zel right away without what is actually one of the scariest fights in the early game. Just streamlining the process.
Can't even catch my breath.
Can't concentrate. On the move.
Cleric bad, by the way. Yeah.
For a dull moment.
See, Druid bad because I missed that shot.
With haste. What should I do?
Should have sent that stuff to Stella.
Still on my feet. Another fight. Let's go. Let's end this.
My last 3 deaths have been to Demaze and Nymessa. Yeah, they're so scary. You're doing Titan String, 27 Archer, stop how much damage you want an arrow to be doing in endgame. Like So Black is saying there, Viper, damage is not your problem. So let me expand on that. You went in with a strategy that's designed to take care of one thing, and there's a room full of enemies. Also, you're not accounting for things like how to survive. You can do very low damage setups that get through that fight with just, if you make it so things are not able to take hostile actions against you, it's not an issue. So like, without any sort of information about your setup other than knowing Titan String with Cloud Giant Elixir, that's enough damage to deal with everything in the game very comfortably. You don't need more. Your issue is you're not dealing with multi-target scenarios. Your defenses are probably lacking. You might not have enough mobility to do things like dip out of the room so none of them can target you. You might not have the action economy to deal with it. It's not damage. I can tell you your issue is not damage.
Blood comes easy these days.
Because Titan String is one of those things that's so fucked up that you don't really need information beyond is Titan String to know that you have enough damage.
Onward.
Not getting the best sword in the game? What about the Everburn? They beat the run without the Everburn. Oh, that's a good question. What happened to Big Lady? I won. We beat the entire final fight, top of the brain and inside in 2 turns. dip out of the room, they're simply following the arrows, are doing 20-ish damage per shot. Minions just kind of mess me up for a while. Okay, if they're messing you up, then it's not a damage issue. Again, if they're messing you up, then you're not dipping out of the room effectively. Like, you could up that damage from 20 per shot to 40 per shot, and you're still not gonna chew through any more than a couple of them in the turn. And then you're gonna get overwhelmed by the rest of them. So it's your strategy. You are doing something that is allowing them to do things to you. That's your issue.
Nothing will stand in my way. Ready.
Really? Down to one?
Come on.
Fine.
Can't stay idle.
Anyone wrong think to agree it's a skill issue? I don't think it's a skill issue. I think it's a strategy issue. I think the plan you went in with is
Can't afford to let up.
not that flexible for the task at hand. Good job, Shark.
The helm's alien.
My phone's going off. It's group chat with my dad and my brother. And they're talking. We're a bunch of nerds. Talking The Last of Us. The Last of Us Part 2 is my dad's favorite game.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull, but it'll
Alright. Level 2 already. We did get the Mind Flayer XP. Pretty neat. Unbelievably overhated game. The amount of people with no media literacy who make it their entire online persona to shit on that game is crazy.
You're alive. I'm alive. We might have escaped, but we still have these. We need each other.
Alright, so we, revive Lae'zel with Shart in the party to get that Acolyte inspo.
Something the matter?
And we send Shart to camp. So we don't get the disapproval when we recruit Lae'zel. Buddies of mine hated that before I was out. I believe it. I'll see they're announcing the Oblivion re-release tomorrow. I've seen a lot of buzz about it. Hopefully we get, you know, official information, but, pretty cool, if so. Oblivion is the last, Bethesda game that I think I actually liked.
I will be.
Bethesda posted today, so finally official. Cool. Like to hear that.
What's in here?
Catching up. How do you like the new episode? Without spoilers, of course. I thought that it was... I was gripped by it. Let's put it that way. I was very engaged. The last thing you'd want to do is make that part of the story boring, and it wasn't boring.
There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
I try to, you know, at least my own perspective when looking at adaptations, I do try to delay significant comparison between the original and the new one, until more of the project is out. So I'm reserving some judgment there, but I enjoyed myself. Blue sky post. Yeah, that's cool. I'd probably start like actually using my blue sky. Just as social media, and here in 2025, you know, I'm just like, eh. Yeah, no spoilers, talking about any details at all outside of vague impressions, I think is what I would consider a spoiler. Let's not get into specifics. There's at least a couple people who haven't had an opportunity to see it who would want to. I think the story flows better as a game. They did their best to show, and it's good. I think that's an important thing to touch on, Little Cream Squirt, because some kinds of stories are better suited to certain mediums of storytelling. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. This is not me expressing a preference one way or the other, but it's a concept to keep in mind, you know? Alright. Stars Druid subclass. We pick up Guidance for free. We have Star Maps, which is a long rest resource that allows us to cast Guiding Bolt. So we don't necessarily need to use spell slots if we want to cast Guiding Bolt. Though we do have the ability to do so. Okay, 2 versions here. We get Starry Forms, alternate use of our Wild Shape charges. We have Archer, we have Chalice, we have Dragon. I don't give a fuck about Chalice. Chalice, who cares? But Archer and Dragon are cool. I plan on using Dragon the most. And we can prep Long Strider. Trying to figure out what my plan is. I don't want Star Map Guiding Bolt on my bar. Guiding Bolt always prepared. Okay. Equip Chart's Shield.
More of those wretched things.
Shots from Archer behave like a bow? No, it's a spell. Think of it as a Guiding Bolt without the advantage. It has been always a level 1 evocation spell. Why not Star Map Guiding Bolt on bar? Because I can click the star map and cast it from there. Less clutter. I already have an icon here for that. Starry Form. Yeah. So when you make a saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell result, a roll result, excuse me, of 9 or lower is considered a 10. So this means almost all concentration saves, you'll just succeed. And also, while you have this, you have a per turn radiant damage breath weapon. Having access to a radiant damage AoE this early in the game is already crazy. That's insane value already.
Please come and help me.
There, in the grass. There. Now. And now you're going to tell me exactly... What was that? What's going on?
Anything vulnerable to Radiant Act 1? If you knock the Necromancy of Thay or destroy it, that.
How about I'm half tempted to spill your... my name's... my... so... although... you know... and all... needs a...
Saved. 1 damage. Still guaranteed damage.
Don't waste a step. Things that stay stay.
Take it easy, Twister. Have a good one.
I hear shouting up ahead.
But yeah, back to the radiant damage question. It's not just about vulnerability. Radiant is extremely uncommon in terms of being resisted. It has a bunch of favorable item interactions. Like, we can go grab the Luminous armor and be doing an AoE and then getting a Luminous explosion on each of them. Go the board and skin it for barbecue monster. I got the XP. I did it for the EXP.
Can't risk being in open view.
What's up?
And shit down and suffer. Ooh, Zevlor top of the initiative? That's rare. Pulled pork sandwiches? Sounds delicious. You got me there. So this is a great illustration of how volatile the game is when initiative is set up in a way where anyone can be anywhere. I have the maximum initiative I could have right now, and I am in the middle of the turn order. Will has 2 less than I do. He's only 1 slot behind me. Zevlor has less than I do, and he rolled top.
Swift as my feet can carry me. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Booted up, nice. Love how much better Dazzling Breath is per turn, not for short rest. I mean, it's not a bonus action, which is very good too. And again, Radiant is extremely uncommon in terms of resists. Now, the DC on it won't be fantastic with only 10 Constitution, so we probably respect to change that at some point. Particularly once we have access to the Mountain Pass, I will be tanking my Dexterity down to 8. This is not because it's a good gearing decision to crater your Dexterity and Band-Aid over that with Dex Gloves. It's because specifically on a Retaliation build, that practice of having as little Dex as possible and slapping the Dex Gloves on allows me to have good initiative and then unequip the gloves to have bad AC on purpose. Damage scale with level. It gets an increase at Druid level 10. We could do a star map guiding bolt here. Having 3 first level spell slots and 2 star maps gives Stars Druid so many casts at this level. Kind of nuts, honestly. That's very cool.
Let's get this over with.
8 dex lower armor by 1. Yes. I mean, logic this. You know the answer to that. Come on. If having 12 dex is +1 modifier, and having 8 is -1 modifier. Gets a damage increase to level 5 druid. Nice, thank you, Jacqueline. For Glyph of Warding, is a spell save DC the DC I had when I cast it, or when it's triggered? When it's triggered. Are there any classes inherently unable to solo honor mode? No, Kilroy. Source, I have beaten the game level 1 as 2 different classes. If you can do it on level 1, you can do it as every class. I have done solo honor with minimal, anything that people would consider to be cheese, in particular on the Warlock run. I was much more relaxed with the Monk run. But if you do it on level 1, you can do it every class. What was harder, level 1 Warlock or level 12 Paladin? I didn't do pure class 12 on the Paladin run, but the Paladin run as a whole was harder than the Warlock run. I did like 8 levels of Paladin in that run. I think I did 8, 2, 2 with Fighter and Spore Druid. Level 1's crazy. I know of people who have done Fighter, Wizard, and Cleric level 1s. I've personally done Warlock and Monk. I think Ranger's been done. Rogue has been attempted. It's more than capable. Is everyone gonna live because Guiding Bolt just removed all the threats? I actually kind of need Will to not. Fire Mirror. Will he make it? Remember, how can you beat the game as Rog? It bad. Fair question. Alright, Will weaving. Good. This is not a Will hater moment, and there's an XP spot that I want to save for later that Will needs to be dead temporarily for me to be able to save. You can revivify Will, and that is the plan. Just not yet. Got Yurig on my side for attempt 3. Had a fun idea since you're working so far. Love to hear it. Progress is great. Heart's at 6. Hey, C-Claw, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Think Circles of Stars is a strong subclass? Yes. I think it's extremely good. I think it adds a lot of very interesting things that are not normally mechanics available to the player. That you can use on a lot of builds. Like, the level 2 value of Spores is pretty nuts. Almost died in full group honor mode yesterday. Thought I could steal the room powder barrel. That's a common one. Thank you again, Cicla. Better lean into the breath. The archery form's been so fun. Yeah, I have ideas on how I'd build around the archer form, but I think that's for a different run. Though, who knows? I'll use them interchangeably. Probably. Maybe. No, I'm not saying spores, referring to 2 level of stars. Did I say spores? No. Pure classes can be still run honor mode? All of them. I have done it as every class. Not every subclass, but I have done it as every class.
You see the tiefling's jaw clench. He's about to erupt.
Is this worth an inspo? No.
With a...
We need to...
I didn't mean to grab that right now. Greeting Barth. That's fine. This is greed.
Need to find a way forward.
No, thank you for your help.
Stella!
Only strengthen their resolve. We can't stay, but perhaps you could persuade her. Goblin, they've withdrawn there to prepare this. You'll.
Out of sight, out of mind. How much further can I go?
Why Zevlor kind of looked like he wanted to kiss him, though? Zevlor's, he's stressed out. He's got some steam he wants to blow off. Alright, we can talk to Aaron. Druids get 50 attitude with Aaron for free. First time you talk to him. If you are a druid, the first time you talk to him, I should specify. All the short swords. Armor I don't need. Type thoughts too. Ring of Flinging. Maybe get that eventually. Not yet though. Air of Lightning. Air of Darkness. Rain Dancer I'll want. Just probably not yet.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Need that for the XP. Zevlor wants to tangle his horns all up in them Betty White curls. Don't you bring Betty White into this. Don't you slander Betty White by associating Aridin with her. But that said, you're absolutely correct.
Auntie Ethel will sort you out.
Let her
You
fuss.
take a sup at that.
What is it?
I'm sorry to go on about it.
Difficult to explain.
What is it, Petal? What's
Mind
it?
Flayer Parasite.
I've never you
Such
know,
as...
do you need it?
Show me your wares. Show me your wares. Alright, we want the invis. You bag up those. The alchemy mats. And your moves.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
Might be useful. Open up.
Put an Estus flask. Fix my acid reflux. It would either fix it or make it worse. I don't know which I'm betting on.
We're exposed now.
Doesn't seem to cure anything other than strictly trauma. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one, Kilroy.
I'd swear that Ox's gaze is following me.
Here, did his concussive blast
He
move him as
stares
well? Yeah, he
right
does that.
past you, as if you're invisible. You seem when you.
I need to go back to researching early Oathbreaker Knight kill options. Because the meme of just breaking your oath on Pendirna and then getting the Oathbreaker Knight's XP, like, now, it calls to me. Only so we can hear that silky voice sooner. It is a great voice.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Is that everything? I think that's everything.
Keep your feet planted.
Wait, want to see him out of camp? No. Let's potion on the ground for us to heal once, and your shot it for me.
What's up for discussion?
Throw him off a ledge somewhere with the XP. In Act 2, if I'm going to do that, I do it in Act 2. Because the first camp that I know of that has a spot where you can throw something to its death is the Last Light Inn's campsite.
Now Arabella's being judged.
You, get back! What? You?
Don't want the Whispering Promise right now? No. Get back, jump. Alright, so another druid perk here is if you have Speak with Animals, you can tell Quag Snake to chill the fuck out. No checks, nothing. You just say, hey, Snake, tell Quag to chill. And it's like, oh, yeah, good point.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I will imprison the and do it.
A new hatchling? Yes. They can.
Or the Amulet of Sylvanas can be used in place of the antidote for Nettie. Yeah, anything that removes poison. So if, like, there's an antidote on the ground that I picked up on the way in here, I'm gonna use that.
Out. Halcyon is. Go on. Oh, no matter. I took the Viper. This tale.
Classic Rimforge campsite is in a chasm one. Yep. To my knowledge, none of the Act 1 campsites actually have a chasm that isn't protected by invisible walls for the purpose of throwing people.
A devil child, one who tried to steal from us.
If your save game just crashed, if you're playing Joaquin's Rest again. Ooh, I'm sorry, Macker.
There. Now, what was it you needed? You seem healthy, you know. A tadpole. Come. We need to be quick. This way.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
This tadpole crawled out of his head soon. All right. Of course. Nothing?
Nothing.
Give me your arm, please.
Pull out your
Be
arm.
careful.
Grab the branch.
Truly.
Turn and leave. Antidote.
There, but
75
first,
XP.
This I must because you should up.
Then
Not
we
yet.
111.
Whatever he, if you can, good. Take it one step at a time, Nettie.
Alright, while she's walking away, I tried to level up and got interrupted. Warlock. The Hexblade. Spells, Armor of Agathis, and Hex. Cantrips. Booming Blade, we're gonna get correct stats at some point, but for now, Booming Blade, Blade Ward. I want Minor Illusion. I don't think I actually need it. Not yet, anyway. I could do without Blade Ward, then. But no, Blade Ward. Excuse me. When trying to get the most of your XP, what level are you at the time reaching Rivington Act 3? 12. 24, thank you. Excuse me. Ugh. It's the season, you know. Grabbing the deluxe edition stuff. But more importantly, this water barrel. Plan with the Star's Blade? We will be making enemies hit us. And it's gonna really, really hurt them. A lot. I will be changing my stats around to facilitate this. Like, we'll have more constitution. More charisma. Likely less strength, as much as that pains me. Honestly, if this doesn't work, I don't really even care that much. It did. This barrel always has some kind of potion in it.
This will hurt.
So close to killing him. This time I cook. I believe in you, Viper. You got this. See, there's that progress, that problem solving. That's how you get shit done. Stuck in a long thought about early game resistances, like, because eventually cold and fire are really easy to come by. Well, fire is easy to come by the entire game.
Lies with it. You stack.
However, fire is very impactful. The resist to have.
I'm done.
So
I can't wait to see.
there's some decision making there. Acid isn't terribly common, but in terms of the places where acid damage is incoming, having the resist is very good. And acid resistance is as uncommon as acid damage is. So that's a really good one. Poison is pretty useful, though easy resist to get. So in use cases for Arcane Cultivation Elixirs when I want it over other typical elixir effects. So you can just pop one, use Viper, and it'll give you that spell slot, and you could cast with it, and then switch to a different elixir, or you could just, let's say you had a bunch of first and second level cultivation elixirs. You could drink a first level, it'll refill one of your first level slots, then drink a second level, it'll refill one of your second, then you could drink a first, it'll refill another one. You could just keep drinking them to refill as long as you're switching between different kinds. And then, once you're satisfied, switch back to an elixir that's more relevant for a fight. Alternatively, something you can do is you can get access to spellcasting at levels you don't normally have. For example, if you get your hands on a third level spell slot elixir, and you're only a level 1 wizard, well, you can still drink the third level elixir, and then scribe any third level scrolls that you want, because you have the ability to cast third level, and that's all the game cares about at that point. And then those will be part of your spell book. Now you'll still need a third level spell slot or the ability to free cast to actually use those spells, but that is a way for you to get access to certain spells in multi-class combinations where otherwise you wouldn't have the ability to do so without using a scroll. I realize you can stack those. You can, as long as you're alternating. Reason why you don't kill these two earlier than now. Brynna has command, so if I don't kill her right away, there's a high chance she clicks command, and then I just get killed by Andric.
The injured man locks eyes with you.
Do you have orders for us?
So I wait until I can get a surprise round.
We're reporting to Edwin.
But I told Edwin not to look in that cave. The kid.
True soul.
While at its host's memories.
As they need to.
Like you said before sometime, one should be level 10 before the Merkle fight. Just about to jump in the Hollow Tower. I'm 7,000 XP short of 10. It'll be fine. Nevertheless, wondering if there's too much XP somewhere. So there's about 5,500 in the colony when you jump down that pit. 5,500, give or take a few hundred. So you would have missed some minor things here and there. Like certain resolutions of certain quests give more. Maybe you did a fight where you got some enemies to fight on your side and they got killed while they were on your side, so you didn't get their XP. Maybe you missed a few of your inspiration points. Maybe you lost some XP to something dying to the gravity damage from you throwing at them. It would have been missing things here and there.
Dead goblins.
But you're pretty close. You're very close, even. So I wouldn't say you're necessarily, like, behind to a degree that matters. Like a Cloud of Daggers for some kind of bonus action attack enough to kill them anytime. Yeah, I usually do Cloud of Daggers from surprise while they're standing there for consistency. Because then I just Cloud of Daggers, they get surprised, and then I end turn, and they eat 3 ticks of Cloud of Daggers with no chance of them being able to act. And they're not surviving 3 ticks. Mathematically, it isn't happening. Didn't kill Will in front of the Grove. That only amounts to, usually around 30 XP difference. Something like that. Like, you don't have to do the drow thing. Instead, you could go through the south entrance here and then bribe your way in for 60 gold. I'm just lazy.
Something's waiting up ahead. Get over there! Apology. Move it!
What's the bone chill thing about? Did I miss a message? Oh, yeah, bone chill does not work for that Will Smacked. What you just suggested isn't actually a thing that works. Because as Trade said, bone chill lasts 1 turn. Same with Arrows of Ilmater. The Doomhammer applies bone chill for 2 turns. That's why the Doomhammer works there. Want him stopping from consuming? Yeah, that's because you had bad initiative. It'll work if Merkel is ahead of you in the turn order. And if Merkel is ahead of you in the turn order, you have some wildly garbage initiative on at least one member of your party. Which is not something I would consider good policy for gameplay in general. But this is one of the very few situations where, depending on your chosen approach, bad initiative can work out well for you. No matter throw Catherick a Vigilance Elixir. Again, you don't have to be drow for this either. It's just slightly faster, but you'll be presented with a nature check. Whether you pass or fail, smear shit on your face and they'll let you through.
The voice is your vision, then the vision. My power.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a crowd.
Come. It's a... Do... What to... Wait! Of course.
Swap out Long Strider for Speak with Animals again. So I don't feel like popping the elixir right now. We're gonna chicken chase. No surprise, see Merkel's not alert or some shit. Trigger the dial with Catherick, make him skip phase 1. Merkel will still be surprised. Any ability drain that you put on Catherick will transfer over to Merkel as well. They're the same enemy, they just swap out. Well, they're a different enemy, but they share the conditions. It's like transferable. And you can take advantage of that in a lot of different ways.
Sound easy.
Nature check just lets you determine the quality of the poo.
Besides,
But to your point there, Kilroy, something Larian has done pretty consistently when they're trying to increase the difficulty of an encounter is to give that enemy alert. Now, how a bunch of the player base hasn't realized that that means alert is in fact extremely impactful, well, I was going to say I don't know, but I do know. It's people seeing what they want to see and not reality. But they have, since the release of the game, they have added alert to Gortash, Cazador, the Cloaker, Pataris, they have also made stat edits to other things, including dexterity to mean more initiative. Like, alert is that good. Garangoth has alert. A lot of things have perfect sentry.
As the symbol glows,
You drink elixir of vigilance and outspeed them
courses
anyways.
through you.
You'd be surprised, Chernobyl. There's a lot of people who are like, but I was told I should use Hill Giant elixir on everything ever. So their elixir slot ain't free for that, you know?
Greetings, your most excellent drowners. Proper stylish, ain't they? Had a couple of coins in the pockets.
As the symbol glows,
Drow can just have him give you the poem. Good sale value.
I don't need any attention right now. Using a 5-finger discount.
So one of those goblin kids always has a hand crossbow, another one always has a speed pot. We can just steal those.
as the symbol glows.
Drow option again. Now this one's harder to get around for free, but you can either go for the persuasion or you can just go break in from up top. Note that trying to bust down that crumbling wall will cause the group next to the fire wine barrel there to wake up, but if you have a fire arrow, you can jump up top, shoot the fire wine barrel with the fire arrow, and it will almost 100% of the time just kill both of those enemies, because the fire arrow will cause the barrel to explode twice.
You recognize the crest sheet.
Not gonna get attitude with you yet, but I will bag up all this and that, also that, this, and that.
Pleasure.
Fruiting minty? I usually do. Probably will. We'll see. Be right back. Gotta go piss girl. am back. I did that streamer pee. It definitely isn't good for you long term, but I'm too excited to make more progress on healthy decisions. High five? Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Good night, Sora. Yeah, get some rest. Playing Dragonborn Hexblade, never expected it to just spamming Booming Blade be so fun, such a satisfying ability. Good sound design, very powerful. Feels good to use. Yeah, Booming Blade's great. Notice Minthara has a new voice line asking why do you knock her out. That's been in since patch 7. So we're on patch 8. This is the previous major update. Major update? Updates out, swear hearing you rant, brimming with divine wisdom, such wise clarity, of course, in the background might have been the only thing keeping me sane. While finishing that, I do deep undying love Paladins, obviously. Of course, Grim Preacher, of course. There's nothing I love more than Paladins. Someone's gonna clip that. Hey, congrats on finishing your project. I'm eager to see what you've cooked up.
We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead and heroic.
Alright, you can save this guy a few different ways, but as long as you get him far enough away from this guy before the dialogue line finishes, you can save him. It is a folk hero inspiration. Will is folk hero if you need a companion for that for the inspo. But then it's also 35 XP once he successfully makes it out. Should be popping up in a moment. There it is. Grabbing the poison res ring. Actually, we're gonna make a trip over here. I'm gonna pop a Hill Giant Elixir. We're gonna hop to Joragzlin's loot from where Minthara hangs out so we can steal it. This is the part of the playthrough that friend of the channel, Mark the Power Hour, has dubbed the Loot Loop. A lot of running around grabbing stuff you need. For a lot of people, it's boring. You want to skip out on it, but I can tell you with certainty that this is the building block. This is where you get all the building blocks for your run. Like, there's important stuff here. It's tedious after a while, but I do derive some satisfaction from doing it efficiently. I'll deal with Gut next.
Interesting times.
They don't care if you kill the chicken. They care if you knock out the chicken. Loves paladins. There it is.
Priestess Gut needs to tap. You ready?
Get branded. There's no downside.
So maybe I could help with that. Us true
You selling?
souls gotta look out for one another.
You can heal it.
Souls are infected like us. Why do they think they're talking to a god?
Rip John Normal's party foul. Oh. What Mustard is referencing is I did once lose a run. The reason why I know they care if you knock out the chicken is I had non-lethal on and didn't realize I went to kill the chicken, it got knocked out. The entire goblin camp got mad at me. They threw me in jail. I tried to break out. They killed me. It was a whole thing. But I lost the run to knocking out a chicken.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
So if you ever feel like you died in a stupid, avoidable way, just know that that is a thing that could happen. We threw Priestess got at an angle where the game saw death, so she died. But her corpse is still here, so I can use it. I won't be making much use of that corpse this run, but it's something I like to have.
Light on my feet.
New run, new run.
Don't want to draw any attention. That might be worth a look.
Let's turn into a gnome. So we can fit through this. Such an insane tech, saves so much variance every run. Yep, shout out to Mustard for that. One of the first things Mustard showed off, or brought to our attention, I should say, upon sliding into the community was that. She pioneered that, and now I call it a mustard pixel whenever I can do that to someone.
What path lies before me?
Kind of lost ours because a friend accidentally kicked Scratch. It was in camp, so just all the companions kind of want to keep the storylines going, so Force quit. Illegal run. How dare you do what seems best for you in the context of your run? Gross. Ew. Boo. Stop having fun. I, as someone not part of the playthrough, get to decide what you get to do in your run. Didn't you know? Do know and respect that. Hey, Siri, thank you for the 10 gifted. That's incredibly generous. Thank you very, very much. That's massive. To everyone who just got gifted a sub by Siri, hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad previewing, all the good stuff. If you are not opposed to breaking your lurk and sending Siri some gratitude, that'd be cool, but I understand. Lurkers are valued, appreciated. You know what else is massive? Are you going regular show or?
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Question: realistically speaking, how do you manage to pierce Dragmore scales? Must be hella strong. Not something I've thought about.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Everyone else minds their business. Fine.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
No gape. Oh, no gape. Wanted the gape.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Watching me.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Trap. Be cautious. cautious.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Bit unsettling. What, Dragonborn scales being about as tough as skin? Yeah, it makes them seem very squishy.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Alright, we threw that chest to open it up that way. Still cucumbered? I guess I did pick up a heavy crossbow. Oh, that wasn't the correct chest. I don't need gut right now. Oh, and I gotta bag up that third tadpole. I don't think this one will break. I really love this as a lockpicking spot. Yeah, it just took some damage. What a cannon. Luminous gonna go burr. Yes. Wonder if my Dragonborn Booba mod is updated yet. That's the thing to put out there. If I was on the Sword Coast, probably give way too much thought to piercing Dragonborn scales. You mean in a fight, right? You mean in a fight, right?
Fungal spores are everywhere. God, what's happening?
Slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil. It feels
Real good. They are come. You are come.
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Maybe I'll trust on it. If I was on the Sword Coast, probably one of the fishermen getting crushed by a Nautilus village. Yeah. Then the pussy. Alright, cruising along. Did I forget to use the spiders on another run? I think I forgot the last 3, actually. Damn it. I need to use those. They're actually really fun. You can buff them up with like Aid, Heroes Feast, Elixirs, and then just have them tank things for you. Alright, I'm level 3, so 600 gold? I want to respec anyway, so handle some of the rest of this first.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Don't. Dwagger. Why
An
you
antidote.
helping me? I Carl's guy.
started. Not I got away, but not the others.
Boots of speed and 25 XP. We talk to Spa. We agree to kill the Dwergar. That's free haste 4 grenades and some XP.
It greets you with a harrowing elegy.
I don't see myself having too much use for Boots of Speed, but... well, you know, outside of combat stuff, I suppose.
You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf,
XP for talking to
Balin was
Dareth.
Balin, where are you?
Reach into
Accidentally entered turn base.
I have heard the song.
Sharp, deep, and still
Rescue
fresh.
Balin right now. I may want the gloves, and the XP is most useful right now.
Scroll.
Oh yeah, Heroism is a good spell to concentrate on. Star Strode. Can enter turn-based mid-jump. Helps you get a head start on things like this. Putting all the potions of Vetter back for the purpose of them restocking. It's so that those items don't get restocked. So that I can buy them whenever I feel like it, rather than having to refresh Dareth's inventory.
Get out of there! I'm all right. God. I can... Ah. Right. Yes. Ta.
One gives you an invis scroll. So unfortunately, Karlach won't be surviving this run. We'll probably still do... I actually don't think I do super duper early Helldusk on this. Because I want the Infernal Robe. So we'll be taking a sequence with the Karlach stuff that I usually don't. This delays getting the Raphael XP until we actually mean to leave the map.
Did you bring the noble stock?
Noble stock,
His
the
hands
mushroom.
are empty
Yep.
as a whole, collecting noble stock. Go on then. Hand it over. You.
Need to go loot Gloves of Power before they disappear.
No, never mind.
Kinda tempted to get a short rest and go for the Bugbear Assassin. I have 2 hand crossbows because I got one from killing Barth and one from the Goblin Kid that I pickpocketed.
Now the
That's good action economy. I will revive Will soon. So this is unavoidable, so I'm gonna show the evils of this right now. Let's go with, anyone who spent some time with Hexblade on the patch knows what I'm doing. Stupid, stupid bug that normally I would be very against, but there's actually no way of getting around it. So, I'm just gonna show off stupidity off the bat. Probably enough.
Why does this keep happening? He was joking about octopus soup just a moment ago.
Better than nothing.
Now what? We dig a hole and be done with him?
We had a bellum.
I actually don't have to do it right now. It's cool. Okay, so see how my Armor of Agathis got Hexblade's Curse? Just accept the stacking bug's inevitable? Yeah. Wonder if all the separate calculations will slow the game down eventually. That happened with stealth checks back in patch 5, so probably. Hexblade's Curse will apply independently to each instance of damage attributed to me. That is its own instance of damage, and not just a damage rider. So currently, below level 5, my proficiency bonus is +2. At level 5, it becomes +3. At level 9, it becomes +4. So at level 9, Hexblade's Curse is 4 damage on each individual retaliation effect that I'll be doing. Considering I'll have, like, 5, 6, that's already a lot of damage. But because it adds in a way where it combines into the actual damage number, if I had, for example, made that bugbear wet, that 7 damage would have been doubled up to 14, meaning 14 damage from a first level Armor of Agathis, taking it from 5 damage to 14. It's disgusting? Yeah, it is. Nice crit, bro. So getting crit in retaliation builds, good thing, because any dice rolls that you have that are associated with you taking that hit are going to be increased. So Hex is 2d6 there. Fire Shield also doubles up. Flesh Melter Cloak doubles up. If someone with a weapon crits you and you have Dollar Amaris items, those apply. It's quite silly.
Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get... Care to explain why you reek of the hells? And... Here.
Noble Inspo, getting first soul coin.
You've made a grave mistake.
1 XP is 1 XP. Is your stat spread? You don't have to apologize, Crimsquirt. The extension's currently broken for new subclasses. My stat spread's subject to change right now. It is not where I want it. I have too much strength, not enough con, I guess I'm actually fine in charisma, but I have too much strength, not enough con right now. It'll change. I'm gonna respec shortly. Probably once I hit level 4. It's the worth of a soul. Depends on whether or not they're worth XP.
Very well.
The squirrel lunges at your foot.
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. Are these
Yeah, Hexblade also just heals when you kill something that's under the effect of Hexblade's curse. It's, stupid. Warlock level plus charisma modifier. My Warlock level won't get too high on this run, but my charisma modifier probably ends up being +3. So just 4 healing every time I kill something. It's pretty good. Right, I need to tell... So, an inspo for Will, if I, bring him with me when telling, checking in with Arabella's parents. Let's recruit him. I already accidentally got the exploration spot too early. So I got more than the 0 I would have gotten if Will went through it, but less than the 40 I would have gotten if I had self-control.
Don't want to draw any attention.
But back to the stat spread. Currently it's 16, 16, 10, 8, 10, 14.
On my way.
Wasn't sure if he'd care about Barth or Aridin.
One day I'll catch a break.
I don't want Gloves of Power specifically because Bane reduces enemy accuracy. A part of why I'm going to want low armor class is to ensure their attack rolls succeed. But another part of it is not having to worry about AC does free up a lot of your stat investment
Need anything else? Just some
for
bits
other
and bobs
things,
I know.
and I don't mean in your ability scores, I mean in your gearing. It's pretty liberating. So, Scrolls of Expeditious Retreat I could use. And my Dragon form will protect my concentration. So I could run around with that on and do, like, Speedy Light Feet. Sounds fun. Hey, Elena. What I'm stumbling into? Starting a new run. I'm doing a Spores, or not Spores, I keep saying Spores. Stars Druid, Retaliation tank build. People hit me, they take big damage, they are no longer alive.
I'll feel that one later.
Luminous armor does make it hard for them to hit me, so I will need my AC to be much lower. But that's okay. There we go. Gotta tank Dex. I'm gonna.
Pretty place for the glory. Could probably stick your get me out of here, and I'll tell. Then I.
One shot myself from full HP with Spirit Guardians. You use Radiant. I'll do it. Dex and spit. Yeah, we're gonna have a druid companion spit on me. Who's gonna be our spit buddy in camp? Chat. Minsk eventually. I don't really want Minsk to spit on me. Minthara. Yeah. Yeah.
Death won't take me yet.
Athletics failed. There's a couple tieflings that worth some XP that I want to kill before I recruit Will.
They'll find it.
Yes, of course.
Still gotta learn how to do the vacuum hands consistently.
You've been caught in the act. So much what was taken.
How did you see that, Zebler? Played so good? Yeah. That's pretty nice. I may have to give it up for Minor Illusion because it's not something I will use much of short term. Maybe pick it back up eventually. We'll see.
We'll get to the city soon. I am not grumpy. Scowl on your face will frighten the truck.
I need a quick word. It is.
bring Lae'zel to scare Zoru.
Is this monster with you?
Lower. The locals, the Tiefling.
Sorry. No, we need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
Bought my concentration to guidance.
But I'll keep at it. Oh, yes.
Bunch of classes get that for free. Not playing as one of them.
Are you sure? Can what's hiding here?
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
So chill Loki wondering what I have to do to run a duo with Quag. Got create more days in the week. There's so many people I want to play with. I have currently 2 active, like, running co-ops. Starting 2 more this week. So 4 days a week will be co-op. There's not enough hours in the day. Too many cool people here in the community that I want to do runs with. Like, I'm barely gonna have days for solos for at least a couple months. So that's part of why every solo stream day has been 12 hours. Gotta maximize. Recruit Will yet? Yeah, or recruit him now.
Oh, are those worse than Hogbog?
Nope. You just have to buy enough time to run. Well,
you.
She's out there now. Ready.
You don't need to succeed this insight.
Watching his hands, you realize he's mining opening something. He nods, then reaches.
10 XP for getting access to that. Will is with us, so we get an inspo when we talk to Arabella, Locke, and Chimera here.
Our little Hellion told us what.
Thank.
The Blade of Frontiers. Are you sure?
Let's go talk to Alfira and get music proficiency.
Please, make it.
Talk to the squirrels, leave the convo, they'll go to run away. 2 XP.
Done support. More like butchering, not at the hands of this bloody song. Dance upon the stars tonight.
I hope not to fail the first one.
Words of mine will turn to ash when
Worked out.
Sorry. There was so much. The week.
Break that somewhere. Loot in the bird nest. Squirrels for exploding later. Can I help you, Silva Lavesh? That 2 XP ever matter? Yes, multiple times I have been 1 XP short of the level. The new run? Yeah, we finished the previous run about 2 hours ago. It's been that long already. An amount of time ago.
Seems simple enough.
Classes am I? 2 levels of Druid, 1 level of Warlock at the moment. Once we hit level 4, I'll be respecking, so we'll be 3-1, but this will be mostly Druid with a slight Hexblade dip. Sleep till Merkle. Not this time.
I don't need any attention right now.
So convenient, you're always online. Whenever I open Twitch, I can watch you. Hey, happy to entertain. One annoying thing about playing half-orc is the animation speed is just not it. But, oh well, worse problems to have. At least I'm not a halfling, you know?
Very well.
Halflings are amazing? No, they're not. That's exactly the trap that I was setting for you. Congrats, you walked into it.
Cursed. It says there's a cellar here somewhere. I'll take that.
Use Druid spell slots on Hexblade spells like Agathis and Shield? Yes. Yes, I can.
Something good here, I hope.
A lot of alchemy mats in this basement. Look at the trap just like halflings. That's a different thing than halflings are amazing. Period. Again, you're doing the, hey, I like this. Versus, hey, this is good. Because halfling has good features 5% of the time. If not more infrequently. The other 95% of the time, it is dwarf but bad. Don't have to ascribe value that isn't there. To just say that you like a thing. For example, I really like Dragonborn. As of patch 8, they did take a slight nerf, so I don't rate them as highly as I did before patch 8, but I do like Dragonborn. I'm not out here saying Dragonborn are amazing. What was the Dragonborn nerf? The breath weapon is no longer an action refresh in patch 8.
Let's have a look. What's that?
Strongheart halflings took a monster nerf in 5e. What was the change?
Best be on my way.
I'm not super familiar with the tabletop equivalent.
Don't mind if I do. On my way.
Got branded. We could save Barkus, I guess. I prefer to have initiative for that, though. 3.5, 4e, they got +2 dex and extra feet at level 1. Wasn't there a variant human for extra feet at level 1 as well? I see why you said non-human. Hmm. Variant human custom lineage. Hmm. Read that book. XP. Let's go over and see if the dagger is still jutting from the meat. Any bets on whether the dagger still juts from the meat, chat?
A feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat. The dagger is tightly embedded in the cup.
Hey Mick, thank you for gifting 3 months of tier 1 sub to Elena. Very kind.
Dagger still juts from the meat.
Oh, the dagger still juts from the meat.
The dagger is tightly embedded in the cup. The dagger still juts from the meat.
Thank you very much, Mick.
The dagger is tightly embedded. The dagger still juts from the meat.
I think we confirmed that the dagger is still jutting from the meat.
You notice the blade is thanks to you.
Best be on my way.
It's good that we hashed that one out.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
That's curious.
Oh, there is absolutely zero chance of me getting this name correct. But thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Again, happy to entertain. Thank you so much for your continued support. Really wanted to be able to get that dagger. Yeah, there's some checks where, depending on what you use to roll on them, you can just back out and keep trying. Please try. You first. No, but in seriousness, I like getting people's names right, so if there's a particular thing I should call you, let me know. We're heading over here to grab the waypoint. We're gonna talk to the paladins. Do you play with karmic dice? No. Call me anytime. Alright, smooth. Smooth. I'll allow it.
Bodies everywhere. Accident? In it. Should mind my step.
At ease, friend.
Hello.
You're welcome to rest here. Who's there?
We This could be the work of a devil, but
It's all I have.
So, awkward thing. The Infernal Robe has a cast of Fire Shield.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now.
So, yeah.
In
Need to get the Underdark Beach waypoint. Messed up at some point earlier. I think I only put 2/3 of the tadpole bottles in the backpack. Time to learn them. So way to make up the tadpoles. Looking at your playthrough, thinking you have 2 more than me. This point just clear Goblin Spot to go Shadowlands. So you can have a full brain without any tadpole duplication. Pretty shortly into Act 2. Like, if you get the ones in the Mountain Pass, you get all the ones in Wilderness and Underdark, even without getting the double up from near, which I'm not sure is even possible current patch, by the way. Even without that, you can have full brain pretty shortly into Act 2, so you don't need to worry about the duplication thing. That's just something I do, so I have more toys to play with to increase the variation between things. Alright. Oh, I have at least 2,000 gold. Yeah. You don't need to worry about that. Just use the shield, I haven't learned it yet. I didn't use that just now. I did a different thing.
What? Gek! Got someone sneaking up on us.
There are 3 aid scrolls in the game. Lurgan here has one of them, so we buy it from him in dialogue here. Approaching at an angle where he's the one who spots us lets us do that. No, an Arcane Archer. Ah, yeah.
Fist grips an axe. On his gnarled grace.
What you doing? Maybe I could help.
I'll wait here. Good, but that comes later.
Once he's calm, we can buy his Misty Step scroll from him. This is equally so I have it, and so he doesn't. Volvic here, 75 XP. Because we chose to throw, even if we failed, he doesn't care. And because we did it in turn-based mode, there's no chance for him to talk. If I was in turn-based mode, he would be able to talk to me on the impact there, and that could generate aggro for a fight. We don't want that. So I failed perception here. There is some loot. You can still get access to it by using Speak with Dead on one of the Dwergar corpses. I just don't have Speak with Dead yet, so I'm leaving myself a map marker so I can come back and do that later. Because I am scatterbrained and I will forget. So I left myself a marker.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
Do the same thing with Garmor here that we did with Volvic. Again, I appreciate things you do for the community, literal well of knowledge. Glad I found you and I started playing. Happy to have you. I just hyperfixate and surround myself with people who do the same kind of thing. That's all.
Very well. What's inside?
135 hours of BG3 less than 2 weeks. Say I'm pretty fixated? Hell yeah. This hole in the wall right here, not the one up there, you know, this one. If you reach into it and pass a wisdom saving throw, you get a gemstone and some XP. But it's a DC 15 wisdom saving throw, and you can only even attempt it if you are short. Also, because it's one of those passive rolls, you can't use inspos on it if you fail. Your character won't let you try it again if you fail.
Why here?
No time for mercy.
Alright, we're clearing out those. Go back to Risen Road. Yeah, I'll level for now. Druid 3. We are still gonna respec, that's still the plan. Taking care of stuff that I don't really need to have any particular class features for at the moment. Druid level 3 gave us second level spell casting, so we're able to upcast our Agathis into that slot. So now, 10 temp HP, 10 damage. If we have Hexblade's Curse, 12 damage. With Wet, it's 24 damage.
Key. Wonder what it opens.
Hello, big lady.
Oh, fuck me. I'm Karlak.
Stella!
The latest yappy little...
Send it back where they came from. Sounds like a great plan. Real quick though, Karlak. Give me all your stuff, really. Thanks, bestie. Win? Congrats, Viper. Love to hear it. Good job. By the way, there was a point in your first patch you played through in the Archer over the Fist building while Keen's Rest, so there's tunnel used to give XP, they removed it, didn't know, it's added back. You failed to check, pass, got no XP. Ooh, thank you. Thank you for confirming. Good to know.
Who the hell dug this out?
So, a bit of whiplash from the previous playthrough, the one that we even completed today, where we did the romance with Karlak today. Suffice it to say, there's not going to be Karlak romance in this run.
You don't.
You! Well, great, what you got? It's...
Yeah, Galley Angel. Will absolutely do. Thank you for saving up 100,000 channel points. There you go. You sacrificed a hireling to Boal? Not to my knowledge.
Faint acrid head.
Right. We're already this far into level 4.
Wait, you're not it. So, you're Bus Illy cool. So, well, first, my Illy's so busy. So,
Oh, spell shite. Alright, we have the ability to summon Shovel.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
never a dull moment. Never wanted the easy path.
thing. Let's shovel.
Stranger, not food. No talk. Make me an offer. Well spoken.
Paying them to fight for me. It's a double inspo even. We'll get the money back when we kill them. Tips on how to make sure you don't break your build by multicasting the wrong order in terms of spellcasting ability. So your spell save DC... So your spellcasting ability is determined by either, in almost all cases, where that ability came from, but if it's a generalized thing that's not from a particular spell book or class feature, then it'll be the spellcasting ability of the class that you most recently put level 1 into, unless that class is fighter or rogue without their spellcasting subclasses. So this means if you have Swashbuckler, it'll change to Charisma. If you have Arcane Trickster, it'll change to Intelligence. If you have Eldritch Knight, it'll change to Intelligence. But base class fighter and rogue won't change it. In all other cases, there is a spellcasting attribute associated with the class. Barbarians are Charisma, monks are Wisdom, rangers, clerics, druids also Wisdom, warlocks, sorcerers, paladins, Charisma. Every class has that.
As the symbol glows.
Get or I'll wipe that nasty look. What was that? That's more like it.
Left some toes.
As
you enjoy.
10 XP in a ring. Toes? You gotta suck the toes. Did you hear, Elena, that they added an item? I think it was in patch 8. They added an item for sucking Crusher's toes. I think it gives something good. I don't know. I've never used it. Preset up a Glyph of Warding, Sleep, where 3 can be spawn, stack Arcane Acuity, have Hope cast Haste Scroll, eat into spot, start fight, upcast Hope monster, murder your turn 1, bonus action Mind Blast, remaining champions, from there just globe, invuln black hole, clear the champion safely, hold monster F. Crowd control, there you go.
Can't even enjoy a drink in peace.
Just out of here. Better be cautious.
I got shovel. Whoopsie.
One day I'll catch a break.
Black toes intolerant. Boo. Boo. Alright, so now we're setting up for Fezark. Gonna disguise as a drow here. You need 3,000 gold fast, you start splitting vendor inventories and stacks 100 in steel. Sometimes, yeah. Usually I'll just check to see what I can sell to a vendor I have good attitude with. But if I don't have that, then yeah, it depends on the vendor too. There's some vendors I will steal from, like Aaron or Jira. But there's some that I don't want to risk the attitude loss, or I don't want to risk the potential fight. And I'll steal from Esther too, she's isolated. But in particular with Esther and Jira and Aaron, you have to make sure you beat them in initiative. Like if Barkus or Volo catches you stealing, you just lose some attitude and they run away and then come back in a minute. But if you lose initiative to someone who can actually put up a fight, then, well, that could be your run. Alright. Triple dash, click heals into speed pot. I have 192 meters of movement speed right now.
As the symbol glows, power, the goblins slink.
If you are drow and branded, there's no check here. Allow them to leave. We get 190 XP. New Feather strat here. I gotta test again. Possibly record. Ooh.
Cutting to the chase.
We make a crate stack. I usually like to go 2 or 3 high, depending on how confident I'm feeling. Is dash stack even allowed? Is a thing. Yeah, the bomb was necessary.
I have something to ask.
Do the speed pot ahead of time for having an option if I should fail my first athletics check, but if I get Fezzik on the first try, I throw this div out too. There is another one, but I'm not feeling that confident. Maybe if I had Shovel here, get a surprise round, maybe, but I'm not feeling that greedy right now. Not gonna risk the run on 20 XP. So we let the rest of them go. Messes up the first time, jumped down the mountain to the left, they blew my bomb up and nuked me. It'll get you. It's a very, specific strat.
Here we go.
Now we go up here, there's, always some Alchemist Fires, which is really nice. Good chunk of camp supplies, too. Something that I recommend if you're having money problems. Sell camp supplies. You find way more than you need, unless you're playing, like, a giant barb or some flavor of paladin where you are not a sorcerer. In which case you're probably long resting a lot and you want to have the supplies. But if you're playing anything else, you have more than you need. You can sell some off. Could knock out Barkus for 20 XP, but it's not necessary.
Well, you saved nothing.
What if I'm playing as myself, who is EP all the time? It's relatable. So we're about a third of the way to level 5, through level 4. I want to see how old this save is. Just to see how much progress we've been making. 2.5 hours. Yeah, not bad. I'd be level 5 already. If I had gone with higher XP early game, set up the Raphael thing, and done a couple of combats that I thought about doing and decided not to. Hexblade's Curse adding to my breath weapon damage is certainly welcome. Don't want to move Ethel yet. Obviously the radiating orb thing is an anti-synergy with me having the low AC for now. Or anti-synergy with me wanting people to hit me, I should say, for now. It'll be a situational tool. Until we go to Grimforge, I won't have a chest armor that's actually relevant to this build.
Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Fling's too good not to get. Especially because I do already have some attitude with Aaron. What else was I here for? Apple. 3 levels Druid and Warlock level. I went 1 level Druid, 1 level Warlock. And then 2 more Druid levels. I'm respecing shortly. I can see a world in which I take a monk level here. No. Not this build.
The trader has no problem with you inspect.
She combined her 9 with the 1 on the table.
Blast it all, I'm going home.
Now I have 10 strength pots that I did not have.
What's hiding here?
Don't want to pick that fight yet. We're grabbing Fleet Fingers. Also hoping for this perception spot to go well. 15 XP.
Nothing.
No, you haven't. Just hold the arena back. Just enough. Where is she? Don't.
Lower my AC. Both missed. Two.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I bet.
2 XP.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
I want you that auntie. Hell yeah, gamer. Ooh, rolled good. Someone's zooming.
You blink and
This is actually good, because it means the swamp will be partially obscured in most spots, so if I want to use the armor I plan on grabbing in Grimforge to do retaliation damage, that'll work. Now, we probably don't end up sipping Auntie's nasty juices this run, because our temp HP is already spoken for.
Exhausted. Better find some.
We also won't really be fighting her early into the run. We don't care for the dexterity boost. And she's the only water vendor before Act 3. I forgot to loot Fezzik. Let's go do that. That'll get me a bomb. That I could use for Findal. Shovel on standby to get a surprise round. Actually, I'll go in with Shovel for the surprise round first. Not fighting Elsa for a long while to keep her as a vendor. Oh yeah. Makes sense. Depending on what kind of run you're doing, you could find yourself strapped for vendors. Like if you did a Raid the Grove run and you somehow had to kill Minthara too, well, you have almost no vendors left above ground in Act 1. You're left with like Gandrel and Ethel. So, it makes sense keeping her around. Outside of the I want to that auntie stuff, of course. Summon Shovel, give her Long Strider. Can't sleep.
Sign of the others yet.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Where do I go from here?
How badly do I want this kill? Debating if I use a bomb.
Best be on my way.
That's greed. More XP to wake him up and kill him. But I don't want him to beat me in initiative. He has Thunder Wave. You click the wrong dialogue option, it starts the, you know, the purge in the grove.
Stop me yet. What's in here?
I guess I should tell Will that Karlach's dead. He still doesn't know yet. Thinking. What do I have for scrolls? Most inspiring combo. But I do have shovel. If I was the guy to go hostile, you healing him, so it's been nice to me. Me telling him I'm gonna finish the job. Which I do. And that is what he deserves.
What's hiding here?
So what'd he do? He racist. He'll just casually drop slurs about tieflings in the conversation, even if you just... It didn't come up organically. It's not like, oh, he's from a different age, you know? No, bro's just a hardcore racist. There's no bullshit weirdo defense. And we kill racists here, so.
Everyone else minds their business. Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby. Sometimes the only way out is through.
Breathing cantrip? Nope, it's just a thing you can do every turn while you're in starry dragon form. It's a bonus action too. It's just a thing you can do.
How much farther can I go?
Crazy, right? Oh, that's all? Uh-huh. I do want the Oakfather's Embrace, the armor in the Owlbear Cave here. Need to give some thought to how I handle that. We started on bow. Yeah, the bow's really good too. Archer and Dragon are both quite good. I could go to Grimforge. And, like, I don't necessarily need to delay to level 5. It helps my XP slightly. Do Arcane Tower. Get Hill Giant Club. Yeah, I think I like that idea, actually. Because this might be one of those setups where I do actually allow myself a little bit of dependency on Hill Giant Club. This is the bow, 1d8 plus 3 bonus action. It's 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. It is an evocation spell. I think it's 1d8. It's an evocation spell, so if you get empowered evocation from level 10 Evo Wizard, you can apply your int modifier to it.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I don't remember if it's... I think it's actually plus proficiency rather than your spellcasting modifier. Let me look it up. I'm foggy on what the arrow is. Starry Form, Archer, Luminous Arrow. No, it's plus Wisdom modifier. Okay. But the note down here matches my findings. If multiclassing, the ability score used by this spell is determined by the latest class added. So it is treated as like a general thing. So with Evo Wizard, assuming you had 20 int, it'd be 1d8 plus 10. Which I think is pretty neat. Hey, stop shooting at me. That's not very nice. Hexblade's Curse proccing all the damage types you retaliate, count as the type of damage being retaliated. So, Hexblade's Curse will apply to individual instances of damage. It's the same exact logic that Rhapsody's damage boost works. Little Cream Squirt. So, anything that gets Rhapsody gets Hexblade's Curse. And it's even similar values. So let's put it that way. Anything that gets Scarlet Remittance, I should say. So, if I have Armor of Agathis and Hex, it'll go on Armor of Agathis, won't go on Hex, because Hex is in its own instance of damage. But if I have Armor of Agathis and Fire Shield, I get Hex on each of the... once on Agathis, once on Fire Shield, but then the Agathis and Fire Shields themselves each independently get
Don't mind if I do.
Hexblade's Curse. And because it's combined into the damage instance, anything that you're doing vulnerability with particularly likes Hexblade's Curse. What Scarlet Remittance work like? Exactly the same. So, it would go on Agathis, go on Fire Shield, go on Flesh Melter Cloak, go on Iron Vine, would go on Bone Spike Garb, Oakfather's Embrace, you know, the retaliation effects themselves, the things that get damage riders would have that boosting the damage of the thing itself, but not of the riders. So yes, this does mean that Hexblade's Curse will be contributing even as much as triple-digit damage numbers later on. And because it'll be going on a bunch of different effects at once. And that's very breakable. Can be used in a late game? Yeah. Probably. If for some reason I am not using Ironbind Shield, then yes, I would be using Rhapsody, most likely. But for much of the run, it'll be a Shillelagh-compatible weapon plus Ironbind Shield.
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
Okay. What are you doing, Jake? Hello. What's up? I'm healing here because I have had Bernard get mad at me for bashing turrets down here.
This calls for careful footwork. I don't need any attention right now.
Critical hit. Huh. Rolled minimum damage. That'll do it. Like actual minimum damage. There we go.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, you heal off that? That's funny.
I sense magic. Transformation. Wish I had a bag of holding.
If you've seen what Soblack pulled off with Ironbind, very much looking forward to seeing what you cook there. I've done my own retaliation stuff too. The last one I did was Lore Bard, where I made Orin one-shot herself. I was running around using Contagion on myself to be blind every day. What's Soblack do with it? This is the one where he ran around and killed everyone in the House of Grief in one turn of making them make opportunity attacks against him.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Doing Booming Blade isn't better here than regular attack, it looks cool.
Should mind my step.
While laughing the whole time too. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Notable thing about Ironbind is there are very few retaliation effects in the game that will go on any kind of damage that you take. A lot of them tend to be like, hey, this is melee specific, melee, you know, unarmed. But Ironbind is one of the ones that is all damage. So you can kind of match gear depending on what you are fighting. Like, for example, if you're fighting archers and you're going to let them hit you, if you equip the Titan String Bow and have high strength, that goes on your Ironbind damage. What we're using? These are the Fleet Fingers. You can dig them up over by the Blighted Village. They're hidden underneath the only perception-based dig spot in the game. The one I can think of, anyway. Never seen those before. They're pretty nice. Insane mobility, especially if you combine them with the Boots of Speed, because what that would allow you to do is you could dash on your bonus action, and then you can also make that jump from that dash. So without giving up your main action, which is where a lot of builds are doing most of their stuff, you just have a massive amount of mobility. It's very good. It's the best Mystic Arcanum for Hexblade. You know how I feel about the B word, but in general, I really like Create Undead. That mummy summon is very powerful.
You're using the cipher you've had the skill, but off its lays.
Disc. Are these Yankee markings? Lazel might know.
Like a document showing which items add damage to what? Yes. Go follow this channel. Trade has a spreadsheet dedicated entirely to damage interactions, what goes on what, etc. Mommy's what I was thinking about, too. Sorry about the beat. No, you're fine. You're fine. I just always gotta say it. I read the book, right? Hopefully I read the book. Occasionally I forget to read the book.
A chair leg could make for a fine weapon. Not over, then through. My ring lit up.
Thank you, you're very welcome, Arkwell. Yeah, I can say as someone with 4,600 hours in the game, who's done over 50 honor mode runs, who is kind of really nerdy and cringy about this shit, nobody knows more about how damage interactions work in this game than Trade Secret does. Including me. Allowing myself a second of tooting my own horn. I put a lot of time into learning how this shit works. If you haven't already dropped a follow on Trade, please do so. Criminally underfollowed. I've run to the channel for many years now. You good, cat? Trade is aptly named. Way to apply Radiant Vuln, Contagion, Flesh Rot. I should have followed before he suggested to know about the spreadsheet somehow. It's usually in the title of his streams. Usually.
I do enjoy a good bargain.
He enjoys a good bargain. I never would have known.
Is to your liking. Very welcome back. Have you made any new discovery? It's curious to find truly I have.
Are you looking to open your mind? But the love, and even without the it is but not to worry. But there may be a way. But Timusks cause confusion. You must drink the entire drink.
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries.
Get the commands out most of the time. It's a lot of text, I get it. Anyway, thanks again, of course.
The fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it knew the call.
That love such an outcome. I would offer it as a gift. But in truth, the ring is priceless. Is there anything
Rolled
you
good.
could offer me in that of
Yo, Mellum.
Welcome back.
I greet you, son child.
Okay, that's survival instinct. I like in stars. It's fun, Adria. The breath weapon's been really cool so far. Hey, Roxy, the Star Druid going? It's been pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Still very early game stuff, but we're schmoovin'. Think I could hit that respec justifiably now. Water bottle. Keep forgetting.
It's just positive.
Oh, I didn't notice your handouchy thing.
No harm in it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, bye. Hey, Will, Carlock's dead.
So, why am I frozen in... Why should this time be any different? My prey has fallen. Hail again, and may our strikes always find their marks.
Do we Riz Will this run? Maybe.
So, I don't remember much of the battle. And the frontiers demanded a blade. And so, with you as my ally, I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlach might be taking. The damn... A powerful friend with a key. I can only leave the rest to your imagination. But...
Tiny grooves. You watch and listen for signs of...
Field insight.
I shall be here in my camp. For, should thou
The big natties
or
are back.
companions
Everything
perish, a matter
Everything is right.
as the
It's one of us should successfully Riz. Okay. So, maybe 12 strength. I don't actually want good decks right now either. 8 is... I'm gonna be wearing some armor. 10 is fine for now. Yeah. I don't want negative initiative yet. 16 con. Don't let me have 12 wisdom. Maybe I do go down to... Then I could have 14 wisdom as well. $16 Riz, 14 Wiz. Ugh, weird stat spread. Feels very weird. Let's do it. Intrips. Definitely still Thorn Whip. Pick up guidance from stars. I wonder how Shillelagh and Hexed Weapon will work here. Shillelagh will probably end up slightly lowering my accuracy. Functionally. Because it'll override my Pact Weapon scaling. I think. Do I try to go 16 Riz and 16 Wisdom? Only 14 Con? Constitution affects the DC of my Breath Weapon. The strength is dual leg, weapon flexibility, jump distance, and the ability to shove people around. Mostly Joseph. It's your carry weight, it's your jump distance. I don't like cratering my strength all the way to 8. Honestly, even going below 16 strength is like pulling teeth for me. But because in this build, I'll be doing a lot of Shillelagh stuff, there is a solid argument for me just stapling myself to the Hill Giant Club, because my stat requirements are going to be pretty taxed for a while. It'll be a little more flexible once we get some more permanent buffs, but I also really don't like having 8 decks. Feels not good. I could go down to 10. Then I can't hit a meaningful bracket. Like, if I go down to 8, sure, I could apply the points somewhere, but not to any significant gain. I don't want positive decks. Ten strength. I hate having that little. Hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. I'm going with religion proficiency, insight proficiency.
How much doth a soul weigh?
What were we talking about?
This'll do wonders for the shop. Will be no point in
Kill a channel while you're a strength believer. Carry weights, pushing, jumping, throwing. Being able to throw in a melee attack or a thrown weapon whenever I see fit, rather than being forced to click low success rate things. I'm a believer in that stuff. Dexterity is still, without question, the most impactful stat in the game, but I'm a strength enjoyer. Alright, 400 gold to Dareth. Max out her attitude, then we're gonna sell some stuff to her.
Have I got everything then?
My species difficult to emulate.
I want to have a word.
Explain
Welcome back.
why more points in wisdom aren't needed. Because my spellcasting attribute is going to be charisma because of the hexblade dip that I'm going to take. And additionally, where would those points come from in this particular build? I have my constitution as high of a modifier as it can go, and I need both wisdom and charisma. So there's no way I could make them higher without starting to neglect other stats, like putting my strength to the point where it's completely terrible without Hill Giant. It'll still be bad without Hill Giant, but salvageable in an emergency. There's only so many stat points you can justify, and of all the stats in the game, wisdom does the least for you in the most situations, barring intelligence. Because with intelligence, there's a couple very high priority religion arcana checks, and one important saving throw. But yeah, it's a competition between intelligence and wisdom for not really meaning much overall. Else for staff I could use for spell save DC. It does affect breath weapon. Not interested right now though. Now wisdom is going to be my Ironbind damage once I get that, so it will be useful. Just there's only so many points I could put there. 8 Strength Barbarian challenge. It's just suffering. The idea behind putting shop items in the bag so they don't refresh whenever the vendor's inventory is re-rolled. Allows me to functionally put items on layaway. I can buy things later. I don't have to put up the money right now. Vampiric Touch and Witch Bolt. Maybe with Dragon Form I get some value. Speak with Dead, so I can go do that now too. I do donate 400 gold. Yeah, thanks for explaining, Chris. Vendor attitude. If you max out a vendor's attitude, or more accurately, the more attitude you have with them, the more it contributes to your overall discount. Your discount's determined by your persuasion skill and the vendor's attitude towards you.
Remembering I have a prime.
Thank you for the prime of the 2 months, Siren. I really appreciate it. Thank you for thinking of me with your monthly prime. You only get one, and I'm honored that you chose me. Thank you very much. But yeah, vendor attitude. It influences buy and sell prices. So a combination of having good persuasion skill and good attitude with a vendor that you know you'll be using for a lot of the game saves you a lot of money in the long run. So like Dareth, we'll be trading with Dareth the entire game, so we get attitude with her. We'll be trading with Blurg the entire game, so we get attitude with him. And we buy a variety of things from them. Some of those things sometimes expensive. We get attitude with Roa because we trade with her only in Act 1 and 2, but the price of things we buy from Roa, particularly in Act 2, adds up to so much money that this is worth it. Even if we were only making one transaction with her one time, it would still be worth it. I'm gonna buy the Bow of Awareness. Helps with the initiative. I'll sell that. Let's get Dammon. Dammon and Mattis. Dammon, Mattis, and Roland next. Dammon, all 3 acts. Mattis, all 3 acts. Roland, him being an ally makes it easier for me to save his life in Act 2, and then we do want him to be an ally in Act 3 for both buffing and vendor purposes. Maybe not buffing purposes in this run. It's an AC buff, so I don't want it, but vendor bags were patched when I last tried. Good to know that still works. Yeah, I don't do the method where I put their stuff in a bag, kill them, and take their stuff. That doesn't work anymore on patch 8. But this thing that I'm doing still does. And all this is a time saver. It means I don't have to stress out about things like you know, partial resting until a vendor stocks the one scroll that I want. If I know I bagged it up earlier, I can just go get it. Specialize a hireling for persuasion approval. Yeah, technically. Persuasion expertise, as much charisma as possible. You'd have them go around and get the attitude. And then in Act 3, you could introduce the pointy hat and a high int modifier for even more. You got the Ring of Geniality from Barkus in Act 2. You've got Voice of the Circle from Spa, even here in Act 1, though it is for 10 turns every long rest.
My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my
the discount caps out at 200%, minus 200%. So you can see the top left of the corner, top left corner of the screen here. I have minus 20, caps out at minus 200. So you don't need every boost to get there. Using Bloodlust on Giant Barb's a lot of fun. I'm a big fan of Bloodlust in general. I'd globe for 600 instead of 1200. Yeah, it matters. More stuff to sell.
Looking for steel?
Yeah, if you max out vendor discount, then you are selling things at cost. That means you get 2,500 gold for a rune powder barrel, for example.
Or a baker. Or a butcher.
Salmon. Let's get rolling. Technically, I don't need a rolling at 100. Getting rolling to 60 is enough. Like this. Gives me a buffer if I commit a couple of minor crimes. I won't lose it all.
Our best chance to make it to Baldur's Gate is on our... Yes.
I need to sell a little more to Damon. I need to give 400 gold to Mattis. I'm not using very heavy great axe this run. I can sell it. Sell Lae'zel's weapons. Sell Dark Vision elixirs. Didn't loot the Toll House basement. I gotta do that for money.
Well, something close.
Right, back up to 495. We're gonna give 400 of that to Mattis, so you might say, Quag, you had like 2,000 gold before even selling anything. Now you're out of money. This was terrible. No, this is gonna save me a lot of money in the long term. Quite a lot. Haven't had much experience doing watching the Ornn fight. Way to stop the whole Boon of Ball things. Normal type playthrough. Killed 2 minions, ran down the stairs for the space. Ornn had her go, and then I evaporated after.
I've never seen someone like you before.
So...
Go on. Take this ring. It's lucky.
Did you inspect? Did you read? Also, is this honor or tactician? I forget.
Call it. Heads or tails. I've got more where that came from. Real. That's what I got. Nothing caught your eye.
Getting robbed.
You spot the ball.
Honor? Okay. So, Boon of Ball is only in the turn order as long as any of the cultists are chanting. So the sanctuaried ones that are just standing there chanting, yeah, once you get rid of all those, Boon of Ball is removed from the turn order. If the Boon of Ball is still in the turn order, then at the top of every round, Baal's Edict goes out. If Baal's Edict is applied to you, and you do not get a kill on your turn, you die when your turn ends. You just die. It's a death effect. Also, while Boon of Ball is in the turn order, Ornn gets 12 unstoppable stacks at the start of every one of her turns. It doesn't go beyond 12, but she will get reset to 12 unstoppable stacks.
Hey, you're back. Look, here's what I got. Well,
You suddenly feel something.
hey, yeah, I know. I was standing right here telling her to rob. Now,
The quest from Mole. I haven't tried lunch money on current patch. I should see if that works.
And thanks for going easy on Sylphie. No, and we're happy. I want to steal that big... Anything else? Anything else? Why? You planning on telling me stealing is wrong? Won't come see you.
Waiter, guarantee you can catch Sylphie? No. Gotta roll good. Perception check, so good perception helps. Just gotta roll good.
Is life but a waking death, or doth it serve some other purpose?
Okay. So now I don't need to be level 1 anymore. Take our Hexblade dip. I took Booming Blade because I think it's cool. I think I benefit more from Minor Illusion. And I definitely need Blade Ward. We'll grab Booming Blade later. Shield is kind of the opposite what we need on this build. It would be useful for archers before I get Ironbind, but I need Armor of Agathis and Hex more. If I take more Warlock levels, then yeah, I fill out the kit more. I could pick up like Booming Blade, I could pick up Hellish Rebuke even, possibly Shield. Not right now. Back to leveling this druid. Pick up stars. I should be checking vendor inventory at each of these refreshes. I'm being lazy. Druid level 3. So once we hit character level 5, I will get my feat, which probably is going to be alert. There's a chance I take tough and play kind of fast and loose, but more likely that's where I take alert. To help offset my truly terrible initiative. I have +0. With Bow of Awareness, I have +1. I'm less likely to be last in every fight, but it's still not great. Beam, Longstrider. Yeah, this works. I forgot to take Shillelagh. I'll take it next time I get a cantrip. Yes, cat, hello. You're a very good boy. It's true. Need my star map guiding bolt on here. Wild shape, starry form, dragon. Class put first level into druid. Fast and loose, my nickname in high school. Nice one, Rox. We have 35 HP. This is without the 5 from Absolute's Talisman, because I respect, so it's not currently available anymore. Let's see, are there any fights we could reasonably pick right now? Reasonably? No. Could go fight some gnolls, though. Terrible, terrible idea. Still considering it. Flynn misses us, but what if? I've done Joaquin's Rest. We could hit level 5 off of doing, like, Grim and stuff. So I think I'll play to that. Still need a long rest for Tadpole power access. Need a long rest for Infernal Rogue from Mizora. Still done 0 long rest.
A vessel wobbles on the lake.
Yep. Where's Gek? What about Gek? Come.
You continue.
Well, I'll be
You
spit it.
drug nut.
You're shitting.
Who's the whom, Greyman? Another slave for the dig. That your twat soldier. But I'm warning you.
So the armor I actually intend on using is here in Grimforge. I will be using various versions of Shard's Dark Justiciar half plate throughout the run. You can get a copy of the green version over here. So that's what we're grabbing. Luminous armor is great for when I'm using my breath and trying not to get hit. But that's not right now.
Look at the skeletons. You realize they are all...
Aelin not catching a break for a 3rd time. I know. I'm so upset about it, trade. While obscured by shadow, the wearer deals 1 to 4 necrotic damage to attackers that hit them with a melee attack. So as long as we stay out of lit areas, a little bit of extra damage whenever someone hits us. Are you doing adamantine armor or shield? I'm going to craft the adamantine shield. Until I have a huge HP pool with some damage reduction, I still don't want people to crit me. Not every time, anyway. So the adamantine shield will see use.
Trap. Cautious. A Sharan idol. It's beautifully crafted.
Every once in a while I'll do a cutscene or something, make so I can't click or move anywhere. Is that a common bug? It's something I've only noticed happening in patch 8. What if it's like super lit? Bro. Oh, it'd be like litty titty. Alright, you're a fake old Danny. You're using slang newer than the slang I use. Hand in your old card.
With haste.
You have to escape and go back to fix it? Yeah, Pollock, bro. Same. I don't think the youth still say that. You see, as a true Olge, I automatically assume that they do. See, you've heard of Gatekeep, Gaslight, Girl Boss. What about Gatekeep, Gaslight, Geriatric? That's what I'm doing right now.
Steel mold. Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
We'll wait to deal with Kith until, I have Warp Headband. Not old enough to pretend like slang the youth don't use anymore is slang they still use. Uh-huh, uh-huh.
What's inside?
Brain hurts. Mine does too. All the time. Alright, how we feeling, closing out the first half of the stream? No, I'm not that unwell. Yet.
Good idea.
Give it time.
I think.
Do you actually eat? No. I forgot.
These boots have seen everything. Don't want to draw any attention.
Don't you mad at me? No, nuh-uh. No, I didn't do anything.
Time to press ahead.
Yeah, but then I'd have to, like, do something about it. Come over there and make you eat something. Okay, I know that was supposed to sound wholesome, but... Okay, there you go.
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
Wholesome.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay, yeah, making the shield. I will... So, the thing about this is, if I'm going to use Ironvine Shield and, like, green DJ chest armor, it means I don't have crit immunity unless I wear the Grimskull helm while not being proficient with it. That's something I'm kind of prepared to do if I really don't want to get crit. But likely I will just, toggle it on and off depending on what I'm fighting. This does kind of make me think that, maybe I do end up going off over a lurch. The impact at level 5 will be 10 HP. Certainly not nothing. Either way, I'm crafting the shield and likely the medium armor, but not making the medium armor yet. Sell this guy at level 4, you can sell this guy at whatever level you want. All the ogres. Oh, they spawned right next to him. Nice. Never called him from that spot before. We jump up. Debating if I want to get a source of fire resistance. Maybe just don't want to be wearing metal armor right now. Wood of the Lava too. Just means they get some damage in for me, maybe. Oh, or they do that. And take some lava ticks. Broke Quag's first roll of BD3. And, bet on a dice roll. Has at least a 25% chance of ending a run. Hey, sometimes I do it. Sometimes it's gotta be for the memes. Hey, Grim got knocked prone there. Ogre's doing well. Good for them. Oh, never mind. Chalk was standing in the lava. For the Maymays. Roll the intelligence check for talking to the injured mind player. Oh, so you did something for absolutely no gain whatsoever? Yeah. But as long as you had fun.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Hide here, expecting Fang to go down this turn. Grim won't move because I'm hidden on connected terrain. Now we minor illusion. Actually not quite happy with that position. Move up a little bit. Also, I gotta switch to hand crossbows. And that should work. Oops. Forgot to click in the other slot. Or I'm down once again, Spirit Guardian's my goat. Nice. Congrats, Viper. Very big W. Why am I not surprised you're still alive? Listen, Messy, it's... You gotta lock in, okay? I'm still alive because you didn't lock in. How was your day? Oh, we got 4 methods on the hammer platform. I gotta do it to him. Oh, I guess only 3 were in range. Still satisfying. Wait for Grim to kill the methods before I go back to doing minor illusion stuff. Not fantastic hammer rolls today. That's okay. Trying to scale Dazzling Breath damage, want as high wisdom as possible. Was scaling top level druid? No, it's Constitution. It goes off of your Constitution. I mean, you're visually in the lava, but I guess you're not actually in the lava. There we go. He's wrong then? Don't think it is. Here, let me verify. Dazzling Breath. Constitution, you didn't read. What happens if they succeed the save, Jacqueline?
I can't wait to sleep. Anything of use?
What happens to the damage? They take half, and half is less damage, correct?
Light on my feet.
Izilla didn't make it. Oh, was she who Orin took in your run, Viper? Alright, pick up Shillelagh here. Yeah? It's like that one teacher at school that all the kids like. Well, I take that as a compliment. So it's between alert and tough. Tough is 10 extra HP right now. Yeah, if you're going for damage and consistency, you want wisdom and constitution. But should read this too. That's also on that page. The tough is 10 HP right now. It would be another 2 HP for each level. That would be at 53 HP in this upcoming level. Was about that earlier? Cool. I would be at 52. Enough to feel confident, but without damage reduction yet. Not super confident. What level is Dilophosaurus? Is that 6? Dilophosaurus wild shape? Let me look that up. Look, he's so useful. That was level 10. Why did I think it was 6? Ooh. Yeah, it's level 10. So that won't be on the table for quite a while. That'll be mostly Act 3 tech, then. That's okay. Much as I want this extra HP buffer, Alert just gives me so much latitude. I can go with that. Alright, let's do some testing on... I might even leave one of these animated armors alive. For a bit. I thought I was dating him. Yeah, he does that. Unless you're trying to get with him, and then he's like, oh... Oh, good. Stealth failed. That was important. I would have been worried. Not my favorite use of a speed pot, but...
Don't waste a step.
Who are the wiki? Oh. Allison seems like the type of person to say, where's my hug? Dade will crucify you for saying that, Gage. That's my charisma modifier. Definitely attacking with my charisma with Hex weapon. Let's see what it looks like with Shillelagh. Still charisma. Excellent. So, if you want to know why Hexblade's curse is fucked up, just go ahead and look at this. It's okay. It also applied to the fall damage. It's okay, it also applied to the throw damage. So, the throw damage, the fall damage, and the lava damage each got Hexblade's curse, and it matched the damage type for each. No, 10d6 is because it was lava. You mean it's perfectly fine? Oh, okay. You say so. For a Hexblade character, any tips? Don't be afraid to pure class your character. A lot of people will just kind of start multi-classing for the sake of doing it. Just know that pure class Warlock is extremely strong, and Hexblade in particular gets some really crazy high-level features that you'll miss out on if you multi-class too much. That does a Dragon Breath scale off of. So it uses Constitution to determine the DC. And then, as long as they fail the save, you add your spellcasting modifier to it. So in my case, it's actually going off my Charisma. You can make an ability drain Raphael's con? No. Ability drain is on attack rolls. Remember, Dragonborn Breath Weapon has always determined its DC off Constitution, and it does an ability drain because it's not an attack roll.
No traps, please.
Would a bar with Dragon's Breath be a thing? If you wanted it to be, yeah. You could build a Barbarian, take a Stars Druid dip, and then start breathing. Absolutely. Before we continue, I want to do maybe another hour tops. I am gonna grab some food real quick. So hang on, let me. Look at camera. Make her as disgusted as possible. And then... Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got pasta. Oh, good night, Viper. Zora's sexy. Actually, that's cool writing. Yeah, Mark told me about the text. Really true, you're finally eating. She just like me. I should call her. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Kith. Listen, Fog's like 90% sure I sent the Pixie Belt to my camp. Can't find it anywhere. Checked every single vendor. Haven't killed any. Haven't long rested. You go back to Acton at some point. You can get by without it. I've had to do that on some runs, but
A sun dweller in these parts. Look here, my topside friend. I need fresh eyes, and I doubt I'll find
yeah, that's
fresher.
something to be careful about. Things like that are why I use the barter window, not the trade window, when I'm selling things. Because I will never accidentally sell the Pixie Belt, because I have to confirm. Yeah, trade, just simple toxins.
Take a look. Tell me what you see, and be thorough.
The stat 2.
Anything standing out?
Bold no.
What do you think?
Nice.
Hottest of
UK's competition for the Poison King. I mean, what if 11 won, though?
The fires of the hells have touched Grimforge.
What if 11 won? Hey, Lacros, how are you?
Incredible. An entire history risen from dirt and debris. Picture it. An ancient city, hewn from the stone by disciples of Shah, later abandoned. Untold centuries later, a new tribe revives it. Fresh walls, fresh sculptures, until a great hell beast charges through, toppling the walls and crushing the people. That explains the infernal plate I found. Perhaps you might have use of it. But my work has only begun. There is more still to find. I must get to it.
Question regarding Hexblade. Extra attack from Pact of Blade 5? Yeah. What are you eating? Spaghetti.
Well, let's see what you've got.
So, let's talk about the haste spell. They can't break my concentration on this. Unless someone can knock me prone, I can't break my concentration on this. This is not a hyperbolic can't. This is a they cannot. I can just cast this on myself and chill. Even while making people hit me. Now, downside of haste is it gives me AC. Boo. So I gotta think of, How to make enemies hit me more reliably. Maybe I do need that barbarian dip for a reckless attack until I can blind myself with contagion. Maybe I can cast blindness at myself. It's an option. Nice crit, Cobain. Glad you found it. Still streaming? Yeah, loading screen. How are you? How was your day? X-Blade worth going all 12 in Warlock, do you think? Yes. Brutal critical would add damage side? No, it wouldn't. It doesn't crit. Breath is not an attack roll. Can't complain, hope all is well in Quagland. Unfortunately, Quagland is located in the landmass that it is, but, you know, surviving. Is lightning charge a viable build? Lightning charges are not a build. Lightning charges are something you put on a build. So, you answer me this, Colby. Is +1 to your accuracy and +1 damage on everything you do good? If you think the answer is yes, then yes. If you think the answer is no, then yes. Lightning charges are good. Alright, let's go test out some stuff on Spider here. Of awareness.
This calls for careful footwork.
Can I jump through this by any chance? It's still in sight.
Yes, my desire.
Yeah, let's fight. Okay. X. Blade Forge. Yeah, it's not gonna hit me. You lay down. No ranged attacks. X-Blade's curse on you.
We'll catch a break.
There goes my Agathis. May as well breathe on you. X-Blade's curse. Flying strike at Star's reply. Unfortunate. Not unexpected though. Big hit. Was that to lightning charge as a dash? The good rogue build for that? Yeah, like if you have the proficiency with it, then yes. And anything. Remember how uncommon it is for things in your gloves, or not your gloves, excuse me, your boots slot to say damage on them. And lightning charges are damage. As a rogue, you can either dash in your main action or your bonus action. you get those lightning charges. So as long as you have medium armor proficiency so that you don't shut down a lot of your other stuff while you have the boots on, then yeah, they're just really good. Here, like, I will equip those boots mid-combat right now. If I can. Lightning charges. Take the opportunity attack. Didn't work. Breathe. Lightning charges on my breath weapon. What else do you do for it? Prepare it. Bow. You have medium proficiency from racer dipping. So like, all of them. All rogues get bonus action dash. So all of them. And like, if you're shooting a bow, then sure. If you're doing a melee weapon, then sure. It applies equally. It's good on both. So, what do you want to do? Let's re-up Agathis here. Fire arrow's much better for this. Waste to use a bomb here, but less of a headache. The bomb can't play BG2 for another week at least. Oh, I'm sorry, Blark. I think the extra bonus action thief's worth doing it with the bow from Joaquin. So like, there is no unique bow there unless you're talking about the lightning charges one. And if you're talking about the lightning charges one, then like you already have lightning charges. What are you trying to do? Assuming, the jolt shooter. Like, I don't know how much more clearly I could be like, hey, lightning charge is good. You get lightning charges on main action or bonus action. Lightning charge is good. So, like, yes. I guess I need new, fun, and creative ways of saying lightning charge is good. I've not done first long rest yet. You do whatever you're doing as a rogue, and you get lightning charges top of that. It's that simple. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Maybe I go in and try to steal Oakfather's Embrace. Speaking of stealing, I didn't steal the Invis ring.
Dead drow, publicly displayed.
You wouldn't survive a 10 day on your
Quag
own.
is sending a message.
I'll give you that.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Don't have to roll the checks in the dialogue there if you just steal it. Still get the XP. Now that I have that, back to Blighted Village. I'm going to use the Invis from this ring so I can sneak past the owlbear. Just so I don't trigger the conversation because I haven't decided how I'm handling that whole thing. What have I snipe prepared? Oh, more stuff. Right. Oh yeah. Shadowblade got the glow up treatment and Flameblade is still what it is. That just occurred to me. Ooh. That's tragic. I guess you could Hexblade's curse it. With Arsonist oil, you know, but like... Eh.
Best be on my way.
Dual wield with some sort of cinder, I think is the best we're getting. Sounds like it.
That stench. Did Albert pray, no doubt?
Grab the Oak Father's Embrace. I use that here.
Don't give me trouble now.
I suppose there's an argument for me, just wearing adamantine and hoping standing on an acid surface to lower my AC occasionally is gonna make enough of a difference for enemies to hit me consistently. I don't really want to do the Barbarian dip for Reckless Attack. I guess I could look into ways of blinding myself. Maybe I'd keep Fog Cloud prepped. Yeah, maybe I keep Fog Cloud prepped so I can blind myself and give advantage to enemies. Not yet, but at some point.
This place wasn't built for the living. Watch where you go. There's a trap.
An easy way to entangle yourself? Not really. Also, I'd want to be able to move still. Toddy, thank you for the 8 months. Good to see you. Been a minute. Hope you're good. Thank you very much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag.
Wow. Thank you very much. Why am I still in a strength pot? I don't want to be on that. Not too much more helpful than that right now, though. So, my star maps. It's 2 guiding bolts. I'll take that.
Seems simple enough.
Yeah, at level 10 the AC problem goes mostly away, because then as long as I don't get wet, I have 5 less AC.
No sign of a struggle.
New subclasses aren't showing up when I try to start a new game, even with no mods. Huh. I've not experienced that. Yeah, make sure you you have the patch. If you have the patch, the bottom right corner of the main menu should have a login field.
They worshipped some kind of scholar.
Cast Blind, no send yourself with the Risky Ring Worm Elixir. Problem with that is I have good constitution. No, I mean, I guess I have good Guess I have good spell save DC too. Tadpole Elixir's interesting though. Because do I care about having con save disadvantage if I can't fail my concentration anyway? I don't think I do. I don't think I care about that shit at all. There's an idea.
Something just woke up.
Made new games since the patch. What subclass is working? Verify files, reinstalled, restarted PC. It's not PC, ignore me. Yeah, all good advice. Can't see, but my breath doesn't need to. Oh hey, that actually lights up torches. That's good to know. You don't have opportunity attack? That's amusing. Think Withers knows these guys? Yes. They make it very clear that he does. Hope Fathers. Hope Fathers.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
X-Blade's Curse. Silly. Yeah, I just need some damage reduction, so,
Something over there.
I get this last longer, and then we're in business.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
I'm exhausted. But if I'm...
I think I want more Agathis uses before I go tempt the Woodwoads to hit me, because they can fuck me off. That's some thought. I could recruit Gale. Yeah, let's go do that. One of our runs with subclass work before I try to do multiplayer. So none of us, even when starting new solo game with the new subclasses. Was there one person who was having trouble seeing them and then it spread to everybody else by any chance?
touch the sigil on the...
Up the hand.
Perhaps I should have clarified. A helping hand.
Yeah, could be a cross-platform thing.
Say, but I know you. Don't.
Whoa! Easy. You really mean?
Patch 8 added crossplay? Yes. Didn't expect him to hit me, that's why I didn't bother hexing.
I trust I've made myself clear. Words will now appear. So it is. I'll lie. In that case, this will be an E. Have that.
Stat to hex. Generally speaking, strength will be the most impactful because it affects checks, not saving throws. So, athletics checks are contested. So when you try to throw someone or push someone, it's a contested athletics check. So it'll help that. It'll also make them less able to shove you. If you're using minor illusion, then intelligence will make them have disadvantage on their investigation checks to see through the illusion. If you are playing a swashbuckler and using panache, hexing charisma gives them disadvantage. Actually, or is it wisdom? One of them. Whatever they have to roll check-wise, you can hex that one, because it's a check, not a save. It's either charisma or wisdom. I forget which, because I'm tired.
The pouch is sealed with diff as the per... This is the flute Gale kept on. The flute awaits with bated breath.
E-E-A-T. Gosh. Alright, scroll to True Resurrection.
My. I'd thank that said. As such, here's... Spare me a moment, if you please. I've something important to discuss with you. We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you. It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but...
Gale, you're bruised in your underwear talking about needing to share something personal with me.
Choice but to speak.
The answer is
You
yes.
see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just what it comes down to is just, and by that I mean, it, as luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need.
In the silver pendant. I'll always have guidance. So.
To point out, but no less dangerous. Sincerely, though, how can I help?
Why is he so beat up? Because I killed him. How hard we hit him? Enough for him to be not alive. Have this condition. Gale was either going to bring up the magical orb in his chest that could explode and level the size of a city, or he was going to say that he's got a condition that can only be cured by using thighs as earmuffs. You know the pasta. that's my final spell slot. This will go fine.
Can't risk being in open view. Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance. Have to keep going.
How good you healed.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Creepy.
Come! See!
Well, that heal is annoying. Might actually get away. Depends on if I can get a good angle here. There we go.
That hyena's going for help.
Is it? Oh, goodbye. Oh wait, does Starry Form generate light? This was definitely obscured. If Starry Form generates light, then I can't use DJ stuff without applying fog or darkness. That's an interesting issue I hadn't considered. Makes total sense. Creating Breath of Spell for Spell Sparkler? Don't believe so. Haven't tested. Like, just having this on your bonus action every turn is crazy to me. Like, I already have it at DC 14. With no spell save DC increasing gear, no acuity, only casting modifier +3, only level 5. Like, that's really good. Same about the bow shot really could be in the early game. Yeah, range damage on your bonus action. I mean, you know how much people bend over backwards for hand crossbows. It's just that. You have a built-in radiant hand crossbow. Except it's a spell that scales way better than early game hand crossbows do. X-Blade's Curse on both of them. And I'm healing off of every kill. Yeah. Disgusting. So Starry Form does seem to shed some light. Let's confirm this, actually. Where can I go that's definitely dark? Let's go to one of the indoor camps.
Here goes nothing.
So it's obscured there. And I walk there. Yeah, okay, I am a light source. Well, that means easy access to Callous Glow. So, that's fine. It just means this armor is never going to trigger unless I override my own light source by casting darkness on me and whoever is trying to attack me. I don't think I'll be doing that. Go adamantine, unequip my shield. what could I equip in the other hand? I could just equip an armor that has DR and maybe not as much AC as the adamantine. Immune from shadow curse, least protector from the dark effect. It probably counts enough as a torch for like the lesser curse areas. Probably. We can test that probably next session. This run. Yeah, I'd say next session. Oh. I triggered that trap intentionally. I can't be bothered dealing with it.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Sousa bark.
I breathed on the chest till it opened. That's sturdy and resistant. So, it's funny that this actually hits objects. It's actually super useful, come to think of it. Like, what's stopping me from putting a water bottle down next to someone and then breathing? Absolutely nothing. Burning Blood in Act 3, I pretty much always do. Yeah, business as usual then. Just about out of resources. Let's check Aaron's inventory. See if he's selling... And I could wear the breastplate +1 that's over where Damon is. But I'm worried about that being too much AC. It's interesting gearing to try to have low AC, but other defensive stats in a good location. It'll be easier once I could, like, do this.
Need anything else? Always happy to help.
I'll have Iron Vine Shield on later. I'll have to account for that AC jump. I want Rain Dancer eventually. May as well buy it now. Actually, it's not going anywhere. Or hide armor for some initiative. Not the worst idea. Added armor for 2 bludgeoning DR. Actually like that idea a lot. Who all has bludgeoning that I want to hit me? Minotaurs? A couple guys in Grimforge. Guess we're adamantine when it's slashing. Dex, we don't want too bad of an initiative. Yes. Once Dex gloves are on the table, we go down to 8. $15 AC currently. Not don't hate it. Yeah, I'm getting no AC bonus from this currently because I have a neutral dex mod. I meant to go to Mycton Colony. Whoops. So sure, we get hit mainly for quality of life speed, assuming enemies are missing, you still get to attack them back, so... Armor of Agathis does 0 damage if people don't melee me while I have it active. If I'm fighting a group of, let's say, 2 melee guys and 1 archer, if the melee guys both miss me and the archer hits me, well, I lose uptime on my Agathis and it dealt no damage. The point of playing a retaliation build is to get hit. So, lower AC, think of it as higher accuracy. We'll also be seeking out ways to impose advantage on enemy attack rolls. There's even an argument for taking a light cleric dip so we could warding flare and hope to roll someone up into a crit from a regular hit. Okay, so I haven't done any long rests yet. I may as well do my first one now. We're out of spell slots. It makes sense. Alchemy pouch doesn't belong there. Guess I'm forgetting anything? No, let's do it.
The air is heavy. The ache.
Plays out.
Intertwine.
Oh, I almost accidentally clicked the game over option.
A touch of disgust.
That's how you know I'm tired. I was like, hey, this doesn't have a check, let me click that. Wait, no, that's game over. Okay, what's the Guardian look like? Did it cook?
I came just in time. You are transforming.
This just looks like somebody's stylist. Yeah, this just looks like a regular person you would see. With very good hair. I'm kind of disappointed because of just how normal the Guardian is. Not normal in the fun sense, normal in the regular person sense.
I saved you before. And I'm here. You will not become a mind flayer. Stubborn. There is. I will keep the fight.
We got our tadpoles going now. I should have spoken to Scratch. Oops. Actually, no, I was waiting on that. A member. I tired in 24 hours in a day, stream for half of it. Yeah. Yeah.
You can absorb it. You're good.
Alright, 6 tadpoles. Psionic Overload goes in retaliation effect, so we take that. Ability drain. I'm attacking with my charisma, so I don't have to worry about lowering people's accuracy. That's nice. I like the idea of backlash. Regardless stake's useful for a couple of things. But let's take favorable beginnings for various talkie-talkie. Yeah, ability drain. Concentrated blast. Call the weak backlash. Just the usuals.
It was bad enough having just one of those. Something the matter?
What else to say? Okay. Gale, you hungry again yet?
Make haste. I would have words with you.
Get the 30 XP for the Withers quest now.
Not this one. Not this. Right. For a mere pittance.
Guess I have to actually progress that.
That is where I.
Oh yeah, Gale, do you want like clothes or whatever? I think I'll rest again right away. Get Infernal Robe. Yeah.
Hell's fire. She's coming.
It is come.
Buddy, I thought it was time I dropped by the doghouse.
Mizora.
The one and only. You haven't introduced me to your friend. Where are your manners? Handler's the word, if it's all the same. Call me Mizora.
Yes, mother.
And more to the point, you obey the...
Okay, Infernal Robe. So, this is not something we will be wearing at all times. It is a little less AC than the padded armor, which is nice, and it does let us have our fire resistance passively. So maybe we wear it until I run into something that does bludgeoning, then I put on the padded armor +2. But the big appeal is it gives us a cast of Fire Shield. It's Fire Shield Warm, not Chill. Chill is a bit more desirable because it's easier to scale that with applying Wet. We won't have an item that gives us a cast of that until we kill Zarel in Act 2, but that'll be fine. But a use of Fire Shield, even if I'm using Wet to lower the damage in favor of my Agathis damage, it's still a damage retaliation that wasn't there before. Meaning it gets Hexblade's Curse its own time, it gets damage riders such as Lightning Charges, Callous Glow, Sonic Overload, and Hex. So we're already at a point where we could make an enemy hit themselves for 100 odd damage, something like that. It's just the kit we have available. Nice druidic green. I like it. Alright, let's speak to Will.
Damn, Karlach showed us the truth, and my oath forbids me from uttering her very name. It's Mizora who before I would, but oh, so I thought.
Get out of the pack.
I don't have a clue where to start. The only way out.
Better if we put our worms together. You want to put worms together, Will?
No, I suppose that's not what you wanted to talk about.
Plus you consumed that tattoo.
But it was well met.
It should be Squiddy popping up again. We're desperate for solutions.
Desperate to be rid of your the Paris. Were it not for my you.
Okay, something I will have to give serious thought to is allowing Shadowheart to kill Lae'zel so that we can keep that bless for longer. Maybe. I don't think I need to care about that. The concentration thing's so interesting to me. With +3 to con saves, like, I could just do whatever I want in that department. It's so cool. Could add more from other slots. Mess around more with that another time. That'll be it for today. We logged 12 hours today. We finished up Arcane Archer. Made substantial progress on Star Steward Run. We hit level 5. Tomorrow, probably not doing this run. I got lots of stuff lined up. Mark has been on for 4.5 hours. We're gonna raid him anyway. And I'm sure he can just pass along the love whenever he ends. But thank you, everybody. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. The Power Hour. Awesome challenge runner. He's doing, it's like he's, very late in Act 3. Right, is he about to fight Gortash? Am I seeing that correctly? Oh, yeah, let's head over there. This will be hype if that thumbnail's correct. Okay, bye.